emancipation of all mankind without distinction of race or sex. Chapter 7. War Again, 1939 to 1945. During the 1920s and 1930s, fascism and Nazism had come to power in Italy and Germany, and Spain and almost every country in Central and Eastern Europe had succumbed to quasi-fascist or right-wing totalitarian regimes. Many leftists, while opposing fascism and Nazism, supported the equally totalitarian Soviet state. By the late 1930s, war between Nazi Germany and fascist Italy on the one hand, and supposedly democratic France and Britain on the other, was almost inevitable. But what was the cause of the Second World War? Was it, as many on the left imagined, a conflict between fascism and anti-fascism, between totalitarianism and democracy? And what would be the view and stand of the Socialist Party of Canada and its companion parties? Whilst vigorously opposing fascism and Nazism, their views were not the same as the communists. 10 years previously, the communists had predicted the imminent collapse of capitalism. They were wrong. It did not collapse. For much of the same time, they and many laborites claimed that fascism was the final political form that the capitalist class would use to crush the trade unions and workers' parties. It was, they said, the bourgeoisie's last gasp. In the view of the socialists of the Socialist Party of Canada, this was not so. It was their view that fascism and Nazism were totalitarian movements which arose, and could only arise, in countries which were still relatively backward from a capitalist standpoint, which had a largely undeveloped parliamentary system, had, like Italy and Germany, only recently become a unified nation, had a working class who were politically unsophisticated, and, importantly, had largely been kept out of world markets for their surplus commodities. The view of the Socialist Party of Canada was that a war would be a conflict between states over more material things than fascism or Nazism versus democracy, and that it would in fact be a very similar war to the First World War. The SPC, moreover, had little faith in Canada's so-called democracy, and in this they were soon to be proved right. Another anti-war manifesto on the 1st of September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. 2 days later, Great Britain declared war on Germany. Canada was soon to follow. On the same day that Britain declared war, the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada drew up the manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada on the war. In typical Impossibilist language, the manifesto begins by stating that once again the great powers of Europe are at war. Once again, the workers in their millions are drawn from their sweatshops, their breadlines and their slums, to be thrown into a horrible conflict, neither of their making nor in their interests. Once again, the bestial, mercenary nature of capitalist society is exposed. In more sober and analytical prose, the manifesto explains that it is the nature of capitalism that in their quest for markets, raw materials and sources of exploitation, the respective capitalists of the world are engaged in constant competitive struggle with their rivals, and by virtue of their control of the powers of government, they are in a position to transfer their conflicts from the purely economic field to the military. This argues the SPC is the explanation not just for previous wars, but the present one. It is not a war for democracy, freedom, and the independence of small nations. Such arguments are merely used as bait for the participation of politically uneducated workers. The manifesto then quotes clauses 1, 2, 3, and 6 of the Socialist Party of Canada's Declaration of Principles, adding, "The Socialist Party of Canada further declares that no interest is at stake in this conflict, which justifies the shedding of a single drop of working-class blood, and it extends its fraternal greetings to the workers of all countries, and calls upon them to unite in the greater struggle, the struggle for the establishment of socialism." a system of society in which the ever-increasing poverty, misery, terror and bloodshed of capitalism shall be forever banished from the earth. The manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada on the war was prominently printed in the October 1939 edition of the Western Socialist. Just prior to the outbreak of war, the Dominion Executive Committee of the party in Winnipeg heard rumours that the federal government was considering the suppression of the Western Socialist and possibly the SPC. In the First World War, the party had never actually been suppressed, but the Western Clarion had. As a precaution, and to forestall such a move, the Socialist Party of Canada, together with its companion party, the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States, decided to move the publishing of the Western Socialist to Boston in the United States, from where in November 1939 it was issued as the joint official journal of both organizations. The precautions proved wise, for, in May 1941, the Canadian government did indeed ban the Western Socialist from Canada. On the 8th of June, the SPC wrote to the press censors for Canada, inquiring as to the reasons why the Western Socialist had been banned. O'Reilly, on behalf of the government censors, replied that over many months objectionable material had appeared in the journal. He particularly cited the following statements: "The worker has no interest in maintaining war production. Patriotism serves merely as a cloak for loyalty to capitalism, for sacrifice of the workers so that industry may have its profits. It can only bring harm to the working class, and it, the war, is simply the competition of two rival business firms, so to speak, for trade." This sort of comment, replied the government, is not likely to be helpful to our national war effort. The government official emphasized that the censor's action was not taken because it was a socialist publication. Other known socialist and labour publications, even critical of the Canadian government, had not been banned. However, statements which are deliberately intended to sabotage morale cannot be tolerated, as you will understand. Aurelio concludes by saying that any publication so banned at a given time may not necessarily remain banned for the duration of the war. It would depend on whether the journal continued to publish such views on the war. In the July-August 1941 issue of the Western Socialist, the Socialist Party of Canada replied to the press censors. The reply makes no apology for the objectionable statements. Canada, like so many democratic countries, continues the reply, refuses to allow its workers to hear all sides of the argument. The workers are continuously filled with warmongering propaganda. But the reply denies that socialists sabotage morale, stating that socialists condemn sabotage as dangerous and a detrimental policy, since working class emancipation can only be attained as the result of the democratic act of the overwhelming majority. Moreover, socialists in Canada do not favour enemy capitalists as against native ones. The Western Socialist riposte claims that journals which are in harmony with the war effort are neither truly socialist nor in the interest of labour. The SPC is not prepared to compromise. Rather than emasculate the Western Socialist into a fear-watered, anemic, irresolute publication, where only that appears which is sanctioned by the capitalist censors, we would suspend publication altogether, concludes the reply. Incidentally, the Socialist Party of Great Britain took a dip. Both Baltrop and Perrin note that rather than risk suppression of the socialist standard, the SPGB, after June 1940, did not permit the journal to print anti-war material or articles saying, "While we deeply regret having to adopt this course, we cannot see any workable alternative to it." There was not complete unanimity with regard to the war within the ranks of the Socialist Party of Canada, however. Most members were opposed. But in Vancouver in 1941, a few members of the local came out in support of the war, which, like the Canadian government, they claimed was to save democracy. The Dominion Executive Committee in Winnipeg, in the view of John Ahrens, writing a brief history of the Vancouver locals in 1990, arbitrarily expelled the Vancouver local in spite of the fact that most members held the socialist position. In Ahrens' view, the expulsion of the entire local was not a democratic act, and produced hostility between Vancouver Socialists and the Dominion Executive Committee. At the time, the local had about 40 members. Notably, a similar schism occurred in the Socialist Party of Great Britain, with 14 members of the Islington branch resigning en masse in April 1940. The Communists and Laborites in the war. At the 7th Congress of the Communist International, held in Moscow between 25 July and 21 August 1935, it was decided to initiate a united front on an international scale against fascism. The long-denounced Social Democrats, Social Fascists, Liberals, and even Progressive Conservatives were to be welcomed as allies in the struggle against fascism. The German Communist Party's alliance with the Nazis against the Social Democrats in Prussia in August 1931 had long been forgotten. The Popular Front in France and elsewhere was looked upon as a success by the Comintern. The Non-Aggression Pact, signed on 23 August 1939, between the USSR and Nazi Germany, took the communist parties of the world, including the Communist Party of Canada, by surprise. Within days of the outbreak of war in Europe, the conflict was not between fascism and anti-fascism, but a conflict between Germany and Anglo-French imperialism, according to the Comintern. Following Hitler's attack on Poland on the 1st August 1939, J. Litterick, a member of the Manitoba Provincial Parliament and secretary of the Manitoba section of the Communist Party of Canada, rushed a telegram to Mackenzie King, the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada, in which he, Litterick, stated in part, "Hitler has launched his military machine against Poland. The war that has begun establishes new conditions for the struggle of the democracies against fascist aggression. The war in Poland is not a German-Polish war, but a war in which Hitler seeks to destroy world democracy. The defense of Polish independence is at one and the same time the fight to defeat and crush the aggressors. The Communist Party stands for the independence of Poland, and the Communists stand together with the whole Canadian people in their fight to smash the aggressor." The Moscow-Berlin Non-Aggression Pact required the Communist Party of Canada, as elsewhere, to change sides. It did not, however, oppose the war, as did the Socialist Party of Canada in its manifesto of 3 September. Within days, the CPC campaigned for a peaceful outcome to the conflict, but on Hitler's terms. Not surprisingly, there was turmoil within the ranks of the Communist Party of Canada, with many members resigning from the party and a number of leading members, such as Litterick, going into hiding. In June 1940, because of the CPC's defeatist policy, Mackenzie King's government banned the Communist Party and arrested and interned 100 leading members of the party. During the same month, the government banned the Ukrainian Labour Farmer Temple Association, closing down its halls and interning about 40 of its leading members on the grounds that the Ukrainians did not support the Canadian war effort, which they denied. The Liberal Democratic Government of Canada did not believe much in practicing democracy. Soviet Russia soon took advantage of the Non-Aggression Pact. Eastern Poland, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, as well as parts of Finland and Romania, were annexed. But then, at first light on the morning of Sunday, 22 June 1941, Operation Barbarossa began. Nazi Germany attacked Soviet Russia, and overnight the USSR became an ally of Great Britain and Canada. In the words of the Socialist Party of Canada, Out of their hiding place came the communists, flag flapping and pledging undying allegiance to the cause of peace and democracy and the struggle against fascism. The imprisoned communists were released from internment by the Canadian government in 1942. In 1943, the communists reorganized as the Labour Progressive Party, LPP. It immediately became the most jingoistic of all the parties supporting the war. It demanded greater production from the workers and opposed all efforts by them to increase their wages and to improve their conditions of work. It sabotaged all industrial action by the workers. As in Britain and elsewhere, Communist Party membership increased at least for a while. In August 1943, Fred Rose was elected to the Federal Parliament, 3 months before the Comintern was officially dissolved. Fred Rose was born in Poland in 1907 and came to Canada with his parents in 1920. He became a Canadian citizen in 1926, when his father, Jacob Rosenberg, was naturalized. He joined the Young Communist League in 1925, the same year the Socialist Party collapsed, becoming its national organizer in 1929, when he was also appointed to the Central Executive Committee of the Communist Youth International, replacing Harry Young, later of the SPGB, who had just returned to England. He was a Communist Party candidate in Quebec in the 1935 federal election and in the provincial election the following year, but in neither case was elected. In 1937, Rose was appointed to the Control Commission of the Communist Party of Canada, with the task of, to use his own words, ferreting out traitors, spies and fascists who might have become members of the party for ulterior purposes. In June 1940, like other CPC leaders, he went underground, but was arrested by the Mounties in September 1942. In October, he was released on the understanding that he did not, under Section 39C of the Defence of Canada Regulations, participate in Communist Party activities. This he immediately ignored, becoming a Labour Progressive MP the following year. Shmuel Kogan, who later used the name Sam Cohen, and later still Sam Carr, was born in the Ukraine in 1906. He arrived in Canada in August 1924. In 1925, he moved to Montreal, where he joined the Young Communist League, becoming a full member of the Communist Party in 1927. Carr was sent to the Soviet Union in 1929, where he studied at the Comintern's Lenin Institute. Following his return to Canada, he was appointed organizing secretary of the Communist Party. The same year he applied for naturalization, but in fact was convicted on 3 charges under the Criminal Code of Canada, for which he received a 10-year sentence. In 1935, however, he was released on parole. In 1937, Carr again visited the Soviet Union and spent a short time in Spain. And in 1938, he became editor of the Communist Party of Canada's publication, The Clarion. In June 1940, Carr too disappeared, but was arrested in September 1942. But like Rose, he was released shortly after. He was at last granted Canadian nationality in March 1945. A few days later, he was given a passport valid for the United States, Mexico, and Cuba. At the beginning of 1945, the communists of the Labour Progressive Party were riding high, but it was not to last. On 5th of September 1945, Igor Sergeyevich Guzenko, cipher clerk at the Soviet Embassy in Ottawa, walked out of the building and defected. He took with him about 100 documents, including cables, which he had not previously secreted each time he had gone home. Most of the documents had been sent to or from the Glavnoye Rezdevitelnoye Upravlenie, GRU, Chief Directorate of Military Intelligence, in Moscow. These he handed over to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who, in collaboration with Britain's security service, translated them. They related to British, American, and Canadian atomic weapons developments, radar, diplomatic messages, as well as forged Canadian passports. They also listed the code names of a score or more of Soviet spies and secret agents working in Canada. The code names included Alec, Debus, and Frank. We are not interested here in the detailed investigation, the arrest and jailing of most of them. Suffice it to say that Alec was the British scientist Dr. Alan Nunn May, who was later sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in Britain. Debus was Fred Rose, who was jailed for 6 years, and Frank was Sam Carr, who, taking advantage of his newly acquired passport, and possibly receiving a tip-off, escaped to Cuba. Not surprisingly, however, the revelations that Rose, Carr, and a number of other members and sympathizers of the Labour Progressive Party were Soviet spies had an adverse effect on the party. Once again, the communists in Canada were in deep trouble. During the First World War, the trade unions were divided. In general, the largely craft unions supported the war in the east of the country, although some union leaders complained that the government did not consult them. In the West, most trade unionists and their leaders were hostile to the war, influenced by the Socialist Party of Canada, and, to a lesser extent, by the industrial workers of the world. Attitudes were not the same in the Second World War, as there was not the rampant inflation, and most workers regarded the war as a campaign against Hitler and Nazism. In the Second World War, the main leftist reform political movement was the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. The CCF was far from united regarding the war, at least at first. Probably a majority of its members were in favour of the war, but with reservations. At the commencement of the war, the party's leader, James S. Wordsworth, caused quite a stir, both in the party and in Parliament. Milner says that Wordsworth shook the CCF from coast to coast. He was a Methodist, a militant anti-Marxist social democrat, whose conception of socialism was statist. He had, at one time, tried to cooperate with the communists, but they had, he said, double-crossed him. He wanted, in his own words, to improve the condition of the working class in a rather sentimental way. Nevertheless, Wordsworth took a position on the war much like that of the Socialist Party of Canada, according to Milne. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation soon rallied to M.J. Caldwell, who later succeeded Wordsworth, and who stated the official position of the party to the war, which was that Canada should give economic assistance to Britain and its allies, but there should be no overseas military participation by Canada, Canadian troops being used only for home defence and the preservation of democracy at home. Caldwell added, "Before a single Canadian is asked to give his life, voluntary or otherwise, to fight for his country, the profit should be taken out of the war." Angus MacInnes, a West Coast CCF Member of Parliament, complained that Labour representation during the war was almost entirely lacking, and Caldwell argued that the CCF considered that the only rational way of financing the war is by the country taking over the complete ownership of the banks and other financial institutions. Milner concludes, "So the CCF inched along the way to war, and the Socialist Party, although the Western Socialist was banned, the Socialist Party was not." Indeed, the party held both indoor and outdoor meetings throughout the war. At the Manitoba provincial election in April 1941, there were Conservative, Liberal, CCF, and Social Credit candidates. The SPC did not contest the election, but it issued and distributed a lengthy statement. Considerable space is devoted to the poverty of the working class and its cause, and the CCF and other Labour candidates are criticised for their socialism, a form of public ownership of various means of production and transportation. But, Except for an aside about the current military strategy in Africa, there is surprisingly no criticism or mention of the war. The CCF often came in for criticism from the SPC. This writer has in front of him a leaflet advertising a meeting in the Empire Hall, Winnipeg, on Thursday, 28 October 1943, in which Milner was booked to speak for the Socialist Party of Canada on the subject of the CCF and socialism. The leaflet states that all are welcome and we are sure your time will be well spent. At that time, the SPC was also holding outdoor meetings in Vancouver, Victoria and Winnipeg, and the Calgary Local was holding meetings in the park. There was little overt hostility. Indeed, the Calgary Local had been holding Sunday evening meetings for some considerable time. One of the Local's most active members was Dan Pollitt, who died in July 1942. Of him, the Socialist Standard of March 1942 reports, "Speakers will recollect with gratitude his services at the open-air Sunday meetings in the park. He arranged the rostrum and the benches, and his genial countenance radiated encouragement to the speakers. After an afternoon in the scorching Alberta sun, the speakers appreciated the hospitality and shade of the Pollitts' pleasant bungalow, where they were welcomed by members of the family. Discussions were engaged in till a late hour, and less informed members received much enlightenment there." By 1943, a new local had been formed in Vancouver by Ray McLeod, F. Neill, Bill Roddy and Miss Fairbairn, and a number of others. Neill and Roddy distributed between 60 and 70 copies of the Western Socialist each month, clandestinely or openly after the ban was lifted, probably in late 1944. In 1945, Ray McLeod delivered 15 radio talks on behalf of the Local on CKMO, and the same year he stood on behalf of the SPC as a candidate in the provincial election for Vancouver Centre. He received a disappointing 105 votes, 0.25%. Both of the coalition candidates were returned with almost 11,000 votes each. In 1944, the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada published the Socialist Manifesto. The preface, written by Jim Milner, commences, "This pamphlet was first published in 1910 as the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada." During the 10-year period ending in 1920, 5 editions, totaling more than 25,000 copies, were issued. The growing insistence of members and sympathizers impels us to place the manifesto once again in the hands of the working class. The present edition consists of 5,000 copies. There are 1 or 2 minor alterations from the previous 1920 edition. The section on history remains the same as the original 1910 edition. There is a new and updated section of politics which was considered desirable in view of the importance which reform parties, such as the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, had assumed in the minds of Canadian workers since 1920. Nevertheless, nothing was said about the Communist Party or the Social Credit Party, both of which in different ways had caused immense harm to the working class movement. Revelations regarding Fred Rose, Sam Carr and the Soviet spy ring were still a couple of years in the future. The preface comments that it is the second time that the manifesto had been issued in the midst of a war, and continues that then, as now, the banner of international socialism was held high and the hand of fellowship extended to the workers of the world. The SPC reaffirmed its adherence to socialist principles. In the updated section on politics, which was considered the Socialist Manifesto, claimed that capitalism has outlived its usefulness, adding, within its confines can be found no solution for the wretchedness and insecurity endured by the workers. No more than momentary relief has ever resulted from the generations of effort to improve their conditions of life. Even their trade unions, their most potent weapon in these activities, have been forced to remain for the most part on the defensive, struggling not so much to improve their conditions as to prevent these conditions from becoming worse. Socialism offers the only way out. The failure of the workers to recognize this fact, no matter what else they do, can result only in the preservation of things as they are, with the prospect of darker days ahead. The manifesto claims that practically all reform legislation on the statute books has been enacted by capitalist political parties, not because capitalists are noted for their generosity, but because they are practical gentlemen and realize that if workers live under poor sanitary conditions and are already victims of ailments, they will be spending time at home that could be better spent turning out surplus value for the factory owner. Healthy workers are the most productive and profitable. The Socialist Manifesto, therefore, argues that capitalism can be reformed. It can be reformed in many ways, but it cannot be reformed in such a manner as to effect an essential improvement in the working class conditions of life. It cannot be reformed in such a manner as to raise the workers from the poverty level. Reforms, insofar as they have had any effect, have been effective simply in preventing the workers from sinking too far below the poverty level, their function being to do more than preserve the workers as able-bodied means of production. The manifesto reiterates what the socialist movement in Canada had been saying, on and off, for about 45 years, that the workers must ultimately turn to socialism. For socialism would solve the problem of distribution. Goods would no longer be produced for sale with a view to profit, but solely for use. And production would be predetermined, and distribution affected neither by advertising nor sales staff, thus reducing wasted materials to a minimum and transferring great numbers of workers to desired occupations. The manifesto envisaged that, under socialism, there would be plenty of leisure beyond question. Wars would cease. However, socialism will not solve all the problems of human society, but it will solve all the basic economic difficulties that are a constant source of torture to so many of its members. The solution of a single one of these difficulties would warrant its introduction. The solution of them all renders it imperative. On the 9th of March 1945, Milner gave an address in the Labour Temple, Winnipeg, on the subject of the meaning of social revolution. The word revolution, he said, is a source of fear to a great many people. To the owners of capital, it is not disturbing that bombs drop from the skies, that the work of man should be ground into rubble, and that men, women and children should be killed, if these things happen in the interests of capital. But revolution, intolerable. The Socialist Party stands for revolution. But, said Milne, let us be clear what we mean by revolution. It does not mean a change of rulers or master or government personnel, but a change that will put an end to all these things. We mean a social revolution, a socialist revolution. And, he concluded, the solution to the social problems of capitalism must be a social revolution, followed by a new system of society in which the means of distributing and producing wealth will be owned in common by all the people, and where wealth produced will be produced for no other purpose than to satisfy human needs. We do not mean a condition of chaos, anarchy, or bloodshed. We have these things now. He invited his audience to join the socialists in the activities of the one movement worthwhile, the movement for social revolution. But the workers did not join the Socialist Party of Canada in large numbers. By the end of the First World War, the SPC had, as we have already noted, taken a battering. This did not happen to the SPC in the Second. The Socialist Party of Canada of 1939 was a much smaller and much less influential organization than the SPC of 1914. The SPC in 1945 emerged largely unscathed, but of little consequence in the country politically. It probably had fewer than 150 members when the war ended in Asia in August of that year, although it had still more sympathizers. The Impossibilist lamp continued to burn in Canada, but not too brightly. In October 1945, Jim Milner was nominated by the Socialist Party as its candidate in Winnipeg for the Manitoba provincial election. His message was based on what he had said in the Labour Temple in March of that year. He received 222 votes and came last of the 20 candidates. Chapter 8. Post-War Progress or Problems. The government, mindful of what happened in 1917 in the First World War, resisted the introduction of conscription until 1944. Inevitably, there were protests, but not on the scale of 1917. Even Quebec accepted the inevitable. And Mackenzie King won, yet again, the general election of 1945, following the defeat of Nazi Germany. With a population of just 20 million, Canada emerged from the war as the world's fourth largest industrial power. Most of the investment, however, was American, and the control of many Canadian industries was effectively in American capitalist hands. Membership of both NATO and NORAD, which put the Royal Canadian Air Force under United States command, increased Canadian dependence on its neighbour to the south. Nevertheless, it retained economic links with Castro's Cuba, as well as trade and diplomatic links with the People's Republic of China. For 20 years after the Second World War, Canada enjoyed a virtually continuous boom, with very little unemployment in contrast to the mass unemployment following the First World War. Oil began to flow in Alberta in Russia and the Socialist Party. In Canada, the Guzenko spy scandal inevitably had an adverse effect on the Labour Progressive Communist Party. Nevertheless, most non-socialists in Canada and elsewhere imagined that the Soviet Union was in some way socialist or communist, and this made the work of the SPC increasingly difficult. The party in 1947, therefore, decided to prepare a statement on the nature of Soviet society. In 1948, it published a pamphlet, its first official document on the subject, entitled The Russian Revolution, Its Origin and Outcome. In the introduction, the pamphlet says that chief among the false exponents of socialism during the last 3 decades have been the Russian government and its Communist Party supporters throughout the world. Socialists, it argues, have contested the view that a proletarian revolution occurred in Russia in 1917. Russia is not a socialist country, nor is it advancing towards socialism, except in the sense that all capitalist countries are so advancing. In the first chapter, the pamphlet reiterates the Socialist Party of Canada's long-time analysis of capitalist society, which it had detailed in its manifesto from 1910 through to the last edition of 1944. It is not necessary to repeat this here. The second chapter briefly traces the background to the rise of Bolshevism in Russia, pointing out, as has been noted in this narrative, that before 1917, Russia was largely an agricultural country in which feudal society was in a process of decomposition, and where 80% of the population. Capitalist industry had made its appearance during this period, centered mainly in the west of the country and in the southern oil belt. But that was all. Modern capitalist wars are won in modern capitalist workshops, says the Socialist Party pamphlet. By 1916, Russia's backward economic resources were incapable of resisting the well-provided forces of industrial Germany. In March 1917, the Tsar abdicated and the political ramparts of feudalism fell apart. According to the SPC, the capitalist class rose to power, presumably meaning that pro-capitalist parties and groups, such as the Constitutional Democrats and the Mensheviks, became dominant in the Duma, the Russian parliament. They supported the continuation of the war, and this proved their undoing. The SPC pamphlet recounts, as has previously been noted, that the Bolsheviks were able to take control of the Russian state, and the short-lived independent capitalist rise to power came to an end. According to the Russian Revolution, its origin and outcome, the Bolshevik Revolution was made possible, on the one hand, by the collapse of Tsarism under the strain of highly mechanized warfare, and on the other hand, by the inability of the capitalists to appreciate the extent of Russia's economic exhaustion, to pacify the people and consolidate their power. It arose ideologically from the material conditions of the highly developed countries of Western Europe. But its setting was a semi-feudal economy and a mass of peasants and workers to whom, for the most part, socialism could have no meaning. The Bolshevik Revolution, therefore, was not and could not have been a proletarian revolution. The best that can be said for it is that it was intended to be a proletarian revolution. Lenin and Trotsky and their comrades, according to the SPC, despite their frequently unsound interpretations of events, were avid students of the writings of Marx and Engels and other socialist writers, and they believed that their program could result in a socialist society. But their views were heavily colored by Russian conditions. These were the opinions largely stated by Bill Pritchard as early as 1920, although not accepted by other members of the Socialist Party of Canada at the time, including Jack Harrington, who wrote the introduction to the 1920 edition of the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada. The so-called dictatorship of the proletariat was in fact a dictatorship over the proletariat by the Bolshevik Party. The SPC of 1948 was quite clear about that. The pamphlet comments that the dictatorship over the workers and peasants had been in existence for more than 30 years and had proved a failure as an agent of working-class emancipation. Socialists anticipated this failure, basing their findings on the teachings of Marx and Engels and the experiences of the working-class movement itself. Quoting Marx's statement in the Critique of Political Economy, actually from the preface of a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the pamphlet continues, "No social order ever disappears before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have been developed, and new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Therefore, mankind always takes up only such problems as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the problem itself arises only where the material conditions for its solution already exist, or are at least in the process of formation." And, quoting Marx again, the pamphlet says that he was specific on the emergence of one society from another. In 1867, in the preface to the first edition of Capital, he wrote, "One nation can and should learn from others, and even when a society has got upon the right track for the discovery of the natural laws of its movement, it can neither clear by bold leaps nor remove by legal enactments the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development. But it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs." Put simply, using Marx's analysis, the Socialist Party of Canada was arguing that the Bolsheviks could not have established socialism by bold leaps in a predominantly pre-capitalist society. All that they could do was to shorten and lessen the birth pangs, which was, in fact, what the communists did between 1918 and 1948, when the SPC pamphlet was published. Socialism in one country. The rise of Stalin saw the adaptation of Bolshevism to the conception of socialism in one country, notes the Russian Revolution, its origin and outcome. Formally, the Bolsheviks had adhered mainly to the socialist view that socialism was not possible in one country alone, and they had devoted much of their time to fostering what they regarded as world revolution. To this end, they had, in 1919, organized the Communist International. Stalin had, however, decided that Soviet Russia was capable of standing on its own feet, and world revolution was abandoned. The SPC pamphlet quotes Stalin as saying that, under the pre-monopolist conditions of the 40s of the last century, Engels had regarded socialism in one country as impractical and impossible. Had Engels been alive today, said Stalin, he would not have clung to the old formulas. He would have greeted our revolution wholeheartedly and would have said, "Long live the victorious revolution in the USSR." That Engels would have adopted Stalin's view is, of course, nonsense, said the Socialist Party. Marx and Engels saw capitalism as an economy transcending the bounds of its political units, reaching maturity only by drawing the world into its orbit. For capitalism breaks down the old self-sufficient economies. It has become global. Russia does not differ from other countries in this respect. Building a system of commodity production, reaching out greedily to the markets of the world, it becomes more dependent on the world economy the more that its industries are developed. This has proved even more so since the collapse of the Soviet Union. The SPC pamphlet notes that communists and fellow travelers claim that the Soviet Constitution, adopted in 1937, is the most democratic constitution in the world. The communists cite important changes in the new constitution of direct election of governing bodies by secret ballot instead of indirect election by tier after tier of councils, Soviets, and the extension of the franchise to priests, preachers, and others formerly classed as antisocial. These changes were loudly applauded by the admirers of Stalin, but the Socialist Party of Canada was not convinced. The Russian Revolution, its origins and outcome, quotes from an article in the November 1936 issue of the Western Socialist, which in part argues that it is by no means certain that freedom of speech, press, assembly, etc. will have any real existence in the new Russian democracy. We have not succeeded in becoming enthused over the new constitution. Stalin and his associates have not evidenced any real desire to introduce measures which may threaten their privileged position, and the recent trial in Moscow, resulting in the execution of a number of old Bolsheviks for the only known crime of having raised their voices at times in opposition to certain of the government's policies, does not indicate that they have become willing to permit other voices than their own to take part in Russian affairs. The Socialist Party contended that there can be no democracy in a land where only one political party is permitted to exist, and in which that party forms the leading core of all organizations. Importantly, the SPC's pamphlet chronicles in considerable detail the existence at that time of widespread poverty of the workers and peasants on the one hand, and the comparative riches of a few on the other, in the Soviet Union. It says that Soviet statistics are vague, but notes that there is a very wide differentiation in salaries, with an average of 500 rubles a month in 1947. Set against this, the Russian Revolution, its origin and outcome, briefly quotes Reg Bishop's famous pamphlet Soviet Millionaires, published in England by the Russia Today Society. It quotes Bishop's opening paragraph, wherein he writes, "The news that there are Soviet millionaires, men and women, who have been able to invest 1 million rubles in the country's war loan, has come as a great surprise, and indeed with a sense of shock to many people to whom the very word millionaire represents an evil influence in society. Bishop claims that the term millionaire is misleading, as a ruble is not worth as much as $1 or £1 sterling. And he continues, Even were a ruble millionaire to be possessed of as much money as a sterling one, it would still not necessarily be either anti-social or anti-socialist, because the atmosphere of social inequity which surrounds a millionaire is due not to the measure of his wealth, but to the method of acquisition and his use of it to exploit others. He then insists that Soviet millionaires acquire their millions of rubles through their own unaided efforts, their own superior skills and initiative. A claim, says the SPC pamphlet, that has long been advanced in defense of the wealth of the wealthy. The SPC argues that it is simply impossible for any individual to amass a million through his own unaided efforts, whether it be in dollars, pounds, or rubles, and concludes that there is no important feature of capitalist society that is not solidly entrenched in modern Russia. The workers of Russia, says the Socialist Party of Canada, will yet be inspired by the revolutionary watchwords: abolition of the wages system. Although not noted in the Russian Revolution, its origin and outcome, Bishop in his Soviet Millionaires pamphlet mentions that the first person in the Soviet Union to be publicly acclaimed as a millionaire was one Berdybekov, a collective farmer from Kazakhstan who subscribed slightly more than 1 million rubles to the Soviet war loan. He mentions that bishops of the Orthodox Church have made generous contributions to the war loan, that Vladimir Stefanov, a priest of the Moscow Church of the Assumption, had donated 73,000 rubles to the defense fund, that a typical intellectual, Professor Gallant, had sent 12,000 rubles to the fund, and that an inventor, Lifshitz, had also donated 40,000 rubles to the defense fund. Bishop includes a list of monthly earnings of Soviet workers from 150 rubles a month up to 1,001 rubles a month. Between 1945 and the collapse of the Soviet Union, a minority of privileged apparatchiks and bureaucrats evolved into a self-perpetuating nomenklatura and finally a full-blown capitalist class, some of whom are among the world's richest men. Aging and declining membership. The Socialist Party of Canada did not field any candidates at the federal general election of 1949, but it did circulate a leaflet in which it outlined its criticism of the other political parties, stating, "An election is on again, and the politicians are once more in the fore displaying their virtues. Peace, progress, democracy, and freedom are being solemnly promised by people to whom these terms have questionable meanings. Liberals praise themselves for taking us out of the depression of the hungry 30s, forgetting that they also took us into it. Conservatives offer the extravagance of Mr. Drew, hoping these will be effective in gaining votes, as were the antics of Mr. Bennett at the turn of the 30s. CCF members offer all the good things that are alleged to have come from Britain under the Labour government, but are awkward in their comments on the continued austerity suffered by British workers. Communists rail against the imperialism of the Western world, but pretend that Russian imperialism is wholesome and attractive. Politics has been described as a dirty game, says the SPC leaflet, and it must be difficult for the observer to watch the conflicts of the various candidates without feeling sick at the wretchedness of what he sees. But it continues. Politics is not to be condemned because it is associated with so much that is foul, for the rottenness of capitalism is bound to permeate its politics. As always, the Socialist Party of Canada proposed in the 1949 election that the only alternative to capitalism is the establishment of a system of society based on common ownership and democratic control of the means of producing and distributing wealth by and in the interests of society as a whole. Unlike the CCF and the Communists, the SPC continued to oppose the advocacy of reforms. The Impossibilist light continued to flicker. Interestingly, There was something of a flash at the 1950 convention of the Co-operative Commonwealth Federation, held in Vancouver. A Mrs. Eve Smith, who apparently sympathized with the SPC, but was accused of being both a Stalinist and a Trotskyist at the same time, had purchased 30 copies of Is Labour Government the Way to Socialism, published by the Socialist Party of Great Britain in 1946. Responsible for the literature table, she prominently displayed the SPGB pamphlets together with various works by Marx and Engels. In what some claimed was a staged provocation, Donald MacDonald, the Ontario CCF leader, and David Lewis, the party's national secretary, confronted Eve Smith and instructed her to remove the offending literature. She refused to do so. MacDonald then announced to the convention that she was selling copies of Is Labour Government the Way to Socialism, a criticism of our ally, the British Labour government. He demanded that the convention ban the pamphlet. According to the Vancouver News Herald, the convention was thrown into uproar. Eve Smith attempted to explain to the delegates, but some of them shouted her down, whilst others insisted that she be heard. They too were shouted down. One delegate from Calgary said that he was sick of a small group from British Columbia introducing Stalinist and Trotskyist tactics and obstructing the convention. At that point, Harold Winch, son of Ernest Winch, who was also a delegate but did not speak, demanded a retraction from the Calgary delegate, saying, "We are all socialists in British Columbia, and we are all sincere." There was no retraction, order was finally restored, and Eve Smith was forced to remove the SPGB pamphlets. Some time after she and a number of former CCF members joined the Socialist Party. By the beginning of 1950, however, the Vancouver local of the Socialist Party of Canada had dissolved for lack of support. It was not a good omen. In 1950, war began between North and South Korea along the 38th parallel. Following United States and United Nations intervention, the Canadian government sent troops to fight on behalf of America and the UN. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation largely supported the Canadian government, whilst, inevitably, the Communists of the Labour Progressive Party supported North Korea and the People's Republic of China. As in all previous conflicts, the Socialist Party of Canada opposed both sides. The war lasted for 5 years. In 1951, John Aarons and a number of other socialists in Vancouver organised a social science forum with the object of reforming the Vancouver local of the SPC. Following a series of encouraging meetings, averaging 25 to 35 persons, a new local was formed in 1952, which continued until 1957. At the provincial general election held in June 1952, the Vancouver local nominated Harold Holtby as its candidate in the constituency of Vancouver Centre. Holtby received 276 votes, 1.26%. The CCF candidate was elected, but once again, controversy developed among the members of the SPC in Vancouver. According to John Aarons, who always seemed to be at the centre of any controversies for decades, a key dissident member, R. Walker, wanted to form an independent local for, among other activities, the publication of literature. Walker, according to Aarons, was also an advocate of violent revolution. In 1955, Aarons and another member, William Roddy, resigned from the local over Walker's policies, and, as previously, the Vancouver local dissolved in 1957, whilst the Dominion executive in Winnipeg decided to take no action. Not only that, but all was not well with the Socialist Party of Canada nationally. According to Ronald Elbert, in his University of Massachusetts thesis, the paper War, Conflict and Democracy in the Socialist Party of Canada 1960-70, by the end of the 1950s, the SPC found itself stagnating and unable to grow. Towards the latter part of the decade, Winnipeg was the only place in the entire country which still had a regular and properly constituted local. And even here, its dwindled. By 1958, the party could no longer afford to rent a meeting place for either the local or for the Dominion Executive Committee meetings, which had to be held in the home of a committee member, Anne Cherkis. By 1960, the Winnipeg local was largely moribund, its main effort concentrated in administering the Dominion Executive Committee, which comprised Winnipeg local members only. During this period, indoor and outdoor meetings were only held for visiting members of the companion parties in Britain and the United States. In Vancouver, as already noted, locals came and went with sickening regularity. The situation was much the same, but less dramatic, in Victoria. As Elbert notes, party numbers had dropped significantly. Older members had died, while others simply dropped out or emigrated south, some joining the US Party. One such active socialist and former member of the SPC was William S. Bill Hewitson, who moved to Santa Maria, California, where he continued propagating SPC WSP ideas through his regular newsletter, Musings. Another was William Z. Miller, who moved to Los Angeles and whose father allegedly knew Karl Marx. Until the end of the decade, there was little noticeable activity in other areas of Canada. Nevertheless, it was not all doom and gloom. On 27th of August 1959, Roy DeVore, an active member of the SPC, gave a talk over the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation network of Western Canadian radio stations on the subject of Socialist Party pioneers. He commenced by saying that surviving political observers of 50 or more years ago might tell you of an unusual group of men who were prominent adherents of a third Canadian political party, the Socialist Party, of whom most were now dead. Compared with politicians of today, said DeVore, these socialist pioneer organizers were more than unorthodox. They were almost a race apart. They were dyed-in-the-wool internationalists. They served without pay, relying upon literature sales and passing the hat around. And since their appeal was directed almost entirely to wage workers and pioneer farmers, they amassed little wealth. Some of them travelled on foot, visiting the mining, lumbering and railway construction camps of British Columbia. Even more noteworthy than their perseverance was their indifference to personal advancement. Some years previously, Roy DeVore asked the then clerk of the Executive Council for Alberta if he remembered Charles M. O'Brien, MLA. "Do I?" was his prompt reply. Who doesn't? He was the most singular person to sit in the House. O'Brien was an Ontario Irishman, squat, balding, heavy of build, and with a protruding chin, was the type of person one turned to look at a second time. When he entered Alberta's legislature chamber on that memorable day in 1919, continued DeVore, and saw his seat ranged with those of His Majesty's opposition, O'Brien said, "Mr. Speaker, up to now I have always picked my own company. Since I am to be the only opposition here, I would like, please, to have my seat placed at an equal distance between these groups." His wish was granted. The only socialist member of the Alberta legislature was seated near the Speaker's left hand, and where it was difficult for any other member addressing Mr. Speaker not to address O'Brien. Another crusader, Charles Lestor, continued DeVore, was equally active in Western Canada. Indeed, it might be said that Lestor spoke to more open-air audiences than anyone. There is a busy intersection in downtown Vancouver still referred to as Lestor's Corner, and it is doubtful if there was a city or sizable town here or in Alaska whose central square had not echoed to Lestor's voice. Born in London, England, and a blacksmith by trade, he was a rugged man with a great sonorous voice and a mop of steel grey hair. Leicester never sought public office. The Regina Morning Leader in 1911 says that Charles Leicester was born in Bradford, Yorkshire, England in 1876. Roy Devore, in his radio broadcast, then mentioned Alfred Budden, formerly a wheat farmer in Saskatchewan, who burnt his unsaleable wheat and took to the road as a socialist propagandist. He became one of North America's leading exponents of Marxian socialism. He stayed with the road until almost alone. Although not mentioned by Devore, Alf Budden wrote the well-known SPC pamphlet Slave of the Farm. Far different from Budden was Wilfred Gribble, an ex-sailor in the British Navy. He was a short, stocky man with a pointed beard. He was a good and popular street corner speaker and, like Leicester, spoke on many corners in Western Canada. He also wrote poetry in his spare time, commented Devore. Not mentioned by Devore, however, Wilf Gribble was a foundation member and the first organizer of the Socialist Party, later World Socialist Party of the United States in 1916. D.G. Mackenzie was the very antithesis of Gribble, a tall, thin, stooped, shy and delicate man. He was born into a military family in India. He never spoke on a public platform. But as editor of the Western Clarion, he was a tower of strength to his party. He was the Socialist Party's only paid official, $50 a month. At the party conference in 1911, it was proposed that his salary be increased to $100. Indeed, Mackenzie received several offers from a number of wealthy journals to join their staffs, but he rejected them all, continuing to work for the Socialist Party of Canada. Eugene T. Kingsley, founder of the Western Clarion, was a big man, a 250-pounder, with a rugged physique, and his large bald head made him look bigger and more formidable. His indomitable will kept him going despite the fact that he had lost both feet, other accounts say he lost both legs, in a railway accident in California. Despite this, he travelled far and wide debating and speaking on behalf of the Socialist Party. According to Devore, Henry M. Fitzgerald was the orator par excellence, a platform general with possibly no equal in all Canada. He was a slight, wiry man with wavy auburn hair. Bill Pritchard said he was red-headed and weak eyes covered by heavy spectacles, but with a voice that rang like a church bell. Fitzgerald would take on all comers, anywhere at any hour. All who heard him attested to his unforgettable platform figure, swaying in rhythmic motion to the rich, resonant voice. When he spoke in Vancouver's Empress Theatre, with a seating capacity of more than 1,800, there was never a vacant seat, and many stood along the aisles. There were, of course, many others less prominent or well-known, not mentioned by Devore. They were an exceptional company, he concluded. And they included Devore himself, who died in 1970. A brief revival. The Edmonton local of the 1930s was little more than a memory by 1960. Toronto had never been a Socialist Party stronghold, but surprisingly, it was to herald something of a revival by the beginning of 1960. In 1957, Sid and Gladys Catt emigrated to Canada from Britain and took up residence in Toronto. Both had been active in the Socialist Party of Great Britain. Sid Catt had joined the Palmer's Green branch at the beginning of the Second World War. He had organised canvassing in Ealing and was a regular and persuasive speaker at Jolly Butcher's Hill in Wood Green. Sid had also served on the SPGB Executive Committee for a period. He was a committed and experienced socialist. Gladys Catt told this writer that she did not consider outdoor public speaking to be her forte, yet she, too, would come to address audiences for the Socialist Party of Canada. Within a short time, Gladys and Sid Catt began activities. Traditionally, no public, outdoor or street corner meetings had been held in Toronto, and the police could move or arrest any group of people who exceeded 3 in number. After badgering City Hall for some considerable time, it finally agreed to institute permits for holding outdoor political or other meetings. But these permits had to be obtained for each separate meeting. Gladys and Sid Catt, and a few sympathetic supporters, decided to hold outdoor meetings each Sunday in Allen Gardens in downtown Toronto. They had to make applications weekly, and over a number of years, many successful meetings were held in Allen Gardens, selling socialist literature. Steve Shannon, a local socialist, remembers when on one occasion when Sid Catt was speaking, he was surrounded by a crowd of homeless men from the shelter for the homeless across the road. The crowd began shouting abuse at him for daring to tell them that they could solve their problems by establishing socialism. The longer he spoke, the angrier they became until they surrounded the podium. Shannon was convinced that they would not have harmed him. It was, says Shannon, like a scene from Tressel's The Ragged-Trousered Philanthropists, adding that many of those homeless men probably froze to death sleeping outside in the following winter. At that moment, a cop on horseback broke up the melee and chased them off. Another regular Socialist Party speaker in Toronto, who also spoke in Allen Gardens, was Ronald Yurkowski, a worker on the production line at the Dunlop Rubber Company. By 1965, a Toronto local had been formed with about 10 members and a number of sympathizers and potential members. Among the activists who built up the local was a young and, according to some, flamboyant antiques dealer, Harcourt Sims, who became the local's organizer. By 1966, the Toronto local had between 17 and 20 active members, according to Gladys Catt. It was, she said, a really active local. She was, however, less than enthusiastic regarding the Winnipeg local, commenting that the local consisted of several male members whose wives were also members, but who were indoctrinated with the God idea, somewhat incongruous, but all the circumstances regarding the Winnipeg local were unusual. She recalled that at one meeting in Toronto, a North American Indian who had listened attentively to the SPC speaker defining socialism exclaimed with great delight, "Why, that was what we had before the Europeans came here." According to Lewis H. Morgan, in his Ancient Society, first published in 1877, communism in living seems to have originated in the necessities of the consanguine family, to have continued in the Punaleuan, and to have been transmitted to the Syndiasmian among American Aborigines, with whom it remained a practice down to the epoch of their discovery. There was no such revival in Edmonton, but by 1960 there were reports of increasing activity in Montreal, although no official local was chartered there until 1967. Nevertheless, there was a solid core of members, which included Trevor Goodyer Hill, who had been a farmer, Maurice Spira, an artist, Gary Elias, Marie Kaler, and Harry Massey, who was a retired carpenter and an ex-member of the original Socialist Party of Canada. Massey had been an active participant in the Winnipeg General Strike of 1919. Montreal, however, was a hard city to organize from the socialist viewpoint. In 1960, the recently reformed Victoria Local, seeing the possibilities of outdoor propaganda, began a long campaign, spearheaded by Chris Luff, the party's secretary-treasurer, to establish a regular station at Beacon Hill Park. The city police and parks departments opposed the idea, predicting problems, but after some debate, a majority of the city council supported it. Beginning in October, the first SPC speaker was Chris Luff, followed by Don Poirier. There is a photograph of him speaking, in the rain, on the SPC platform. According to the Socialist Fulcrum, Volume 14, No 3 Fort, his speech went on coast-to-coast TV, and his photo was included in a one-page photo spread in the National Weekend magazine. His photo, showing him standing on the Socialist Party of Canada platform, is reproduced in that issue of Socialist Fulcrum. Weekend states, Victoria's Soapbox Forum was started by the Socialist Party of Canada, a far-left Marxist group which denounces Russia as capitalist. They nagged the reluctant city fathers for permission to set up the Speaker's Corner in the park, and won it when merchants lent extra weight to their pleas on the grounds that a Victoria version of Hyde Park Corner would be a tourist attraction. George Jenkins, who joined the SPC in 1948, was the party's most active speaker in the Victoria area, and according to Ron Elbert, he was well read, clever in argument, and in debates would crush his opponents verbally with logic, and they would walk away defeated. He also edited the local's journal, The Fulcrum, in 1975, rechristened Socialist Fulcrum, and adopted as the party's official publication. In 1961, there was a federal by-election at Esquimalt Saanich, British Columbia, in which the media nationally became interested. The Socialist Party decided to contest the seat and nominated Don Poirier as its candidate. Following the campaign and result, the Victoria Local issued a report. While the number of votes for socialism were few, while the socialist case, or some of its principles and the party name, were spread across the country in some daily papers and on 2 national TV programs, which also took in the territory comprising the northwestern Pacific states of the USA as well as western British Columbia. One of these programs included close-ups of the front cover of the Western Socialist. The name of the party was also used on the national TV news of the election results. Press reports of most of the locals' 8 by-election meetings were published in the 2 Victoria daily newspapers, including a mention in the editorial of one of them. Don Poirier spoke and contributed to discussions on a number of local radio stations. He also appeared, together with the other candidates, on 2 half-hour TV programs. The SPC's views on trade unions were solicited by one union, and the party's views on nuclear weapons by the national chairman of the Canadian Peace Movement. Almost 10,000 election leaflets were distributed at meetings and from door to door. In 1963, the local nominated George Jenkins as its candidate for Esquimalt Saanich in the British Columbia provincial election. This was a much lower key effort by the local, and Jenkins only received 75 votes. Likewise, at a 1967 provincial election in British Columbia, the SPC nominated Larry Tickner as its candidate in Oak Bay. He polled 54 votes. The SPC was, at the time, tearing itself apart. The Victoria Local had about 12 members and about 40 sympathisers, most of whom are as good as members, according to Elbert. Between 1960 and 1965, members of the Socialist Party in Vancouver organised a number of well-attended meetings. A new local, the 4th since 1933, was formed in 1960 by Roy Watkins, John Aarons, Tom Bitting, Bill Cannon, Ralph Brown, Ross Maley, Don Poirier and others. Poirier, who had joined the SPC after serving in the Royal Canadian Navy, was only 22 in 1960. He became one of the party's most dynamic speakers, and in 1962 was appointed SPC National Organizer as well as Joint Organizer of the SP and the WSP US. He was, writes Ronald Elbert, able to draw hundreds of people to his outdoor meetings. At this period, the Vancouver Local established a speaker's corner in Stanley Park, where Sunday evening meetings drew crowds of between 50 and 100. Don Poirier and George Jenkins, who came over from Victoria, were the main speakers. Aarons occasionally spoke and also represented the party on radio chat shows and with letters to the local papers. Aarons, however, complained of large numbers of individuals around Vancouver who wanted socialism, but do nothing to bring it about. Nevertheless, the local always had a large Socialist Party of Canada banner and literature stand well displayed at its meetings. Meanwhile, in Winnipeg, as already noted, there was little or no socialist activity. Chapter 9. Collective Death Wish. The party Self-Destructs Ronald Elbert, in his The Paper War, Conflict, and Democracy in the Socialist Party of Canada, 1960-70, discusses the organizational structure of the SPC in considerable detail. The introductory section of this present chapter follows his account in somewhat less detail. The rest of the chapter, however, is based almost entirely on official Socialist Party documents and correspondence between members of the party and the Dominion Executive Committee, as well as correspondence with officials of companion parties in Britain and the United States. The Socialist Party of Canada attempted to enforce a stricter observance of democracy, at least in theory, than is generally found in left-wing parties. The Dominion Executive Committee merely took instructions from the membership in the form of referenda, which any sufficient number of party members, individually or through a local, could propose. Prior to 1965, the party constitution required the DEC to have 7 members with 2 substitutes, elected annually by the membership of the Winnipeg local and subject to approval by the membership nationally. In practice, the membership of the DEC remained very much the same for decades. Moreover, it was very much a family affair during the period of the internal conflicts in the 1960s, with the husband and wife team of Jim and Greta Milner, and the brother and sister team of Anne and John Cherkis dominating. Anne Cherkis, who joined the SPC in 1958, following the increasing blindness of John Cherkis, became both General Secretary as well as Treasurer, although John remained a member of the DEC as well as a member of the editorial committee of the Western Socialist. The Western Socialist had in fact 2 editorial committees, one in Winnipeg and the other in Boston in the USA, where the journal was actually printed and distributed. This arrangement was to cause friction between the SPC and the WSP-US. Milne was also a member of the Winnipeg Editorial Committee, as well as recording secretary of the Dominion Executive Committee of the SPC. Previously, he had been a contributor to the Western Socialist and had written the short, unpublished, but authoritative History of the Socialist Party of Canada. He was, like quite a number of Socialist Party members in Winnipeg, a railway worker, specifically a locomotive engineer. Also long-time members of the DEC were Bill Jenkins, who had been General Secretary of the party, and Alex Shepard. The latter was born in Britain in 1897 and had been a socialist and trade union activist since about the middle of the First World War. In 1960, he owned a small tool and die shop. By 1965, the Winnipeg local was the Dominion Executive Committee, and the Dominion Executive Committee was the Winnipeg local. It was down to 10 members, and their average age was around 65. Surprising as it may seem, the Socialist Party of Canada had never held a national convention or conference before 1968. Communication between the DEC and members elsewhere in the country was by post, with the occasional telephone conversation and the even more occasional visit by a member from both the west and east of Canada. This was mainly due to the fact that the majority of the party's members could not afford the long journeys necessary. Thus, annual or even occasional conventions had hitherto been ruled out as impractical. This was a severe handicap in solving the party's problems. Furthermore, the SPC's constitution had not been revised since June 1941. Members at large, members of the Socialist Party of Canada, were, where it was possible, expected to join and remain members of a local in the area where they lived. If there was no functioning local, which had to have a minimum of 5 members, then such members were accepted as members at large. If there was more than one local in a city, such as Vancouver, for example, where at one time the SPC had more than one local, the members were expected to be members of the local nearest to where they lived. Members at large were inevitably considered to be on the fringes of the party. But there was nothing in the constitution or rules of the Socialist Party stating that a member had to be a member of his or her local. Members of the party living in, for example, Vancouver, could remain members at large even when there was a properly constituted local in the city. It was all very vague. And by the early 1960s, this vagueness, combined with personality conflicts, particularly but not entirely in Vancouver, would be the main issue responsible for the SPC largely self-destructing. It should be noted that the Socialist Party of Canada's companion party in Britain, the SPGB, was just as anarchic in this matter. For example, during the period 1950 to 60, the SPGB had more than 20 branches in the Greater London area. Most members joined their local branch, and if they moved to another area, would transfer to their nearest branch. But there was nothing to stop a member joining or remaining in a branch many miles distant, despite the existence of a local one. Indeed, a number of members, including a few long-standing and prominent ones, belonged to branches simply because they preferred the company of the members in that branch. Inevitably, such laxness in the organization led to the forming of cliques. The SPGB also had what it called the Central Branch, which was not really a proper branch at all, but merely a postal section, primarily for members who did not live near a functioning branch. The British Party, as in Canada, also permitted members to belong to the Central Branch, that is, to be members at large, even if there was a branch in their locality. Prior to the reformation of the Vancouver local of the Socialist Party in 1960, Roy Watkins, who had joined the party in 1945, probably with the agreement of John Ahrens, wrote to the World Socialist Party of the United States, applying for membership at large of the American Party, with a view to forming a local of a new party to be called the World Socialist Party of Canada, WSPC. Instead, previously, Bill Roddy had proposed that the SPC and the WSP should amalgamate as one united North American Socialist Party. This had come to nothing. The WSP US was not in favour of either Roddy's proposal or Watkins' request to be a member at large. Also, at the centre of what was to be the membership at large controversy was James Brownrigg, who was intensely hostile towards John Ahrens. Brownrigg was born in Canada about 1900. He had joined the Vancouver local in 1934, but had been repeatedly involved in clashes with other members in Vancouver. For much of his working life, Brownrigg had been an accountant or bookkeeper in the shipyards and docks in Vancouver, and between 1942 and 1947 in Seattle, where he had been a member of the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States. When the new local of the SPC was formed in Vancouver in 1960, Brownrigg refused to become a member, and in 1961 he was permitted to be a member at large in the Vancouver area. Conflict in Vancouver became inevitable, even without yet another dispute involving another member, Bill Cannon. The Cannon controversy, unlike most political parties, becoming a member of the Socialist Party of Canada was not easy. No one could just join. Ostensibly, all applicants accepted for membership had to be socialists before joining the party. They were expected to know the party case. That some applicants knew more than others was inevitable. Nevertheless, the SPC insisted on a minimum of knowledge, and an applicant had to answer a number of questions before becoming a member. The foreword of the application for membership form reads as follows: "The test of admission to the Socialist Party of Canada must be neither more nor less than the acceptance of the essential working principles and policies of socialism as a class movement." To demand more is to degenerate into a sect. To require less is to invite anarchy and embark on the slippery incline of reformism and compromise. These principles and policies are outlined in the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Party of Canada. They can be easily understood by the average worker, and they comprise the irreducible minimum of the principles and policies of socialism, narrow enough to exclude all who are not socialist, yet broad enough to embrace everyone who is. They form, in consequence, a reasonable and sufficient test. The form continues, I, the undersigned, having read the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Party of Canada, fully endorse those principles and hereby apply for membership, followed by the signature, address, and date. But that was not all. There followed 5 specific questions to be answered to the satisfaction of the SPC before the applicant was finally accepted. He or she was asked if they were or had been a member of any other political party, and if so, the applicant's present attitude to such party. Applicants were asked if they agreed that the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation was actually a capitalist political party working for adjustments to the capitalist system of society. Likewise, they were asked to agree that the Labour Progressive Party, i.e. the Communist Party, was also a capitalist party working for the interests of Russian capitalism. They were asked if any permanent material benefit can come to the workers except by the abolition of capitalism, and that the Socialist Party cannot advocate reforms or immediate demands. And lastly, did the applicant agree that a member of the Socialist Party of Canada cannot, either directly or indirectly, support any candidates of parties other than those sponsored by the SPC? Having answered all the above questions and stating that he or she accepted the Declaration of Principles, the applicant was generally accepted as a member. There were, of course, differences among existing members as to whether an applicant should have a greater understanding of capitalism and socialism before being accepted. Brownrigg, for example, argued that all applicants must attend Marxist economics classes. And, in the past, some had argued that all applicants should first be conversant with at least the first volume of Marx's Capital. Ahrens, on the other hand, felt that the party would not and could not grow if it was too strict. In 1957, Bill Cannon was accepted as a member of the Socialist Party of Canada. He was 30 years of age when he joined and had emigrated from Britain. But were Cannon's views on capitalism sound? Was he really a socialist? Bill Cannon had previously been an active member of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. In 1960, he became recording secretary of the reformed Vancouver local of the SPC. By October 1962, however, he resigned from the local and requested the Dominion Executive Committee for membership at large status within the party. This was granted, although Cannon did not reply to the letter sent to him by Jim Milne, the recording secretary of the SPC, on 18th of October 1962. In June 1964, Don Poirier, the Socialist Party organizer, writing from Vancouver to the DEC, asked it if Cannon was still a member, as he was speaking under the auspices of the SPC. If he was not, this should be made public. On the other hand, if he was, then Poirier strongly questioned Cannon's socialist understanding. Later in the month, Milne replied on behalf of the DEC, saying that, as far as he knew, Cannon was a member of the Socialist Party. He also said that the constitution of the party allowed members of the SPC. We consider that membership at large, as such, cannot be harmful to the party or any of its locals. However, this is a constitutional question, and the Vancouver members, feeling as they do in the matter, ought to have submitted an amendment to the Constitution. In a further letter to the Vancouver local, Milner said that the DEC was deeply concerned by the report of the resignation from the local of two of its members, Bitting and Woolcock, and the suspension and subsequent expulsion from the party of Bill Cannon. On 6th of August 1964, Roy Watkins, recording secretary of the Vancouver local, replied that it had expelled Cannon because he, 1. did not think it necessary to organize politically for socialism, 2. advocated violence, he thought that capitalists should be shot through the back of the head, 3. states that Fidel Castro is not a dictator and there is no capitalist class in Cuba, 4. advocates capital punishment, censorship and anti-hate legislation, 5. chaired a meeting of an embryo political party, the New Labour Party, as a member of the Socialist Party of Canada, and took part in the discussion. Watkins noted that the opinions of Cannon had drifted towards a reformist position. He added that Cannon had made no attempt to contact the local when informed of his suspension, and was therefore guilty in the eyes of the local of the aforementioned charges. The Dominion Executive Committee, however, overrode the Vancouver local and wrote to Bill Cannon requesting a statement from him regarding the charges made against him by the Vancouver local. At its meeting of 28 September, the DEC passed the following resolution. The DEC agreed that since the trial and expulsion of Cannon occurred under circumstances that ignored the provisions of Rule 5 of the party constitution, the expulsion cannot be approved by this committee. Cannon's continued membership in the Vancouver local is therefore recognized by the DEC. The DEC had, in fact, previously agreed that Cannon could be a member at large. Milner added that it is hoped that some way will be found by the Vancouver members of healing their wounds. Some hope. On the 17th of January 1965, the DEC decided that due to the strained relationships presently prevailing in Vancouver, Cannon was officially a member at large. In Toronto, the local passed a resolution condemning Cannon for allegedly advocating violence, to which he replied to Milner saying that he was completely baffled, as apparently the members in Toronto must be better informed of my alleged activities than I am. At around the time, Cannon and another member, Dennis Gregg, wanted to organize a local garbage workers' strike and hopefully make some of them members of the Socialist Party. Another bone of contention was the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association, formed in December 1962. The association stated that it is an association of citizens who affirm a belief in those liberties defined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was an organization highlighting police abuse, attacks on unpopular groups, and those in need of civil rights. It carried on propaganda designed to promote the preservation of individual freedom. And it had a panel of lawyers at its disposal who volunteered to give aid in meritorious cases. A number of members, including Bill Cannon and Tom Bitting, argued that the Civil Liberties Association was an anti-socialist, reformist pressure group to which SPC members should not be associated. It transpired that John Ahrens, who was one of the most vehement opponents of Cannon, was a member of the association. And in a letter to the Vancouver local in May 1964, Bitting demanded that Ahrens be expelled from the party as membership conflicted with Section 7 of the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Party of Canada. According to the minutes of the Vancouver local for 28 May 1964, Ahrens defended himself, saying that he had joined the Civil Liberties Association only because it was concerned with the censorship of books. It was an economic interest, one of self-preservation due to the fact that he was a bookseller. This was a personal matter, and did not involve the party in any way. It emerged, however, that Ahrens was not the only member of the SPC in Vancouver who was also a member of the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association. Indeed, there were at least 3 more members of the party in the city who were also members of the association. Was this the slippery slope of reformism of which John Aarons and other members had, in fact, accused Bill Cannon? At the meeting in which Cannon had been accused of saying that he hated the capitalists and that they should be shot behind the ear, Bitting further accused Aarons of stating that he didn't hate the capitalists as they were equally products and victims of the system, adding, "We have more reason to hate the lackey element in the working class." Cannon and Bitting claimed that because of this attitude, Aarons was anti-socialist. He was, they said, preaching brotherly love and class collaboration. In a letter to the D.C., dated 14 August 1965, Bitting commented, among other matters, "I have listened to our speakers both in Vancouver and Victoria speak in parks. By no stretch of the imagination could you say they represented an organization that was organized to introduce socialism, but one that was organized to abolish religion. A question for the D.C. Is it permissible for a person who believes in a supreme being to be a member of the party? It is my opinion that religion, like the state, will fade away once we get rid of the present social relationships of capitalism." On the 17th August, Milner replied on behalf of the D.C. at some length. "You ask the question, is it possible for a person who believes in a supreme being to be a member of the party? I believe the WSP, this attitude, so far as I know, has never been taken by the SPC. The members in Canada have different views on the subject, which I suppose accounts for the lack of a single-party attitude. I would make a similar allowance for religious hangovers. Wrong ideas, including religious ones, become dissipated through continued association with our ideas, and where this does not happen, the question to decide, as I see it, is whether and to what extent such ideas cause activities that are harmful to the party's purpose. The party is not hurt necessarily by the fact that some members continue to nurse wrong ideas." Bitting replied, saying that it was bad policy to concentrate on attacking religion. It was not conducive to prosecuting the class struggle and should be stopped, as it presupposes that religious people cannot be class conscious. In his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, Milner has a section on religion in which he states that it had been a controversial subject in the SPC. Up to around 1912, with some members supporting religion, some opposing and others arguing that the party should be neutral. But Milner did not seem to be aware, either in his history or in his letter to Bitting, that in 1915 the Socialist Party of Canada had officially adopted the Socialist Party of Great Britain's statement, Socialism and Religion, first published as a pamphlet in 1910, as the SPC's own policy on the subject. Religious workers are not admitted to membership of the SPGB. Meanwhile, Bill Cannon ignored all the charges that the Vancouver local had made against him. On 17th of October 1965, Ann Cherkis, the party's general secretary, wrote to Roy Watkins, secretary of the Vancouver local, "Effective at once. The Vancouver local is expelled from the party. Tantrums and turmoil. By the end of 1962, the Vancouver local was down to 3 active members, and by July had only 2 functioning members, Aarons and Roy Watkins. Brownrigg and Cannon claimed that the local was a sham, and that constitutionally it was not a legal local of the Socialist Party of Canada. Brownrigg, Cannon, Tom Bitting, Ed Watson, and a number of other members and ex-members in Vancouver refused to recognize it. In December 1962, Watkins, as the recording secretary, wrote to the Dominion Executive Committee requesting clarification of the Vancouver local's status. On 22nd January 1963, Milner replied on behalf of the D.C., stating that it had discussed the situation in Vancouver. Members of the DEC noted that the local had, at no time, paid per capita tax, i.e. subscriptions to the party, and had ignored correspondence requesting same, had maintained practically no contact with the DC, and took no apparent interest in party activities. Indeed, in general, its conduct had been more that of an independent organization than that of a party local. And with a membership of only 2, it could not constitutionally be regarded as a local. George Jenkins, the West Coast organizer of the SPC based in Victoria, wrote saying that he was in favor of recognizing the present functioning nucleus. Milner requested that Aarons and Watkins offer their comments and trusted that we may hear from you. Roy Watkins replied to the DC on 15th of March, stating that it had been Bill Cannon's fault that the money had not been sent, as he had been responsible but was at that time in self-imposed exile from the local. Watkins claimed that he and Aarons considered themselves to be a constitutionally recognised local of the Socialist Party of Canada, as it had been formed, according to the Constitution, with the required 5 members, and he added, "There is no provision in the Constitution that states by word or implication that if the membership drops below that figure, that a local becomes automatically unconstitutional." The local had 2 members and could not be dissolved except by a voluntary act of the existing members or by a party referendum, he argued. And anyway, they had an application for membership by Ross Maley, and they hoped Don Poirier, who was now in Vancouver, could be persuaded to join the fold. The members at large who were not members of the Vancouver local were, he claimed, violating the party's Declaration of Principles. In April, Milne replied to Watkins, agreeing that the constitution of the party did not provide for the automatic dissolution of a local if its membership fell below 5 members, but, he said, the DEC has the power to rule on its status and to declare it dissolved if necessary. He added, "According to your interpretation, a local could be reduced to just 1 person who could constitutionally regard himself as a local." In June, Poirier wrote to Milne saying that the DEC will have to recognize the absurdity of allowing disguised anarchists to disrupt and disorganize the organized efforts of the Socialist Party of Canada. The same month, the Vancouver local informed the DEC that it now had 7 members, of whom 5 were active. In a letter to Milne, dated 10 September 1964, Watkins wrote that Bitting, Cannon and Woodcock had definite weaknesses in socialist understanding, both in theory and practice. And if they were to be given the freedom to run amok, virtually as individual socialist locals in orbit, it could result in a dangerous level of anti-socialist fallout that could raise. In December, Bitting offered to visit members of the DEC in Winnipeg if they thought that anything could be gained. Bitting offered to visit members of the DEC in Winnipeg if they thought that anything could be gained from a visit. Milner replied to Bitting on the 2nd January 1965, confirming his membership at large, but did not take him up on his suggestion of visiting Winnipeg. On 11th of February, Milner wrote to Don Poirier, in which he said that everyone in Winnipeg had been deeply disturbed by the trends of recent months, and it was becoming difficult to avoid the thought that a break between Vancouver local and the DEC was inevitable. Later in the month, Bitting wrote again to Milner, in which he stated that he had attended a business meeting of the Vancouver local, at which he had been informed that he would not be allowed to speak at any of the local's meetings. Prior to the commencement of the meeting, Bitting was accused of saying, "I only joined the local to break it up," which he denied. In March, Jim Brownrigg wrote to Milne saying that, as the original member-at-large in Vancouver, he had neither supported or opposed the local, but had been attacked for not joining it. Also, in March 1965, the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada published a detailed 4-page review of the Vancouver local DE-SEG dispute, which was divided into 4 sections: membership at large, expulsion of W. Cannon, party referendum, and statement of policy. The review noted that the Vancouver local had consistently objected to membership at large being permitted where there was a local of the party as being harmful to the local. But the DEC, in its review, argued that instead of criticising members at large, the question should be settled by a referendum. On the 2nd of July 1964, Vancouver local, with only 3 persons present, unanimously expelled Cannon from the SPC. The expulsion was overruled by the DEC, who informed the Vancouver local that in view of the bitter feeling prevailing among the members in Vancouver, the DEC is not prepared to approve charges at this time against any such members except through the DEC. Following a list of specific charges later provided by the Vancouver local at the request of the DEC, it stated that it did not believe that disciplinary action in any of the instances noted was desirable. The DEC review continued. Vancouver local rejected the DEC attitudes expressed above, and, although having denied the essential right of a member to a proper consideration of the charges against him, demanded recognition of its own right to place the member on trial with itself as the sole arbiter, and then made several attempts to have Comrade Cannon attend a local meeting to hear and defend himself against the local's list of charges. The review added that it is depressing to note that a healthier attitude may be found among representatives of the ruling class, whose courts will usually concede that a trial conducted irregularly must be set aside and a new trial held in another court. In fact, the Vancouver local, at its meeting of 28 January 1965, held another trial in which, in Cannon's absence, it judged him guilty again on all counts. The Dominion Executive Committee in its review detailed its criticisms of Vancouver local's attitude to the party referendum on proposed changes to its constitution, which will be discussed at length in the following section of this chapter. Suffice it to say that the DEC was particularly scathing in its response to the local. Concluding in its statement on policy, it affirmed that party rules and practices must be adhered to by all members and locals, and that where a difference in viewpoint occurs between a local and the DEC on any matter not specifically covered by the party's constitution, the DEC viewpoint must be accepted until such time as a different viewpoint is decided upon by a majority of the membership. The Vancouver local, during the period under review, that is between 1962 and the beginning of 1965, had disregarded the party's rules 8 times, most of these still being persisted in, it said. Further, the Vancouver local has sought to defend its actions in ways often employed by the Communist Party and always rejected by socialists. Democracy, it would seem, was only accepted by at least some members of the Socialist Party of Canada when it suited them. On Vancouver Island, the Victoria local, in response to the activities of the Vancouver local, expressed its support of the DAC regarding the party's policy on members generally. Jim Brownrigg reported to Jim Milne that the Vancouver local had recently recruited Mrs. Aarons, Don Poirier's brother, Roy, and 2 of his girl cousins to the local, and he asked, "Is this nepotism in miniature?" Watkins accepted that the local had recruited 3 new members in the past 2 months, and that they had never previously belonged to any political party. Meanwhile, in Montreal and Toronto in the east of the country, the members of the Socialist Party appeared to be thoroughly confused by the whole affair. Referendum on the Constitution. In May 1963, the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada proposed a number of amendments to the constitution of the party. It set a deadline for receiving further or different amendments by the end of the year. Then, in late January 1964, the DEC extended the final deadline to March of that year. Toronto Local proposed further consideration to amendments to be postponed because of the status of the Vancouver Local. This, however, was not the end of the matter. Furthermore, the Constitution was both complex and, yet in important matters, quite vague. The Constitution of the Socialist Party of Canada was prefaced by the object and declaration of principles, followed by a somewhat wordy paragraph stating that they were simple enough to make them understandable to all who are interested in socialism, and inviting those in agreement to join the party and aid in advancing its work. The Dominion Executive Committee proposed that the preamble be deleted. The object and declaration of principles were to remain, followed by a number of rules, some of which the DEC proposed should be simplified or amended. As previously noted, all applicants had to fill in and sign an application form and pledge supplied by the DEC. The form had to be lodged with the secretary of the local and brought before the local's next business meeting, to which the applicant would be invited. A majority was necessary in deciding whether the applicant would be admitted to membership of the party. If any member or members objected, a 2/3 vote of all present would be required, subject to ratification by the DEC. Any application rejected by the local would have to be forwarded to the DEC, together with the reasons for the rejection. The DEC suggested a few minor alterations in the wording of rule, together with 2 additional clauses, the first being the more controversial. Where an application for membership is made directly to the DEC, the applicant shall be required to fill out and sign an application for membership form and a questionnaire containing questions designed to assist the DEC in determining the applicant's suitability for membership. Such applicants shall become members at large. The questionnaire may be altered by party conference or general vote of the membership. Indeed, although the DEC did not regard it necessary to alter or add to the questionnaire in general, the names of the 2 political parties mentioned in it had to be altered. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation had become the New Democratic Party, and the Labour Progressive Party had reverted to its original title of the Communist Party of Canada. The second edition merely stated that a member of a companion party, on becoming resident in Canada, would be able to transfer membership to the SPC by applying to the nearest local or the DEC, and the secretary concerned contacting the companion party to arrange the transfer. The Constitution forbade a member belonging to more than one local at the same time, although a member could transfer to another local provided a clear record was furnished by his previous local. It should be noted that in all Socialist Party of Canada documents cited, all members and applicants for membership are male, despite the fact that at the time, probably 20. Although not stated, this did not apply to the above-mentioned companion parties such as the WSP of the United States or the Socialist Party of Great Britain, of whom members of both had spoken from SPC platforms, and vice versa. The all-important rule, No. 5, regarding party discipline was largely left intact by the DEC, except for part of one sentence. The rule asserted that any violation of the pledge of membership or of party law shall be considered warrant to charge or expel a member, of which a notice of a special meeting to deal with the charges must be duly given. The charge against a member had to be submitted in writing to the local. A copy supplied to the member within 14 days in order to enter a defence, A majority vote would be necessary to suspend a member, and a 2/3 majority to expel a member, but the formal and public expulsion shall be in the hands of the DEC, which the DEC submitted should be deleted from the rule. The sentence, "All suspensions or expulsions shall be at once reported to the DEC," was, however, retained. It will be recalled that the Vancouver local had not, and later admitted that it had not complied with all the requirements of the rule when it first suspended, and then expelled Bill Cannon. The DEC therefore refused to accept Cannon's expulsion. The Constitution of the Socialist Party of Canada required that a local comprising 5 or more persons must be the unit of organization of the party and must be authorized by the Dominion Executive Committee. All locals had to hold at least one business meeting each month, and the DEC added that the minutes of all meetings must be sent to it. In case of the dissolution of a local, all its property had to become the property of the DEC. After suggested amendment by the DEC, Rule 12 would state that the DEC could suspend or dissolve a local for reasons which it considers sufficient, but must, at the local's request, submit for approval its defence of this action, together with a statement of the local's case, to a party conference or a general vote of party membership. Rule 15 listed the duties of the Dominion Executive Committee. They were to carry out the wishes of the party as expressed in its Declaration of Principles, Constitution, Party Conference, and general vote of the membership, to supervise party work throughout the country, to employ, when possible, organisers and other officers to further the work of the party, to establish and maintain communication with socialist parties in other countries, to ensure that members at large are provided with DEC minutes and other reports, and are given the opportunity to vote on all party referenda, to receive any proposition relating to party affairs sent from a local, and if necessary, to submit same to a general vote of the party membership. The DEC also proposed that it send the minutes of all its meetings to the locals, and that they contained the names of its members present at such meetings, and how they voted on matters of policy and principle. The Dominion Executive Committee proposed a new rule: until such time as is possible for the party to hold regular annual conferences, the DEC shall be required to take a vote of the party membership on amendments to the Constitution or matters in dispute within the party. This vote to be taken not more frequently than once a year, preferably during the month of March, at the instigation of the DEC, or at the request of any local or 5 members at large. It was also proposed that locals must hold at least one specially summoned meeting to discuss any referenda, and that voting papers must be returned within 6 weeks from the date of issue. Interestingly, the DEC proposed a new rule to the effect that the object and principles may be amended only in conjunction with the companion parties of socialism. Each amendment and proposed new rule had to be voted on separately. In his thesis, The Paper War Conflict and Democracy in the Socialist Party of Canada, 1960-70, Ronald Elbert argues that prior to the 1960s controversy, the Socialist Party of Canada's rules and constitution regarding disciplinary matters was relatively loose and informal compared with its companion parties in Britain and the United States. Its rules, in fact, did not even have a separate section for discipline or charges like the other 2 parties. SPC rules, he says, nowhere gave the DEC specific power to initiate disciplinary action, and the DEC always stood at a distance, its options limited to deliberation, ratification, and rejection. Moreover, the SPC rules before 1967 failed to explicitly mention violation of the Declaration of Principles as grounds for expulsion from the party. Their reference to violation of either party law or the pledge of membership was vague. It implied an informal attitude toward discipline, but not to theoretical laxness, writes Elbert. Nevertheless, observes Elbert, the DEC went on the offensive against the Vancouver local. On 12th of April 1965, the Dominion Executive Committee, after much discussion, drafted a referendum ballot requesting the general membership of the SPC to affirm or deny by 24 May that Vancouver local be required to cease and desist and deal with the DEC as the party constitution provided, and if it refused to comply, the membership authorized the DEC to discipline the local. Meanwhile, the Toronto members increasingly supported the Vancouver local, sending resolutions to both the DEC in Winnipeg and to Vancouver. The Montreal members tended to support Vancouver, whilst Milner considered the Toronto and Montreal members to be confused. Victoria supported Winnipeg. With regard to the DC's referendum on the status of the Vancouver local, it decided to bar members of the Vancouver local, individuals such as Cannon, and its own DC members in Winnipeg from participating in voting as, it said, they should not vote because they were involved in the controversy. On 6th of May, Watkins, on behalf of the Vancouver local, wrote a letter to the DC in which had said, among other things, it is surprising how quickly the GEC can whip up a referendum when they want to. The Vancouver local has tried to have a referendum on the membership at large question since the beginning of the year, which was the time according to the Constitution when referendum items were to be raised, but to no avail. Because of this, the Vancouver local referendum should reasonably have prior rights over the GEC's proposed referendum. However, the die is cast. An example of high-handed and undemocratic rulings of the GEC is illustrated in the present GEC referendum. It acts more like a governing body than an administrative committee. The GEC had arbitrarily disenfranchised over a quarter of the party membership by denying their democratic right to vote on a referendum. They have tried to justify this by placing the contending parties in the category of the accused and the accusers. The Vancouver local rejects most vehemently any ruling that tries to deprive members of a socialist party their prerogative to vote on any issue concerning the welfare of the party. The democratic right to vote supersedes any rule or principle, and indeed is the foundation on which the companion parties rest. A referendum vote is what the name implies, the vote of the electorate within the Socialist Party of Canada. No exceptions. This typifies the kind of GEC rulings that the Vancouver local opposes and will continue to oppose from any source. Certainly no socialist could agree to such a ruling. It should be noted that GEC in the above is short for General Executive Committee, to which the Dominion Executive Committee had recently been renamed. The referendum went ahead, and the General Executive Committee got its approval to discipline the Vancouver local by just 10 votes to 9, a majority of 1. On 28th of June, the GEC proclaimed that the Vancouver GEC dispute has just been submitted to the members for decision, a majority having stated their position quite clearly. As noted above, in October, the Vancouver local was expelled from the Socialist Party of Canada. Former members were informed by the GEC that they may retain membership in the party by rejecting the local's conduct, as outlined in GEC statements, accepting the party's terms of membership, and advising the GEC to this effect. But it was all too late. The World Socialist Party of Canada, 4 of the Vancouver members at large, Tom Bitting, Jim Brownrigg, Bill Cannon and Ed Watson, formed at the GEC's request an official Vancouver group, which, after recruiting Cannon's wife, became the new official Vancouver local of the Socialist Party of Canada. The former expelled Vancouver local, which by the middle of 1965 had 11 members, and a year later 14 members, continued to consider itself to be the Vancouver local. Both locals, completely hostile towards each other, met regularly within a stone's throw of each other. Don Poirier, the former SPC and WSP US, went over to the expelled local. At the same time, Adam Buick and Gilbert McClatchy of the SPGB visited Canada and members of the SPC in an attempt to reconcile the warring factions, but without success. John Ahrens and his comrades in Vancouver accused the GEC of being bureaucratic, which in the view of Elbert was another way of saying its members aspired to a leadership role. And he adds, the Ahrens group intended to supplant the SPC by a new anti-hierarchical Impossibilist party. By the end of 1966, relations between Toronto and Winnipeg had completely collapsed. In October, John and Margaret Ahrens travelled to Montreal, Toronto, and finally to Boston. In Toronto, they attended the locals' propaganda meetings in Allen Gardens and a special meeting of members at which Ahrens read them Vancouver's indictment of. He also proposed the formation of a parallel party to be called the World Socialist Party of Canada, the WSPC. The local unanimously endorsed Ahrens' proposal, resigned from the SPC, closed its SPC bank account, and declared Toronto and Vancouver locals to be the WSPC. On the 21st November, Toronto local wrote to the GEC informing it that it had resigned from the Socialist Party of Canada. In Boston, John Ahrens did not inform the WSP-US that the two locals had seceded from the SPC and were in the process of forming a new party. Members in Montreal also resigned from the SPC and joined the WSPC, although one member, Trevor Goodger-Hill, changed his mind 9 days later, hoping that he could reconcile the two hostile socialist parties. According to Elbert, the new party's constitution was intended to serve as a model of democracy. The highest body in the party was the membership, not a committee or conference. Referenda were processed immediately. The party's Canadian Administrative Committee had notably diminished discretionary powers. All expulsions required a 2/3 majority and could be appealed by referendum, and members at large were clearly subject to local jurisdiction. Throughout 1967, the WSPC aggressively sought recognition by members of the companion parties, particularly in the United States and Great Britain. In the United States, the veteran socialist Bill Pritchard, who lived in California but visited Vancouver regularly, actively encouraged the breakaway World Socialist Party of Canada. He was a close friend of the Ahrenses and the Vancouver locals' mentor. A number of members of the WSP-US were also sympathetic towards the WSPC, but the American Party did not officially recognize it. The Socialist Party of Great Britain was in a bind. The World Socialist Party of Canada had immediately upon its formation adopted the same object and declaration of principles as the Socialist Party of Canada, which were in fact based upon the original object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Party of Great Britain. Furthermore, founder members of the WSPC had, before moving to Canada, been members of the SPGB. Buick and McClatchy had visited Canada and had attempted to reconcile the various SPC factions. Phyllis Howard George was the General Secretary and had been involved in correspondence with the SPC. Arthur George, a member of the Executive Committee, had written a lengthy report based on official documentation for the SPGB's Executive Committee, which was distributed to that party's 1967 annual conference. Long-time members of the SPGB, such as Arthur George, James Darcy, Edgar Hardcastle, and Harry Young, strongly opposed the formation of a breakaway party in Canada. even if it did accept the same object and declaration of principles as the SPC. Two parties with the same object and principles within the same country was ludicrous. Nevertheless, the only concrete outcome of the SPGB's 1967 conference was a resolution advising the Canadian Socialists to work out a solution, suggesting that the dispute is an issue which should be resolved by the Canadian comrades themselves, which was not very helpful in the circumstances. The World Socialist Party of Canada was on its own. Interestingly, the WSPC was more active propagating socialism than the SPC's three official locals. For a few months it probably had slightly more members. By the beginning of 1968, however, the WSPC was willing to negotiate some kind of reunion with the SPC. On 13th of November 1967, the General Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada held what was to be a crisis meeting. Only John and Ann Cherkis and Jim and Greta Milner were present. Bill Jenkins had died. Alex Shepard was over 70 and no longer active. Two other members of the GEC, Sherman and Stanger, were ill, the former going into hospital and the latter having just left hospital, and John Cherkis was by then almost blind. The four members present decided that they would have to discuss the future of the GEC. At least the constitution of the SPC had, at last, been amended during the year. According to the minutes of the November GEC meeting, under the title Future of GEC, the subject was of the desirability of the Winnipeg members continuing to function as the GEC. The desire to be relieved of the Central Party office had been discussed unofficially many times by the Winnipeg members over the previous few years. It was the desire of the members of the committee, several of whom had served continuously for up to 30 years, to make room for younger members with the stability and competence needed to take over. But, continues the GEC minutes, the party became engulfed in conflict, stimulated and dragged on by the action of comrades who should have known better, compelling the GEC to continue in office through one crisis after another, hoping that a quieter moment would give a new committee a reasonable chance to find its footing. The party conflict finally ended, although not in the way the members wished. The GEC has waited to give ample opportunity to the members to draw attention to possible errors requiring attention. The quieter moment has come. The four members of the General Executive Committee agreed unanimously. 1. That the GEC resign as such from office. 2. That the members be advised as soon as possible and asked to nominate a new location for the GEC. 3. That eligible locations are Montreal, Vancouver, Victoria and Winnipeg. 4. That it is not the intention of the Winnipeg membership to accept nomination. 5. That the present GEC will remain in office until its successor has been elected. 6. That nominations for the new GEC will be received not later than December 5. Nominations were duly sent out to the members. There was, in fact, only one possible location for a new committee, Victoria. There were insufficient members in Montreal or Vancouver. Indeed, by the beginning of 1969, neither city had more than a group of members, whereas in Victoria there was a solid functioning local with around 10 active members. At the start of the year, the GEC was elected and organised in Victoria. Its members were Dave Emery, Dan Holliday, George Jenkins, Bill Johnson, Jim Lambie, Pat Thompson and Larry Tickner. When the new GEC met on 20 February 1968, it announced that it intended to organise a national conference, the SPC's first, for 18 to 20 May in Victoria. At the opening of the conference there were 16 representatives, 6 from Vancouver, of whom 4 were from the local plus 2 members at large, 6 from Victoria, all of whom were members of the new GEC, otherwise there would have been no representatives from the east of the country. Somewhat surprisingly, the World Socialist Party of Canada was represented at the conference by Roy Poirier, although the WSPC did not give him any specific instructions. Roy Watkins and Gladys Catt sent letters to the conference, advising it that the WSPC required the SPC to make changes in its constitution before it would consider getting together again with it. A number of delegates soon began to wish that Goodger Hill had not been able to attend the conference. He persistently pressed for various resolutions to bring the SPC constitution into line with that of the WSPC. He also introduced a lengthy 5-point resolution acknowledging overtures of reconciliation between the WSPC and the SPC, sent by Gladys Catt and Roy Watkins. Goodger Hill proposed that the WSPC locals could rejoin the SPC as locals. This was opposed by Larry Tickner, who argued that if members of the WSPC wished to rejoin the SPC, they would have to apply as individuals. There were further amendments, resulting in a referendum asking party members which of the two approaches they preferred, or a third choice of refusing to have any further contact with the World Socialist Party of Canada or any of its members. 2 days after the end of the conference, Tom Bitting resigned from the SPC. Bill Cannon, who had been at the centre of most of the controversies, also resigned about the same time. Larry Tickner and a number of other members of the SPC in Victoria begged members of the WSPC to come back into the SPC, but individually, not as an organisation or as locals. The conference referendum was sent out to SPC members. When the ballot papers were counted, 13 had voted to permit the former members to apply individually, 7 for them to rejoin as locals, and 4 were in favour of breaking off all contact with the WSPC. In March 1969, Milner sent the GEC in Victoria a resolution from Winnipeg instructing it to maintain correspondence or contact with such persons as express an interest in joining the party, only to the extent needed to encourage and spread party views. On the 15th of March 1970, the GEC passed a resolution that the WSPC be informed it is unacceptable they join the SPC as anything other than new members. The resolution continued that the applicant no longer belongs to the WSPC or that the WSPC no longer exists. It was the beginning of the end for the World Socialist Party of Canada. It had few friends, except Bill Pritchard, and a handful of Canadian old-timers, some of whom probably vaguely remembered the Socialist Party of North America, also in Toronto, earlier in the century. The Toronto local of the WSPC, already in decline, completely collapsed. Its secretary, without any discussion, closed the local's bank account and, according to Ronald Elbert, then spent the money on a restaurant dinner for everyone. The Montreal local disintegrated, and Trevor Goodge-Hill, Maurice Spira, and Harry Massey left the socialist movement completely disillusioned, although there is no evidence they became anti-socialists. Don and Dixie Poirier rejoined the SPC as individual members in 1970 and 1971 respectively. Don Poirier, who spent many years in the logging industry, became an active organizer of the International Woodworkers of America. Gladys and Sid Catt eventually rejoined the SPC. Sid, after 3 painful years of cancer, died on 26 November 1993. At the time of writing, Gladys, who now calls herself Marie, is still active in the SPC. The WSPC slowly faded away. In conversation with Bill Pritchard in Vancouver in 1975, Margaret Aarons jokingly said, "I'm a member of the World Socialist Party of Canada yet. I still pay my dues." John Aarons was probably the only other member. Sometime later, he too rejoined the Socialist Party of Canada. Steve Shannon, who visited Vancouver and stayed with Aarons prior to the formation of the WSPC, says he considered that John Aarons was wrong to split the SPC, although he liked him personally. Others, however, thought that John Aarons was a phony, Many sympathizers claimed Shannon were put off by the controversy, and in Toronto particularly, the dedication was just not there. Meanwhile, during the paper war within the socialist movement in Canada, in the real world outside the conflict in Vietnam and Southeast Asia was raging, and millions of people were opposing and demonstrating against American involvement in it. Millions were also dying in yet another of capitalism's wars. Chapter 10. Aftermath. The 70s. In the last paragraph of his thesis, The Paper War, Conflict and Democracy in the Socialist Party of Canada, 1960-70, Ronald Elbert notes that even with the World Socialist Party of Canada out of the picture, things did not return to normal for the Socialist Party. The waves of protest that rocked the 1960s and that had shown so much promise for regenerating a depleted SPC petered out as the 1970s wore on. Interest in the party's objective returned to levels comparable to the 1950s, and it struggled on in very low gear for the next 2 decades, with perhaps 2 or 3 dozen members. Jim Milne, in the last 2 paragraphs of his History of the Socialist Party of Canada, is a little more optimistic. The party has carried on the message of socialism through the years, exploring all avenues available in spreading its view. Meetings, indoors and outdoors, have been held, radio talks have been arranged. On rare occasions it has managed to be on television. It has contested elections, funds permitting, in Winnipeg, Vancouver and Victoria. It has steadily circulated the Socialist Standard and Western Socialist, and published some pamphlets, including a 6th edition of the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, the name changed to the Socialist Manifesto. It has published many leaflets, a series of these during 1957 to 1959 being produced in hundreds of thousands by the SPC and WSP US, some later produced in pamphlet form by the SPGB. The party is small and lacking the glamour of the old party. The movement's numbers are small but growing, and its influence is growing as it must. It has a world to win. Indeed, despite the SPC's self-destructive conflict and paper war during the mid and late 1960s, some of its members, including a few involved, continued to propagate socialist ideas. It was not all doom and gloom. In March 1965, Dom Poirier, as SPC national organizer, visited Port Alberni on Vancouver Island, where he contacted and spoke to a number of sympathizers who said that they accepted the party's principles. He hoped that a local would soon be formed, but nothing came from it. During May, a member, Ed Watson, distributed hundreds of leaflets, but except for meetings addressed by Bill Pritchard on his occasional visits to Vancouver, there was little positive socialist activity in the city during this period. Throughout the 1960s, however, Victoria Local held regular meetings, weather permitting, in Beacon Hill Park with a number of different speakers. Members of the local distributed hundreds of leaflets at anti-Vietnam War meetings between 1966 and 1968. A member, Larry Tickner, spoke and debated with various speakers at the University of Victoria and at the Student Union. Larry Tickner represented the SPC as a candidate at the British Columbia provincial by-election in Victoria. He received 54 votes. In July 1968, Jim Lambie participated in a 2-hour discussion on a CKDA radio show. Nevertheless, there was very little socialist activity elsewhere in the country between 1965 and 1970. Canada. An emerging society, Canada was changing. The workers were mostly becoming better off. Canadians had largely been incorporated into the new North American lifestyle of the automobile, superhighway, shopping mall, fast food restaurant, and the suburban bungalow with its neat backyard, family room, and glowing television screen. The suburban bungalow might well be heavily mortgaged, but most Canadian workers did not consider themselves to be largely propertyless wage slaves. instead thinking of themselves as part of a vast middle-income group that included most of the population. But if class difference appeared to be muted, there were large divergences in both income and lifestyle. As elsewhere, there were highly paid surgeons, managers and lawyers and architects, but even these were not at the top of the heap in terms of wealth. For above them were the super-rich, those 2,000 or so individuals who formed a plutocracy that ran the country's government and business. Private planes, chauffeur-driven luxury cars, polo ponies, and private ranch were the perquisite of the super-rich. So the Socialist Party of Canada was not so wrong when it declared that 45 years of relative full employment has made no basic difference to working-class dependency on their masters for survival, and that the so-called progress for everybody turns out to have been only for the powerful and privileged few. Socialist Fulcrum, Volume 14, No. 3/4. Some of the super-rich were old money, but following the Second World War, a new flash super-rich also began to emerge in Canada. These nouveau riches were mainly found among the property tycoons of Calgary and Vancouver. Other capitalists grew rich from oil and natural gas, and of course, the exploitation of the workers who actually created their wealth. Quite often, the old rich of Toronto looked down with disdain at the new rich of the West, but were more than happy to supply the capital that financed the ranches, mines and oil wells of Western Canada. Quebec was also changing. The French speakers are mainly concentrated in Quebec province and, to a lesser extent, in New Brunswick. Quebec's identity is largely rooted in the French language, although there has been virtually no fresh French immigration since 1763. Not only have the Quebecois been isolated from France and historically from the rest of Canada, but their language has become very different from that spoken in France itself. In fact, the colloquial French traditionally spoken by rural Quebec peasant farmers is almost incomprehensible to a Parisian. As a pre-capitalist society, rural Quebec was conservative and dominated by the Catholic Church, basically a feudal institution transported to North America from Europe. In the one important city, Montreal, the province's business community was of British origin, whilst the workers spoke French. Not surprisingly, the Quebecois considered themselves to be a subject people. However, with the development of a capitalist mode of production spreading into Quebec during and after the Second World War, French-Canadian society began to fall into line with the rest of the country. In 1949, the workers at the John Manville Company in the mining town of Asbestos went, for the first time, on strike for better pay. The provincial government, led by Maurice Duplessis, brought out the police on the side of the company. A young Pierre Trudeau, as well as a number of leftist Liberal Party intellectuals, supported the strikers and marched with the workers. They and others took advantage from the successful outcome of the dispute. When Duplessis died in 1959, the leader of the Liberals, Jean Lesage, took control of the provincial government. His government first nationalized and reorganized the electricity utilities in the province under the aegis of Hydro-Quebec. More important in the long run was Lesage's vast program in education, which broke the Catholic Church's monopoly in the classrooms and brought the province into line with that required to run and administer a modern industrial capitalist society. In 1977, the French language became Quebec's official medium of communication. But it was not the French, the joual of rural Quebec. Since 1960, the Quebecois have drawn closer to France. French movies and television shows began to be imported, as well as French orchestras and theatre companies. And increasing numbers of French Canadians began to take vacations in France with the growth of air travel across the Atlantic. They also became politically more active. This largely took the form of separatism, encouraged to some extent by French politicians. Many of the province's so-called intellectuals became identified with the Parti Québécois, formed in 1968, which sought independence for Quebec through peaceful, reformist parliamentary activity. Other separatists used terrorist methods. The first bombing campaign began in 1963. In 1970, the Quebec Liberation Front kidnapped a British diplomat and Quebec's Minister of Labour. But the QLF suffered a setback and lost support. Most Quebecois preferred the Liberals or the Progressive Conservatives. The Socialist Party of Canada had never made any headway in Quebec. During the First World War, the short-lived Social Democratic Party was supported by some working-class women because of its opposition to conscription. But as previously noted, the reconstituted Socialist Party did not have a functioning local in the province until 1966, when one was founded in Montreal. And that did not last very long. By 1970, there had been further oil and mineral discoveries in the north and west of the country, and this encouraged the western provinces to demand greater autonomy. Unemployment was also rising. Not only that, but pollution from both Canadian and United States industries was seriously affecting the Great Lakes. Writing in the World Socialist No. 4, winter 1985-86, George Jenkins of the SPC argues that pollution and class-divided social systems coexist. They form two sides of an equation. Exploitation by a dominant class of a subject class leads to despoliation of the natural environment. In the same issue, another SPC member, Ray Rawlings, asserts that for years large companies have been dumping pollution in the lakes. This is the way Lake Erie was killed, not killed meaning dead, of course. It was alive, but with plenty of the wrong things. The lakes are used for water supplies, power generation, navigation, and sewage disposal. The capitalist solution to the various problems, says Rawlings, is to use the Great Lakes with no care for the consequences. Returning to the subject in the World Socialist in 1987, number 7, Ray Rawlings notes that 15,000 to 20,000 lakes in eastern Canada are considered to be acidic and 180,000 are considered to be at risk in the next couple of decades. He adds, the US and Canadian governments, as well as the various state and provincial governments, are constantly at loggerheads over pollution of the Great Lakes and acid rain. For the US to stop pumping acid rain into Canada, it would have to shut down half the heavy industry in the northeast states. Some likelihood. Since the 1960s, there have been considerable changes to and within the Canadian trade union movement. In 1900, fewer than 5% of Canadian workers were regularly organized in unions, and except for the formation of the One Big Union in 1919, almost all organized unions belonged to international unions, which in fact were merely Canadian branches of American unions, especially those affiliated to the American Federation of Labor. By the late 1970s, around 40% of Canadian workers belonged to unions, and there have been many breakaways from the American-dominated unions. Indeed, more than 100,000 Canadian workers split off from the United Auto Workers of America in the mid-1980s. One of the reasons is that over the last half-century, Canadian workers have tended to be more militant than their American counterparts. An additional factor was the rising strength of public sector unions which have been growing at a time when manufacturing unions have remained static or have shrunk. The public sector unions are overwhelmingly national, what government would be willing to have its civil servants controlled by foreign union bosses. By 1980, for the first time, the majority of Canadian workers were in unions with their headquarters in Canada. In a very low gear, according to Ronald Elbert, the Socialist Party of Canada, following its self-destructive paper war, struggled on in a very low gear for the next 2 decades. It had already lost some of its most active and best-known members to the Grim Reaper years before. James Pritchard, founder-member of the Revolutionary Socialist Party, died in 1952. George Armstrong, born in Ontario in 1869, died in Winnipeg in 1956. Alex Patterson, who had written the controversial passage in the January 1935 issue of the Western Socialist, died in 1961. In 1968, Jack MacDonald, born in 1889, died in an automobile accident in Oakland, California. A particular loss was Alex Shepard, who died in Winnipeg in March 1970. He had joined the Socialist Party in 1919, the same year that he became a member of the strike committee of the Winnipeg General Strike. He had been an active member of the Machinists' International Union, and for many years was a delegate from his union to the Winnipeg Trades and Labour Council. According to Jim Milne, Alex Shepard was frequently referred to as the delegate from the Socialist Party of Canada, as he always examined all issues from the socialist standpoint. During the early 1920s, he fought the communists and exposed the Comintern's infamous 21 conditions as anti-working class. He assisted in the founding of the Western Socialist and defended the Declaration of Principles in their entirety during the controversy and split between 1935 and 1938. He was an editor of the Western Socialist for many years, as well as a member of the executive committee of the SPC. His death was a considerable loss to the Socialist Party of Canada. Sid Earp, who had joined the SPC in 1915, died in November 1970. Greta Milne died in 1972. Jack Burrow, who had been an editor of the Western Clarion during and after the First World War, and a regular contributor to the Western Socialist in the 1930s and 40s, died aged 97 in 1973. And in July 1974, Jim Milne died. Milne, a former IWW activist, after hearing George Armstrong and Fred Neil soapboxing in Market Square, Winnipeg, joined the Socialist Party of Canada in 1931. He had been an editor of the Western Socialist, had written many of the party's leaflets which had been reproduced in a number of countries and distributed in their hundreds of thousands throughout Canada, and had written the history of the Socialist Party of Canada cited in this narrative. He was the author of the pamphlet The Russian Revolution, Its Origin and Outcome. He had been a regular party lecturer and soapbox orator, and an able administrator. His death was, therefore, also a great blow to the party. In April the following year, John Sherman died, aged 75. He had joined the SPC in 1945 and was, for many years, its literature secretary. Sherman had also done valuable service for the party, translating documents and articles into French. The Socialist Party stated at the time that his death left a breach in the socialist ranks that would not easily be filled. In the 1974 election, the main contenders were the Liberals and the so-called Progressive Conservatives, although the previous 2 years had witnessed an increase in New Democratic Party, formerly Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, influence, who now held the balance of power as the Liberals were unable to govern alone. With the inevitable decline of the Communist Party, thousands of mainly young people had turned towards various Leninist, Maoist, and Trotskyist groups for salvation. The Socialist Party of Canada, severely weakened, was unable to participate. It issued a leaflet in which it explained that due to very limited working class support, the Socialist Party of Canada is not practically able to field any candidates in this election. Admitting that there would be no socialist alternative to the present society on the ballot, it urged those who have seen through the hopelessness of today's society to show their opposition by writing "In Socialist Party of Canada" across their ballot. The following year saw an election in British Columbia. Once again, the SPC issued a leaflet explaining, not only has this snap election reduced the possibility of running candidates, but because of the minuteness of the Socialist Party of Canada, there are not enough socialists to sign the nomination papers in any one constituency. In this election, anyone wishing to express opposition to capitalism and support for the practical alternative can do so by writing Socialist Party of Canada across the ballot. Some people have regarded this action as quaint, but when the ballot is loaded with nothing but candidates for capitalism, should anyone who is opposed to it vote for them? By voting for any one of the candidates for capitalism, a socialist voter would be speaking against his own conscious interests and would be misusing or spoiling his ballot. This would be decidedly against the respect socialists have for the franchise as a mechanism for registering majority support for socialism sometime in the future. In 1975, the Fulcrum, which was the journal of the Victoria local of the SPC, was renamed Socialist Fulcrum and became the official publication of the Socialist Party nationally. The Western Socialist, which was printed in Boston, became the sole responsibility of the WSP US. Despite the above-noted decline of the Communist Party of Canada, the SPC continued to be concerned with the support by many workers of the ideas of Lenin, as well as the proliferation of various Leninist groups. In 1978, the Socialist Party decided to publish a pamphlet on Lenin and Leninism, edited by Larry Tickner and entitled "Lenin Distorts Marx." The pamphlet reissued 23 articles published in the Socialist Standard between 1920 and 1970. It largely reiterates the views and arguments that socialists had espoused for decades, that Lenin was merely an anti-Tsarist and anti-feudal Russian revolutionary who used and often distorted the ideas of Marx and Engels for his own purposes, that his advocacy of a vanguard party of professional revolutionaries leading discontented masses was in contradiction to Marx's view that the masses must emancipate themselves. Lenin's views on the state were completely opposite to those of the mature Marx and Engels, in as far as Marx argued that the working class must, through its own political parties, capture the state before establishing socialism, while Lenin distorted Marx's claims into saying that the state must be smashed. Unlike Marx and Engels, Lenin, at least after the Bolshevik coup in 1917, introduced a distinction between communism and socialism, claiming that socialism was a lower form of communism. Yet another distortion. This is hammered home in an article, "Lenin Twists Marxism," by ALB, reprinted in the pamphlet. In the view of the Socialist Party of Canada, as demonstrated in Lenin Distorts Marx, and in previous publications by the party, Lenin was neither a democrat nor a socialist, but a harbinger of a particularly dictatorial and despotic form of state capitalism. Indeed, in 1916 he had said, "The majority is always stupid, and we cannot wait for it. A resolute minority must act, and then it becomes the majority." Also in 1978, there was a British Columbia by-election at Oak Bay. The Socialist Party was, on this occasion, able to field a candidate, Larry Tickner. In its election leaflet, complete with a photograph of Tickner, the SPC states, "Socialism must make its start somewhere, and why not in Oak Bay?" One socialist in the legislature will give more volume to socialism's presently small voice. A greater number will learn and begin to understand socialism, many for the first time. A socialist in the legislature will have greater access to research avenues which will indicate the technological potential that can be realized when human needs are served. Do not waste a vote on nothing now. Vote for a socialist future, for socialism. Larry Tickner, Socialist Party of Canada X. He was not elected. He received 54 votes. Of the by-election, Samuel Late of the World Socialist Party of the United States, speaking on behalf of that party in a radio broadcast from Tucson, Arizona, noted that on March 20th, the SPC ran a candidate, adding, "Our socialist candidate in Canada advocated peaceful, democratic methods in order to attain an objective that would exemplify democracy in all its many aspects. The means we use are related to the objective that we wish to achieve." And yet, our Canadian comrade was presenting a case for revolution, a revolution that would introduce a totally different economic system, which would replace the one under which we presently live. The Socialist Party of Canada, in this recent election, was not interested in obtaining votes unless they came from socialists. We are the only political organization putting forward such a position. It is unique because it places a priority on the knowledge of the socialist case. The Young Tour World Without Wages, 1980. In 1970, the Socialist Party of Canada invited Harry Young to speak on its behalf at various cities throughout the country. Young arrived in Canada via Boston in the United States. Born in London, England, in 1901, Thurston Horatio Edwin Harry Young was a larger-than-life character. At the age of 8, he attended a socialist Sunday school. In his teens, he joined the British Socialist Party, formerly the Social Democratic Federation. In 1921, he chaired the founding conference of the Young Communist League of Great Britain, becoming its first national organizer and writing its first pamphlet, No More War. In 1922, a Swiss agent of the Comintern ordered Young to go to Russia. Traveling illegally via Paris and Berlin, he arrived in Moscow just in time to be a delegate to the Fourth Congress of the Communist International. Shortly after, he was appointed to the Secretariat of the International Young Communist League. In Soviet Russia, he met Lenin, Trotsky, and Zinoviev, and for a while was Ho Chi Minh's minder. He traveled widely in the Soviet Union, and on one occasion addressed a Congress of the Chinese Young Communist League. In 1929, however, Harry Young returned to London, where he worked for some time for the Communist Party. But during the 1930s, he began to lose faith in Leninism and Stalinism, and after fighting against Franco in Spain, he resigned from the Communist Party. In 1940, he joined the Socialist Party of Great Britain and became one of its most active speakers. He probably had the loudest voice of any orator in the English language, stronger, in fact, than that of Charles Lestor in his prime or the legendary Tony Turner. The Socialist Party of Canada set about making arrangements for Young's visit to the country. The job of contacting the media and arranging an itinerary was left too late. Circulars were produced, first in Boston, and then by Larry Tickner, who was then the General Secretary of the SPC, in Victoria. Both circulars were considered to be well designed and well produced, but the party admitted that sending circulars to universities, radio and TV stations, and newspapers was not particularly productive. Long-distance phone calls, which proved to be costly, were made as a last resort. In retrospect, it was agreed it would not have been much more expensive and would have been more effective had the party delegated a member to travel in person to the various institutions and organizations. However, despite the above problems, Young's tour proved to be quite successful. Harry Young, accompanied on his tour by Steve Ross, went first to Winnipeg where Ann Cherkis arranged a meeting at the University of Winnipeg, and for which Young and the SPC were paid a fee of $20. Young was also interviewed on a local radio show by the most hidebound host. From Winnipeg, Harry Young travelled on to Edmonton, where he was interviewed on the radio by the most sympathetic person, one Phil Fraser. The radio appearance in Edmonton was, up to the last moment, not an airtight commitment, and some of the members had feared that Young was being sent on a fruitless wild goose chase. But they need not have worried. Following the radio broadcast, Fraser sent Young over to the University of Alberta, where he was introduced to a number of contacts, including some real Marxist professors, according to Harry Young. Fraser sent a testimonial with Young to Jack Webster in Vancouver, just in case Webster was hesitant about the abilities of his unknown guest. Jack Webster was considered to be very professional, and his show was the most listened to and popular in British Columbia. He was supposed to interview Young from 8:30 p.m. until midnight. The show was, however, shortened to 1.5 hours, minus a few minutes for commercials. There had been rumours that the radio station had attempted to cancel it, but it went ahead, and Webster's eyes were said to have popped open as he listened to Young, who later remarked, "I can handle 10 Jack Websters any Sunday afternoon in Hyde Park." Bill Roddy arranged a 2-hour session for Young at Vancouver City College, which was an outstanding success. And at Vancouver Community College, he had a large and enthusiastic audience, followed by a discussion after in the cafeteria with students for an hour or so. Young was also interviewed by a local weekly newspaper. In Victoria, Harry Young addressed a well-attended meeting in the university. For the first time, there was a lively opposition, particularly from a Maoist and an articulate anarchist, and a press photographer took some pictures. About 40 students at the Camosun College meeting, held at noon, listened to Young, followed by a rather formal discussion. The one appearance that the SPC thought would be easy to arrange was an invitation to Victoria's only radio chat show. But surprisingly, it turned out to be impossible, despite the fact that both Lambie and Tickner of the SPC had previously been guests on the show, and with the same interviewer, maybe this was the reason why. Despite advertising on the local cable television station, plus a number of display and classified newspaper advertisements, a meeting organised by the Victoria local was a disappointment, as there were only 3 non-members present, and these were communists. At Esquimalt High School, Young was invited to address the students by their teacher, a former National Democratic Party parliamentary candidate. Whilst in Victoria, Young had a couple of short television interviews, and Larry Tickner arranged for him to speak to the Victoria Labour Council, which was open to the public, but a NDP heavy on guard at the door was busy turning reporters away. Indeed, Young upset a number of NDP members present by describing how British trade union leaders were cooperating with the Labour government's attempt to keep workers' wages down. Before returning to England, Harry Young spoke at the university in Lennoxville, Quebec. He did not speak at any outdoor or street corner meetings, as his tour had been arranged for October and November, when such meetings were not practical in Canada. Nevertheless, his visit to the country was something of a fillip for the Socialist Party of Canada, following the self-inflicted and destructive upheavals of the previous decade. Young did not, however, visit Toronto. Socialism, a simple exposition. Although no longer living in Canada, he was then resident in Los Angeles. Bill Pritchard also visited Vancouver fairly regularly during this period. He also continued to write articles, essays, and one important pamphlet, Socialism, a Simple Exposition. In it, he compares capitalism with the previous society of feudalism and the possibilities for a future socialist society. says Pritchard. A few centuries old, capitalism emerged from a static, clerical feudal society into one of voyages of discovery, of exploration and conquest of foreign lands, into one of burgeoning trade. Following the voyages of discovery of da Gama, Columbus, de Soto, Magellan, and others, trade bloomed tremendously, and the initial steps were taken for the development of regional markets into a world market, and the capitalist system from a European, chiefly restricted economy into an ever-expanding worldwide system. It must be admitted that capitalism, historically considered, is a higher, superior social system than any of its predecessors. It broke the restraints that feudalism placed on society's productive forces and thereby developed the increasing productivity of labour. One could enter many areas to show how capitalism rapidly improved industry, providing an ever-increasing volume of useful, vendible goods. Without doubt, this was a great social advance. It should be noted here, however, that this increasing volume of goods, while useful, was not primarily with usefulness in mind, but for sale on an ever-expanding world market with profit as the ultimate objective. The main question before any promoter of a new article, etc., is, will it sell? From simple factories, powered by windmill and water wheel, to the use of steam. Capitalism has developed huge plants with fast-moving assembly lines, employing thousands of workers in each plant. Today, this mere mechanical production is giving way to the electronic and the use of the computer. All this means, as time goes by, more and more wealth will be produced with less and less labour. The button pusher replaces the skilled mechanic. Problems which once confronted society, observes Pritchard, have now disappeared. Capitalism has developed the forces of production where overabundance now becomes the source of human distress. Famine and want are with us today as a result of too much production, argues Pritchard. Those in greater need invariably lack the purchase. Yet the fact stands out. Society can, with its present means of producing useful goods, supply an abundance for all. But this is prevented by the very structure and nature of the capitalist system. Production for sale is the obstacle. In Bill Pritchard's view, as with the Socialist Party, of which he had been a member, a higher and better organized social system, a system of production for use, is not only desirable but possible. In such a society, he concludes, poverty, as we know it will have gone, and industry, whose technological development has produced worldwide pollution, could be so organized and operated that further pollution could be avoided and present pollution eliminated. Socialism. A simple exposition was written in 1972. Bill Pritchard, like many early members of the Socialist Party of Canada, was not only influenced by the writings of Marx and Engels, but also by Charles Darwin, Herbert Spencer, Joseph Dietzgen, and various scientific writers of the 19th and 20th centuries. He was, he claimed, a scientific socialist, a world of abundance. In 1973, the SPC published a pamphlet, A World of Abundance, a collection of articles from the Socialist Standard. Introducing the articles, the pamphlet states, the power, the materials and the techniques, as well as much of the industry, for producing an abundance of all the things that are needed by the people of the world, are now a reality, but their development is being held back by the economic and social restrictions of our present system of society. Of course, continues the pamphlet, the supplies of what humankind needs are not limitless, but they are more than enough to meet what is needed in the foreseeable future. Present-day capitalism is both inefficient and wasteful. The writer cites The Waste Makers by Vance Packard, first published in 1960, which was crammed with details of what was succinctly called planned obsolescence. In order to maximize profits, although Packard does not actually use that phrase, companies make inferior goods designed to wear out relatively quickly so that there may be a market for new ones. Portable radios, car silencers, television sets, and much else could easily be produced to last a lot longer. Moreover, says Packard, manufacturers regularly change styles merely by stimulating the market and persuading buyers that their present models are no good because they are out of fashion. One might add that the situation is now far worse than it was when Vance Packard wrote his book. Capitalism Notes a World of Abundance is torn by one major contradiction, that the socialization of wealth production has developed to an extent undreamt of in former epochs. Yet the ownership of the means of production is concentrated in the hands, not of society as a whole, but a minority. The fetters of this private ownership keep the majority of the world's population in poverty. Moreover, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, estimated in 1963 that up to half of the population of the world continues to suffer from undernutrition and malnutrition in varying degrees. The situation is much the same now, more than 40 years later. Yet the FAO estimated, again in 1963, that the world potential for increasing food production was very substantial indeed. The Socialist pamphlet also claims that the belief that the world is overpopulated is a myth. Essentially, the socialist case against the population scare is that what manifests itself as an overpopulation problem is really a misuse of resources problem. The last section of A World of Abundance, entitled A Framework for Socialism. World administration demonstrates how a socialist society would function, although not a detailed blueprint. World government, says the socialist writer, is an idea that most people understand. Socialists, however, do not stand for a world government, but for a world administration of things, the planned production and distribution of wealth to meet human needs. A number of international agencies are cited which, democratically controlled and administered, could be used. They include the International Telecommunications Union, the Universal Postal Union, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the International Labour Organization, the International Labour Organization, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the World Health Organization, and the International Atomic Energy Agency. The writer concludes, "It is true that none of these bodies is involved in the actual production of wealth, but some of the information which even these have gathered could be useful for planning production on a world scale to meet human needs. Planning in a socialist society, remember, will essentially be a statistical exercise, correlating estimated human needs with known world resources. The pamphlet says that the basic framework for a world administration already exists. It is even more relevant today, in the 21st century. See, for example, the article Long Live the Electronic Revolution in the June 2000 Socialisme Mondial. As previously noted, unlike in the west of Canada, the Socialist Party made little headway in French-speaking Quebec, apart from a few Quebecois who moved to the centre and west of the country. The majority of members were English-speaking monoglots, and again, as previously noted, almost all the SPC's literature was in English, particularly from the 1930s to the 1960s. However, Mill notes in his History of the Socialist Party of Canada that the police prevented 2 French-speaking members of the Socialist Party of Manitoba, Louis and Petit, from holding outdoor meetings on 7th of September 1903 in Saint-Boniface a French-speaking suburb of Winnipeg, and the Western Socialist of September 1934, in its obituary of Harry Crump, a founder member of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, who had moved to Canada, noted that he had carried on activities on behalf of the SPC in Montreal, always a difficult city for socialist educational work, but he has done his share in paving the way for the formation of a local in that city. Indeed, for a very brief period in 1933 to 34, a local did exist. One Quebecois and active socialist was the already mentioned Henri Massé, who in 1919 was in Winnipeg and who participated in the general strike. Returning to Montreal, he remained a staunch and active socialist. He was vehemently anti-religious and distributed atheist and anti-Catholic publications from France, which was a dangerous activity since the long-running, corrupt, despotic regime of the wily Maurice Duplessis was militantly Catholic and violently anti-communist. Nevertheless, Massé lived to see the demise of the Duplessis regime, with his death in 1959. In 1967, Massé assisted in the formation of the Montreal local of the Socialist Party of Canada. In 1972, a young Quebecois socialist, Serge Hard, of Pointe-aux-Trembles, Quebec, joined the SPC. He soon persuaded the GEC in Victoria to allow him to bring out and edit a party journal in French. About the same time, the SPC began to call itself the Socialist Party of Canada, Parti Socialiste du Canada. The publication, which first appeared in 1973, was called Socialisme Mondial, World Socialism, and was subtitled Périodique international publié par le Parti Socialiste du Canada. The front cover of the first issue proclaims Prolétaires de tous les pays unissons nous pour le socialisme. And the editorial begins, Non pas encore un autre journal socialiste. Pour bon nombre des ouvriers qui liront premier numéro, la réaction sera Non, pas encore un autre journal socialiste. Cependant, la lecture de cette première édition et des éditions subséquentes prouvera, nous l'espérons, que tel n'est pas le cas, que Socialisme mondial n'est pas encore un autre journal socialiste, mais plutôt le période. Although Socialisme Mondial is published by the Socialist Party of Canada, it will appeal to other pays francophones, including Belgium and France, says the editorial. The first issue includes a statement published by the Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Great Britain in August 1969 on socialism, the way to socialism, and the reform of capitalism. There are other articles on Lenin, the principles of world socialism and socialist planning. Also included are the Object and Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Party of Canada and a list of socialist publications in Canada, Austria, Jamaica, Ireland, New Zealand, Great Britain, Sweden, and the United States. Most of the articles in Socialisme Mondial were translations from English-language socialist publications, with occasional short pieces and articles by Serge Hillard and by some sympathizers in France. The SPC published an English-language SM newsletter by the Coordination Committee of Socialisme Mondial, in which are outlined articles published in the periodical, as well as listing numerous publications in various languages and from different countries received by Socialisme Mondial and often exchanged with the publication. According to SM Newsletter No. 3 of 1976, the original print runs were 2,000 per issue, but for No. 5 of Socialisme Mondial it was reduced to 1,000 copies. After a few weeks, however, only a score or so copies were left, and many orders had to be cut or unfulfilled. It was, therefore, decided to increase the number to 2,000 copies again. Although edited in Pointe-aux-Trembles, Quebec, Socialisme Mondial was initially printed in Victoria, British Columbia. As time went by, the proportion of articles sent from Europe, which naturally dealt with political events in Belgium and France rather than in Canada, increased considerably. Almost from the start of publication of Socialisme mondial, Serge Houard collaborated with Adam Buick, who was resident in Luxembourg. An informal socialist discussion group was active at that time in Paris, France. So in effect, Socialisme mondial was developing into the French-language journal of the World Socialist Movement, or Mouvement pour le Socialisme mondial, as it was in French. In the end, it was agreed that from issue No. 14 in 1980, publication and printing would be transferred to Europe, where it was printed in Arlon, Belgium. At the same time, the subtitle was changed to Bulletin Occasional pour un monde sans classes, sans argent et sans états. Therefore, issues 1 to 13 were edited and published solely by the Socialist Party of Canada, further issues being the collective responsibility of socialists in Canada and Western Europe. Between 1973 and March 1987, there were a number of special editions and French-language pamphlets. Number 10, in 1978, was a special issue with a preface by the General Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada, entitled Comment le capitalisme d'État est arrivé en Russie. In 1981, a 50-page booklet, Pour le socialisme mondial, was published, which dealt in some detail with the socialist attitude to Parliament, reforms and reformism, trade unions, Russia, war and the Parti communiste français. Also in the same year was published F. Engels sur l'abolition du salariat, Engels on the abolition of the wages system, a reprint, translated into French, of Engels' 1881 articles in the Labour Standard with a modern introduction. In 1986, a record and analysis of the failure of various left-wing governments in the first 5 years of the Mitterrand presidency, entitled La gauche au pouvoir en France, Pourquoi elle devait échouer, was published in pamphlet form. The last issue of Socialisme mondial, also in the form of a pamphlet, and devoted to the theme of socialism and ecology, was No. 30, and appeared in March 1987. The SPC, old and new, during the 1960s and into the 1970s, a number of mainly older members and supporters of the Socialist Party of Canada, discussed mostly by correspondence. Harry Morrison, a member of the WSP US, had claimed that the early Socialist Party had been something of a hodgepodge of revolutionaries and reformers, and this upset a number of old-timers, resulting in a controversy as to whether the SPC post-1931 was a continuation of the old, original party formed at the beginning of the century, or a completely new one. In March 1960, Isaac Rabb, a foundation member of the WSP of the United States, wrote a letter to Roy Watkins in Vancouver, in which he said that he had a strong hunch that all the companion parties of socialism will in due time refer to themselves as World Socialist parties, such as the World Socialist Party of Canada. It would be no cause for a schism. Rhetorically, he asked, how can there be two separate socialist parties in the same country with the same socialist principles? Of the Canadian Party, he says, the Socialist Party of Canada was reorganized in 1933. Actually, it was in June 1931 pen. At no time has it ever supported Russia or reforms. It should not be responsible for the earlier history of the SPC. However, I, for one, speaking for myself only, pay tribute to the earlier SPC. There were a lot of confused and unsound statements in the old Western Clarion, but they established a real tradition of socialist work. They were the products of peculiar social circumstances which made it possible to carry on a great deal of valuable socialist work that was very inspiring indeed. There was a hodgepodge of all kinds of rubbish permeating through elements of the old SPC, but the valuable work of revolutionary socialists still dominated the scene, and we owe a great debt to them. We should pay tribute to the groundwork they laid down. It has left its mark on Vancouver. In a letter to both Roy Watkins and John Aarons in May of the same year, Rab was critical of the prefaces to the 1914 and 1920 editions of the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, the former because of its emphasis on such concepts as a peaceful socialist revolution as being illusory, and the later edition for its enthusiasm for the Russian Revolution and Bolshevism. Rab adds that the socialist majority has no need for violence. We surely do not advocate violence. Of course, the SPC did not advocate a violent revolution, but many or some of its members were certain that the capitalists, or some of them, would certainly resort to violence in defense of their system. And, as previously noted, there were a few members as late as the 1930s who would advocate or at least condone violence against those who merely opposed the establishment of a socialist society. Writing to George Jenkins of Victoria from San Francisco in the summer of 1966, Jack MacDonald said that when he first joined the Socialist Party of Canada, there were about a dozen locals in British Columbia alone, and there were 4 members of the British Columbia legislature who also belonged to the SPC. Of these, he claimed, there was not one that could be called a socialist in the sense that we use the term today. All of them would fit in nicely with the program of the new Democratic Party. Theoretically, he argued, we had a revolutionary platform. Politically, we were reformers in practice. Bill Pritchard, writing in the December 1968 issue of the Socialist Standard, warmly mentions such stalwarts as Jack Burrow, Jack Harrington, H. J. Fitzgerald, E. T. Kingsley, W. W. Lefoe, and G. D. Morgan. He adds, however, that he and MacDonald, with other young members, came to be known as the Young Turks, and through our efforts caused the withdrawal throughout of the province of British Columbia, outside of Vancouver, of certain reformist elements which appeared in the party. He adds, in time, we the Young Turks found ourselves in the position of having to carry on most of the propaganda, and MacDonald and I, starting from scratch with a few others, became speakers and writers. In 1975 and 1976, Jim Brownrigg wrote 3 lengthy statements on what he called Socialist Party history, in which he says that, I think that we should avoid entering into a controversy with Morrison, adding that there had been friction between Milner and Morrison on the matter of the history of the Socialist Party of Canada. Brownrigg argues that we are not claiming to be the successors to a hodgepodge. We are in fact the continuation of the old party. He admits that the old SPC was often more enthusiastic than knowledgeable, and could not restrain the weaker members in the face of the cry, "Throw away your books, the revolution is here." They swelled the ranks of the Communist Party. Previously, the SPC had quantity, not quality. It was a bitter lesson. However, all the companion parties, including the WSP-US, tightened up standards for admission to membership later. It is easy now, remarks Brownrigg, to see the weakness from hindsight, but it is not so noticeable that the tradition, the experience which we inherit, was hard won. So there can be no question of our descent from the old party. Milne would not have endured pain or wasted his remaining time if he had thought so. We have expanded, then declined in membership, but association and mutual discussion and the realization of common interests will compel workers to obtain an understanding of the cause of their problems. So, while we look back at our past, so too, we can regard our future with confidence. In Brownrigg's view, it is not true to say that the new Democratic Party, the Communist Party and the Socialist Party are merely different branches of the same tree. The only thing that they have in common is the use of the word socialism. In a letter to George Jenkins, dated 7 January 1976, he refers to the 1920 and 1944 editions of the SPC's Socialist Manifesto, copies of which he had in front of him as he wrote the letter. Brownrigg says that the preface of the 1944 edition, which, incidentally, quotes at some length from the preface of the 1920 edition, contains internal evidence on the continuity and identity of the old and new parties. Comparing the 1920 and 1944 editions word for word, he says, the only variation is the section on politics in the 1944 edition, dictated by Canadian political developments. In conclusion, he writes, note, the party was reorganized, not founded. The Dominion Executive Committee was now in Winnipeg. It seems only logical to conclude that only the locality of the DEC was changed. The plant came to life. There can be little doubt that the new party was the outgrowth of the old one. Activities resumed, same position, same procedures, fewer members, more enemies. However, R.M. Roddy, in a paper entitled Is the Present SPC a Revival of the Old SPC, takes a different view. He is far more critical of the Socialist Party of Canada pre-1931 than is Jim Brownrigg. In his opinion, the original SPC was a remarkable political phenomenon for its time and place, and made valuable contributions towards working-class education. Most members of the party post-1931 always felt an attachment to the pioneering organization. But this does not prevent us from an objective assessment and awareness of its deficiencies. And so, although impressive as much of its record was, we have no desire to identify ourselves with it. But what shocked him most was the knowledge that the Socialist Party of Canada had violated socialist principles by supporting the trade union demand for the blocking of Asian immigration, thus lending itself to charges of racism. Roddy is not quite correct here. The SPC, between its formation in 1905 until around 1910, did have some members, such as Hawthorne Thwaite, who supported such union demands, but this was not party policy. Opinions were mixed, and most of the anti-Asian elements were also reformers, who increasingly after 1910 left the party or were expelled. Roddy also criticizes the Socialist Party for allowing dual membership with another organization claiming to have a revolutionary objective, such as the One Big Union, OBU. But, again, Roddy must have been aware that it was SPC members who founded the OBU in the first place. They drew up its constitution and rules. In reviewing the history of the pre-1931 Socialist Party of Canada, says Roddy, the new one seemed anxious to learn from the mistakes of its predecessor. In his view, the main cause of the party's problems could be traced to a lack of discipline and democratic control. But the most damaging laxity was probably the careless attitude generally prevailing regarding qualifications for membership. The new party endeavoured to adopt a somewhat more vigilant concern for the procedures for admitting new members. Moreover, the acceptance of the SPGB's object and declaration of principles helped to clarify the Socialist Party of Canada's political stance and attitude to modern society. He concludes by saying that the group that the SPC of the 1970s most closely resembles was the Toronto-based Socialist Party of North America of 1911, although he omits to mention that after a few years that party dissolved and that most or at least some of its former members rejoined the Socialist Party of Canada. In December 1996, the late George Jenkins told this writer that he considered that the pre-1931 Socialist Party consisted of a minority of activists, of whom some were revolutionaries and others who were reformers. Certainly, there were thousands who voted for party candidates who were not socialists. Nevertheless, Steve Szalai, the then General Secretary of the SPC, writing in July 1997, says that Jenkins seemed to be taking the position that the post-1931 Socialist Party of Canada is basically a continuation of the old Socialist Party. This seems to be an interesting change, notes Salai. He adds, although there is significant reason to believe that there were sound socialists in the old party and that the Dominion Executive Committee was sound, there is also good reason to believe that the majority of the membership was not sound. Moreover, several non-socialists were elected on the SPC ticket in the early days of the party. I occasionally am asked why people should believe that once elected, socialists will not behave like other elected officials and pursue the reformist path. If the old and new socialist parties are one and the same, then Zelaya admits to some difficulty in responding to this question. The two viewpoints have never been reconciled. Chapter 11. In conclusion, during the 1970s and 1980s, a number of socialist speakers and lecturers from Britain, Ireland, the United States and elsewhere, including Adam Buick, Steve Coleman, Arthur George, Cyril May, Gilbert McClatchy, Richard Montague, Bill Pritchard, and Harry Young, visited Canada and spoke at various venues, and on radio and television, on behalf of the Socialist Party of Canada, all of which assisted in keeping the flame of socialism burning, or at least flickering in the country. Like the Harry Young tour of 1970, the visit by Cyril May was quite successful. May did not have the colourful past of Harry Young. Nevertheless, in the words of the Times obituary of 8 October 2003, Cyril May was one of the most formidable orators of the 1940s and 1950s, when outdoor speaking was at its peak. He was one of the main voices for the Socialist Party of Great Britain, and could command audiences in Hyde Park of more than 1,000. Born in 1920, May was brought up a Methodist, but joined the SPGB in 1940 and became a conscientious objector during the Second World War, spending some time in Wormwood Scrubs jail on the grounds that he would not fight fellow workers. Visiting North America in September 1979, Cyril May first went to Boston, where he spoke to an audience on Boston Common. He arrived in Victoria, British Columbia, on Friday, 21 September, and spoke that evening on an SPC-sponsored program on local cable television, which was followed by a question-and-answer session where the viewers phoned in their questions. The following day, May had a lengthy interview with a reporter from the Victoria Daily Times, which, together with his photograph, appeared in that paper the day after. The article accurately stated that socialism would be a classless, moneyless world without leaders, where all would be equal. On Sunday, he addressed a public meeting at the Union Centre, followed by a general discussion and questions. On Tuesday, he spoke at a noon-hour meeting at the University of Victoria on the subject of world starvation. The next day, Cyril May went to Vancouver, where he was interviewed on a radio show and taped a talk for the Channel 21 CKVU TV show. He then flew east to Toronto, where he spoke to an indoor SPC public meeting and soapboxed at Allen Gardens before returning to England. While Cyril May was in Toronto, he was, with almost every other leftist and socialist in the city, invited by a wealthy SPC sympathiser to a party in his mansion. Marie and Sid Catt could not attend as they were down in Florida. Steve Shannon recounts how he got into a heated exchange with a Trotskyist who attacked the Socialist Party over aspects of its principles. May and a good-looking girl he was chatting to, together with other people, came over to Shannon and his critic. Turning to Shannon, the girl demanded, "What is your view of IS's attitude to lesbianism?" He replied, "I don't know anything about that, but if it makes someone happy, it should be tolerated." She then gave forth with a mouthful of insults and profanities, and walked out of the party. "What's the matter with her?" Shannon asked May. "She was in IS, and all the guys tried to get her into bed. She told them she was a lesbian, but they persisted, so she quit." "What is IS?" asked Shannon. "The International Socialists," May replied. "What, Tony Cliff's mob in England?" "Yes, they are here too." Apparently they called themselves the New Socialists. The SPC, however, had considerable difficulty in placing its and its companion parties' publications in bookstores. For example, during 1973, the University of Victoria bookstore banned the Western Socialist, the Socialist Standard, and the Socialist Fulcrum. The bookstore manager told the Victoria Express that if several students requested the journals, they would be allowed in the store. Martlet, the Victoria University student paper, published a photograph of an SPC member, Larry Tickner, displaying a sign reading "Western Socialist" and "Socialist Standard banned at Uvik's bookstore, but you can get them here." The caption read, "This poor schmuck stood in the cold for several hours sighing softly. The bookstore says they won't stock the Socialist Standard because it won't sell, but the Socialists say they won't sell because the bookstore won't sell them. Only the shadow knows for sure." A few copies of the Fulcrum, Socialist Standard, and the Western Socialist were sent to the Simon Fraser University on a trial basis. Attempts were also made to get SPC journals into the University of British Columbia bookstore, but they no longer sold periodicals, which the Socialist Party found surprising, as the UBS had more than 22,000 students. The reason may have been that the Trotskyists had got control of the student union. In 1979, Jim Brownrigg, who had been recently involved in the debates with other members over the pros and cons of the pre-1931 SPC, died. He was almost 80 years old. He had joined what was known as the Marxist Group in 1930 at 666 Homer Street, Vancouver. Later the group became members of the Vancouver local of the Socialist Party of Canada. During the 1930s, he was an active speaker as well as contributor to the Western Socialist. He also lectured on economics. Indeed, as has already been noted, he had argued that all applicants to membership of the SPC should first attend Marxist economics classes. In the words of Socialist Fulcrum, Vol. No. 2, 1979. He was critical of newcomers joining the party without adequate grounding in the basics of theory, as sometimes happened, particularly in the case of the group of young people who were booted out of the CCF and made up the majority of the new 1236 Granville Street local about the beginning of the 1950s. At least the event was graphic proof of the uselessness of boring from within to try to make a non-socialist organization into a party with working-class emancipation as its sole objective, which is what the group of young individuals generally tried to do with the CCF before they were expelled by the provincial executive. This reform group of the SPC, as it later became known at times, developed speakers and with the more fundamental work of some older members, carried on feverish activity for a few years, including running a candidate in a provincial election. It folded, with the former CCFers drifting away into oblivion. Jimmy, who helped found the initial group, dropped out when the decision was made to hurriedly form a local of the party without first going through a season of economics and history classes. In 1961, he became a member at large, but in 1965, with the formation of the breakaway World Socialist Party of Canada, he became a member of the official reconstituted Vancouver local of the Socialist Party of Canada. The Socialist Fulcrum, originally Fulcrum, was first published in 1968 as the Journal of the Victoria local of the SPC. In 1975, it became the official English-language journal of the Socialist Party of Canada. It never achieved the success or the circulation of either the Western Socialist or Socialisme Mondiale. It was generally agreed that the standard of writing in the fulcrum was high, and most of the articles interesting. Contributors as far afield as Peter Fury in New Zealand wrote for the Journal, as did Sid Catt in Toronto. But a letter from Sid and Marie Catt and Ray Rawlings in Toronto, dated 22 July 1982, which they sent to the General Executive Committee of the SPC, and a report by Steve Coleman on behalf of the Executive Committee of the SPGB in September of the same year to the Socialist Party of Canada and other socialist parties, details the problems of the socialist fulcrum. The Toronto members discovered that not only was the fulcrum a spasmodic publication, but that more fulcrums are sold in England than in Canada when the reverse should be the case. They also mentioned the exorbitant cost of producing the fulcrum. Coleman notes that the SPC only prints between 350 and 500 copies of the Socialist fulcrum per issue at the cost of approximately $450. 500 copies of the 50th anniversary issue were printed, but this was untypical. Of the 350 copies of the previous issue, fewer than 300 were distributed, and of these, virtually no individual copies were actually sold in Canada. Coleman lists the distribution as follows. Libraries sent free, 75 copies. Subscribers in Canada, 20 copies. Bookshop in Vancouver, 1 copy. Winnipeg members, 5 copies. Toronto members, 5 copies. Socialist Party of New Zealand, 5 copies. Socialist Party of Great Britain, 90 copies. World Socialist Party of the United States, 5 copies. 7 copies were sent to individuals in Britain, and a few extra copies were occasionally sent elsewhere, but that was all. And in December 1981, the SPC paid for an advertisement of the fulcrum in the Canadian Dimension. Not a single inquiry came in for the fulcrum from the advertisement. No copies were sold in Vancouver. Coleman reports that the Socialist fulcrum is produced mainly by 2 members and a member's wife. One member sets up or strips the pages, gathers or draws the graphic material, or modifies it, writes some articles, does some of the proofreading, and arranges the reproduction. Another member, with his family's aid, collates the pages, staples them, addresses and mails them. This member's wife typesets the journal for $150 per issue, about half the cost of having it typeset outside, meaning that he and his wife are subsidizing the fulcrum to the extent of $150 per issue. They own a typesetting machine, IBM Comsetter. Generally, the Socialist fulcrum was published 4 times a year, but not always. Steve Coleman observes that the Socialist fulcrum is a lively and informative journal which is attractive to look at and easy to read. Nevertheless, in 1984, it ceased publication. In their letter to the Executive Committee in July, the 3 Toronto members say that they are greatly concerned about the state of the Socialist Party of Canada. Without new members, we will eventually be defunct in Canada, and this alarms us, as we know it does you. To them, it seemed dangerous to the socialist movement in Canada to have more members scattered across the country than in Victoria, where the fulcrum was published and where the executive was situated. They argue that it is imperative that concentration in propagating socialism should be made in Victoria. We must get new blood into the party, or eventually we will cease to exist. They claim that prior to the disbandment of the Toronto local, due to the dispute with Winnipeg, whose behaviour, to say the least, was undemocratic, they had some experience in winning workers over to the socialist case, adding, "Perhaps our experience will help you in your efforts." In the view of the Toronto Three, the Socialist Party of Canada should hold regular indoor meetings on topical subjects. These meetings, which the SPC had not held anywhere in the recent past, should be, firstly, held in a hired room and later in a small hall. The meetings should be advertised by flyers. Literature should always be sold at such meetings, and the names and addresses of all those who have purchased literature should be taken in order to follow up and enable them to become subscribers. Indoor meetings, they say, are not like the hurly-burly of outdoor meetings. Do not antagonize anyone who asks what may appear to us to be a stupid question, but deal with it logically and calmly. In that way you will encourage discussion. Indeed, over a period of time, and if your meetings are lively, you should have some regular attenders. These you keep informed of any social functions, e.g. rambles, corn roasts, and/or parties. You have to practically live with these contacts to combat the deluge of capitalist propaganda to which they have been subject during a lifetime. A few social functions keeps the party together and will show that socialists also have a sense of humour and are not living in not-so-splendid isolation. Eventually, you will have new blood in the party by these well-tried methods. Do not be discouraged by your first efforts. Regular meetings will bring results. Arrange debates. Debates help to keep the party's name in front of the public and promote enthusiasm among the members, say the Toronto group. Steve Coleman, in his report, adds that halls should be booked for meetings in Toronto, Winnipeg, Vancouver and Victoria. Radio and television stations should be contacted well in advance so that phone-ins and interviews can be secured. Phone-in programs can be used to great effect, and only a few regular participants can make quite an impact, he contends. Contact all opponent organizations and ask them if they wish to debate. Contact universities, colleges, trade unions and debating societies offering to send a Socialist Party speaker. It should also be possible to organize a few educational classes. It must be emphasized that these proposals are only those which seem to be good ideas from a distance, writes Coleman. At the end of the day, it is up to the SPC to decide what measures are most likely to stimulate the growth of socialist consciousness in Canada. Victoria. As suggested by the Toronto Three in their letter of July 1982, the Socialist Party concentrated its efforts on the Victoria area, mainly because it had very little choice to do otherwise. Members in Victoria concentrated largely on distributing leaflets during 1983 and 1984. At a large march and demonstration of unemployed workers, hundreds of SPC leaflets were distributed, and shortly after, more than 2,000 SPC anti-war leaflets were handed out at an anti-nuke demonstration. The Victoria members set up a literature stall in the Old Age Pensioners' Hall in front of a large banner stating, "Socialism, World Without War, Wages and Want, Socialist Party of Canada." The 1983 British Columbia provincial election campaign was the shortest to date, being barely 1 month in duration. Fewer indoor meetings were held by competing parties. 2 quite small rallies were held in the Esquimalt curling rink. In previous elections, however, the rallies in Victoria had been held in the Memorial Arena, a much larger venue with far larger crowds. In addition, candidates' meetings in schools and various clubs had smaller attendances than in the past. There was little interest in campaigning. The SPC was unable to field a candidate, but hurriedly prepared a leaflet, of which 1,500 were distributed. The leaflet commenced by stating, "It matters very little which of the 2 big parties wins the election and becomes the government. There will be no fundamental changes in our lives. Things will be basically the same as before. The lesser parties, ranging from extreme left to the extreme right, have nothing better to offer in dealing with the serious problems of insecurity, poverty, conventional wars, and fears of nuclear annihilation, and other problems facing the ordinary people in society." In conclusion, the leaflet says that to register their opposition to the cause of their problems in this election, since, sorry to say, there are no Socialist Party candidates, workers can use a write-in on their ballot, socialism. There were no SPC candidates in the federal election the following year either. As with the provincial elections, federal elections were changing. There were fewer party-sponsored meetings, but the number of all-candidate meetings sponsored by various protest groups increased dramatically. There were 15 all-candidate meetings and 4 meetings sponsored by individual political parties in the Victoria area. The 4-party meetings excluded fringe candidates. Most included the Green Party, however. George Jenkins, reporting on SPC activities during the election, notes that had the party fielded just one candidate in the Victoria riding, the Socialist case could have been presented, at least briefly, at 6 or more of the all-candidate meetings, each with audiences of between 400 and 600 people. And the SPC would have been represented, again at least briefly, on one television programme. Had the Socialist Party fielded 2 candidates, its representatives could have participated in 2/3 of all the meetings and radio and television broadcasts. In the event, the SPC challenged the Libertarian and Green parties to debate. Both accepted but changed their minds once the election campaign had started. Nevertheless, the SPC produced more than 2,500 leaflets. These were handed out at most of the meetings in Victoria, and 1,000 were distributed in Duncan and the Kimanis area, as well as some in Alberni. At one outdoor rally addressed by a Liberal Party minister, one SPC member, Jim Lambie, put leaflets on the cars for about 20 minutes before he noticed that Liberal Party workers were following him and removing them. Jenkins concludes his report saying, "There is a big percentage of the working class which is fed up with the political spectrum parties, and it is regrettable that the SPC couldn't have made a bigger splash in Victoria." Again, at the British Columbia election of 1986, the Socialist Party prepared and distributed a large number of leaflets, mainly in the Victoria area, but did not field a candidate. In its leaflet, the SPC notes that poverty is inevitable in a civilization where the producers hand over most of what they generate to a small class of parasites. And under the heading, Reformism, the leaflet argues that social services are really antisocial. They are basically subsidies on wages. The fact that a first-class swindle job had been done to fatten profits at the expense of workers' income is evidenced by growing consumer debt, private and state charities, soup kitchens and homeless street people. Entrenched privilege thinks little of workers' mentality when it offers crumbs for votes through its political spectrum representatives, while it keeps the bakery itself produced and operated by the servants of capital. The owners of the earth, it continues, consider it of supreme importance that the world's workers never hear what socialism means. Indeed, falsifying socialism is a multi-million-dollar industry, a form of censorship through misrepresentation. The Socialist Party of Canada, in its leaflet, admits that the voice of real socialism is small, but that the present system is its own slow-motion gravedigger. However, the cult of leadership is essential for the preservation of capitalism. Bad leadership is a convenient excuse that something other than capitalism causes a government's failure to deliver, or a reform that doesn't meet expectations, and always there are new leaders promising the never-never land. In fact, market forces of the existing system are uncontrollable by any government. Political leaders can't stop depressions, wars, or the arms race. All they can do, concludes the leaflet, is to try to run the system in the interests of their masters, the dominant class, and in the process betray their naive and trusting followers. The workers of British Columbia and of Victoria, as elsewhere, continued to put their trust in their political leaders. Leaflets galore throughout the 1980s and 1990s, the Socialist Party in general, and the Victoria Local in particular, published and distributed hundreds of thousands of leaflets on many different subjects, not just during provincial and federal elections, but at demonstrations and meetings between elections. Most were well produced, interesting and topical. Some of the leaflets were reprints from articles in, for example, the Socialist Standard. One leaflet, reprinted from the Standard of September 1991, asks the question, "What about Russia?" It was written after the coup against Mikhail Gorbachev, but before the collapse of the Soviet Union. The leaflet asserts that nobody believes any more that Russia is socialist, although actually some simple souls still did, and that since 1917 Russia had state ownership, not common ownership. However, by the 1950s, the centrally planned state capitalist economy, completed after Lenin's death by Stalin, began to show signs of stagnation. Then came Gorbachev. So what was perestroika about then? Asks the leaflet. In essence, it was an attempt to restore the rate of profit in Soviet Russia and make the economy more competitive. Gorbachev proposed abandoning the central command economy and allowing enterprises more freedom to respond to market forces. Gorbachev was later replaced by Yeltsin, who was prepared to go further along the private capitalist road. Socialists, says the SPC, have a different socialist agenda. Another leaflet reprinted from the Socialist Standard, May 1993, was a review of a book, The Brighter Side of Human Nature, by Alfie Kohn. He argues that competition, selfishness and egocentricity are popularly overstated, and the opposites, pro-social behavior and cooperative activities, generally understated. In Kohn's view, human nature, that is, human behavior, is pro-social rather than competitive. This is emphasized by the SPC leaflet. Most of the leaflets, however, were written by members of the Socialist Party of Canada. One such leaflet asks, "What is the Socialist Party?" It asks and answers such questions as, "What is capitalism? Can capitalism be reformed in our interests? Is nationalization an alternative to capitalism? Are there any socialist countries? And what is the meaning of socialism?" All the answers are in short, precise paragraphs. Another leaflet asks, "Is the Socialist Party utopian?" Although this leaflet does not specifically answer that question, another leaflet, "What is socialism?" answers the question in some detail, stating, "Socialism will not be some utopian dream, although compared to our lives, socialism will allow humanity to find its full potential, unhindered by the requirements of profit. Socialism is not a magic formula that will make all our problems disappear." The leaflet defines socialism as a wageless, moneyless society of voluntary production, which will involve the satisfaction of self-defined needs. Socialism will provide more leisure time and entail the elimination of useless jobs such as bankers, tax collectors and cashiers. It will, continues the leaflet, be a world without wars or crime, and violence will be significantly reduced. And in socialism, the value of the environment will be part of everyday life. Humanity needs a healthy planet. Almost all the other leaflets produced by the SPC during this period deal with specific subjects discussed only briefly in the above-mentioned examples. They include Vote for Yourself for a Change, How to Change, Society, Insecurity. What about the truth? What is freedom? Common ownership, the rich get rich by hard work, ours class struggle, bullshit or what? The media bias, did you know? Marxists versus feminists, can society meet the needs of women? One green world. The Socialist Party of Canada has always been concerned by the effects that industrial capitalism has had on the environment. As long ago as 1910, the first edition of the Manifesto of the Socialist Party notes that with the onward march of capitalism, everywhere mills and factories sprang up, their smoke and fumes turning once fertile green fields into desolate, uninhabitable wastes, which poisoned and polluted the rivers until they stank. It is now far worse. As mentioned briefly in this work, SPC members George Jenkins and Ray Rawlings highlighted the problem in a number of articles in the journal World Socialist, number 4, winter 1987-6, and number 7, winter 1987-8. Jenkins asserts that the expansion of production in the 18th and 19th centuries brought about the defilement of nature. Vast areas of England and Europe were blackened by soot. Pollution controls, he says, have been enacted by governments, but these are the minimum levels thought to be necessary to protect the profits of the owning class, not the health of the population. Laws against gross desecration are about as effective as the laws against bank robbery. Pollution control means governments issuing permits to industries to sell safe pesticides, food additives, and to dump chemical wastes harmlessly. Such control means a Canadian government without enough money to conduct its own tests on new pesticides and additives coming on the market. The average crusader against ecological degradation sees the private and state system as a basically static arrangement which can be improved through a gradual process of reform for the common good. Ecologists are ill-equipped, and if they come to power would be trapped by the economics of the system. Ray Rawlings describes in considerable detail the pollution of the Great Lakes through the dumping of industrial waste. At around the time that these articles were being written, the Socialist Party produced and distributed a pamphlet entitled One Green World, in which it states in the first paragraph, all over the world, the present economic system plunders and wastes the Earth's non-renewable mineral and energy sources. All over the world, it pollutes the sea, the air, the soil, forests, rivers, and lakes. All over the world, it upsets natural balances and defies the laws of ecology. Clearly, this destruction and waste continue indefinitely, but it need not, it should not, and it must not. According to One Green World, it is quite possible to meet the material needs of every man, woman, and child on this planet without destroying the natural system on which we depend and of which we are a part. Such methods are farming that preserves and enhances the natural fertility of the soil, the systematic recycling of materials obtained from non-renewable mineral sources, such as metals and glass, the prudent use of non-renewable energy sources while developing alternative sources based on natural processes that continually renew themselves, such as solar energy, wind power, and hydroelectricity, the use of industrial processes which avoid the release of poisonous chemicals or radioactivity into the biosphere, and the manufacture of solid goods made to last, not to be thrown away after use or to deliberately break down after a calculated period of time. So asks the Socialist Party, what stands in the way? Why isn't all of this done? The simple answer is that under the present economic system, production is not primarily geared to meeting human needs, but rather the accumulation of monetary wealth out of profits. The result is an economic system governed by blind economic laws which oblige decision makers, whatever their personal views or sentiments, to plunder, pollute, and waste. If human needs are to be met, says One Green World, while at the same time respecting the laws of nature, then the present system must go. And what is the alternative? If we are to meet our needs in an ecologically acceptable way, we must first be able to control production, or, put another way, able to consciously regulate our interaction with the rest of nature, and the only basis on which this can be done is the common ownership of the means of production. Shortly after, in a further leaflet entitled Saving the Planet, based on an article in the August 1990 issue of the Socialist Standard by C. Schlepper, much the same is written. The writer notes the emergence of a green movement that raises the same issues as those raised by the Socialists, and he asserts that those involved in both the Green Party as well as ecological pressure groups are trying to avert ecological crisis through legislation within the framework of capitalism. But within this social structure, says Slapper, any concessions to such concerns will be too little, too late, and will only then take place if and when it appears to fit with the dictates of profit. The Socialist Party of Canada justly claims that it is the only party in the country which has consistently concerned itself with and advocated a lasting solution to the ecological effects of world capitalism. It does not, however, minimize the problem. Indeed, Naomi Klein, writing in The Nation, and partially reprinted in The Guardian of 1 June 2007, reports on North America's biggest resources boom since the Klondike Gold Rush, the mining of northern Alberta's vast deposits of bitumen, black tar-like goo that is mixed up with sand, clay, water and oil. There are approximately 2.5 trillion barrels of the stuff. Huge machines dig out the black goo and load it into the world's largest dump trucks. It is then turned into oil. Most of the major oil companies, including ExxonMobil, Chevron, Total and Shell, are in on the act, paying just 1% in royalties to the Canadian government. Not surprisingly, this is destroying trees and wildlife. Says Klein, the industry is contributing to climate change more than any other. The $100 billion in projected investments from the tar sands have turned Canada into a global climate renegade. NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, was first announced by George Bush Sr. for the United States and President Carlos Salinas de Gortari for Mexico in 1990, and was signed in 1992. On New Year's Day 1994, Canada joined, after asking to join the negotiations in 1991. The three countries are involved in an unstoppable and rapid process of economic integration. NAFTA envisioned a continent without tariffs, quotas, and investment restrictions. Washington saw the opportunity to use free trade, first with Mexico and then with Canada, as a springboard for trade agreements with other countries of the Americas. Canada, therefore, had little choice but to join. Canada had previously opened up its markets to U.S. corporations with the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement in 1988. Automobiles and petroleum gave Canada a $14 billion trade surplus with the United States. Canadian corporations producing capital goods and high-technology industries feared ceding the potentially important Mexican market to U.S. competitors if Canada stayed out of NAFTA. The original 1988 U.S.-Canadian agreement created a free trade area, which, whilst it only increased the consumer population available to the U.S. multinationals by 10%, gave the United States access to the vast mineral wealth of Canada. This was Reagan's real objective, effectively giving the USA its own version of the Soviet Union's mineral-rich Siberia. In 1990, George Bush Sr. empowered his Council on Competitiveness, headed by Vice President Dan Quayle, to review all existing and new regulations for their anti-competitive impact on U.S. business. The Council forced changes in the Environmental Protection Agency and pressed the heads of the Department of Agriculture and the Food and Drug Administration to reconsider consumer safety rules, and also sought to overhaul the civil justice system to reduce the lawsuits against business corporations. In the words of Harry Brown, in For Richer, For Poorer, the same deregulatory juggernaut swept through Canada in the wake of its free trade agreement with the United States. The country moved away from its strict standard for pesticide safety toward the weaker US version. Social programs were cut back or attacked, as with unemployment insurance and the minimum wage, both of which were more generous than in the United States. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce challenged its federal and provincial governments to adopt the standards applied by Quayle's Council, demanding that all Canadian governments must test all their policies to determine whether or not they reinforce or impede competitiveness. If a policy is anti-competitive, dump it. Furthermore, Canadian and US corporations use the Free Trade Agreement to attack environmental and other reformist programs through the bilateral commission set up to rule on trade disputes. Indeed, United States companies sued to overturn Canada's efforts to reduce acid rain through subsidized pollution control equipment, claiming that the subsidies constituted unfair governmental assistance. Likewise, Canadian companies attacked the US ban on asbestos, arguing that it illegally blocked their exports to the country. The Bush, Salinas and Mulroney administrations in the US, Mexico and Canada campaigned to convince their workers that NAFTA would create jobs and significantly raise living standards in the three countries, as did the Clinton administration after it took over from Bush. Opponents of the North American Free Trade Agreement in the US and Canada contended that the pact would accelerate deindustrialization in their countries by encouraging companies to move to Mexico, where labor costs were far lower. In hearings and television documentaries across Canada and the United States, many workers expressed fear for their jobs. NAFTA opponents also argued that removing the barriers to competition would increase the downward pressure on wages and working conditions that workers in Canada and the United States had been facing since the 1970s. Canadian workers had already experienced the free trade slide following the US-Canada Free Trade Agreement of 1988. Many Canadian facilities had moved south to the US, where labour laws were generally more favourable to employers than in Canada. According to the Canadian Labour Congress, almost 250,000 jobs had been lost because of the agreement in the first 2 years alone. A total of 460,000 manufacturing jobs had vanished between June 1989 and October 1991, representing nearly a quarter of Canadian manufacturing employment. The Socialist Party of Canada issued a statement on the North American Free Trade Agreement and distributed leaflets. The statement and leaflets say that the politicians want us to argue about the North American Free Trade Agreement on the basis of whether it is a good deal or not. The right wing tells us that it is a good deal and will mean more jobs, a familiar refrain. The left wing tells us that it is a terrible deal that must be stopped or replaced because it will cost Canadian jobs. But, says the Socialist Party, two important facts seem to get ignored in the claims that surround the NAFTA debate. Free trade cannot be stopped merely by wishing it away, and the alternative for any nation foolish enough to attempt to avoid free trade is to maintain or, more likely, increase trade barriers, a two-way street. Canada, continues the SPC, is always at economic war with every other nation, and as in any war, working people are casualties. With or without a formal agreement with Canada, free trade is going to happen unless Canada erects stronger trade barriers and then faces retaliation from the United States and probably many other countries as well. Such retaliation would at least be as destructive as any free trade deal, and Canada is not likely to withstand such retaliation for very long, and the result, free trade. Says the Socialist Party, what this means to you and me is that the NAFTA is not really relevant. The long, relatively good ride that the Canadian workers have had is over, and no amount of wishing, no agreement, no trade barrier is going to change that. The NAFTA debate is a diversion. As in any supposed solution within capitalism, some workers may benefit, and for others they will suffer. Then the tables will turn. Not surprisingly, the Socialist Party of Canada says that the option is socialism. Again, elections. Once again, in the 1997 federal election, the Socialist Party of Canada produced a large number of leaflets, two different ones in fact. One of them, entitled "It's Time for Working People to Make a Real Change," concentrates mainly on criticizing other parties. The Liberals claim the SPC, with their ties to the corporate world, pass themselves off as a party of the centre, but while trying to maintain the welfare state, they have resorted to cutting and slashing of programs, laying off workers, all in the hope of keeping the system profitable. Likewise, the Progressive, Conservative and Reform parties have also downsized the welfare state, again in the interests of profit. The New Democrats, the party of the left and supposed friend of the workers, have not been averse to breaking union contracts and strike-breaking, and the other parties of the extreme left, the Communists and Trotskyists, call for nationalization and support China or Cuba. The Socialist Party says, "Don't spoil your ballot by voting for capitalism. Write Socialist Party of Canada on your ballot." On the other leaflet, the SPC states Liberal, PC, Reform, Bloc Québécois, NSP, Marxist-Leninist, Communist, Natural Law, National Canadian Action, and many others all want you to vote for them, and more capitalism, no matter what they call it. The leaflet adds, "The Socialist Party isn't running candidates in this election. Write World Socialism or Socialist Party of Canada on your ballot. It won't elect a single socialist today, but if you don't start now, when will you start? But why did the Socialist Party of Canada just produce and distribute leaflets? Why didn't it field any candidates?" To recap, in the early years of the last century, the SPC's main propaganda outlets were street corner meetings, when not broken up by the police, Mounties, or anti-socialist opponents. Meetings were also held on market squares and, sometime later, in parks or open spaces where permitted by local authorities. Such meetings continued at least up to the Second World War, and much later in parks. For many years, the Socialist Party had a number of travelling orators and soapboxers who generally relied on collections and the generosity of members and sympathisers for their food and accommodation, particularly in small towns and rural areas. Meetings, at least in cities such as Vancouver, were regularly held on Sunday evenings in large theatres, often with audiences of 2,000 or more. Meetings, lectures and debates with opposing parties were held on other evenings of the week in party headquarters, trade union and community halls. May Day rallies, parades and marches were held once a year. The Socialist Party of Canada published a regular journal, such as the Western Clarion and the Western Socialist, generally on a weekly or monthly basis, although, when short of funds, these papers did not always appear regularly. There were also other journals sympathetic towards the SPC, such as for many years the One Big Union Bulletin. Occasional pamphlets such as the Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada and the Slave of the Farm were printed, often in editions of many thousands. Leaflets, again in many thousands, were distributed, generally during the party's election campaigns, these latter reprinting the election manifesto and often featuring a photograph of the SPC candidate. Leaflets on specific subjects were printed and distributed, especially in the latter part of the 20th century at the increasing number of peace and protest rallies. As the century progressed, there were fewer and fewer opportunities for soapboxing on street corners, particularly with the increase of automobile traffic. Meetings in theatres and trade union halls drew smaller and smaller audiences with, first, the emergence of cinemas and dance halls, and then, for home consumption, radio and television. People in increasing numbers merely became not active participants at meetings, but passive listeners and watchers to be informed and entertained. Such developments, and with it more comfortable homes, affected organisations like the Socialist Party, which had always relied on cheap forms of communication. The distribution of leaflets, of course, remained as a fairly inexpensive form of propaganda. Contesting elections, however, became more difficult and costly. As in many countries, political parties that wish to contest elections, national or local, federal or provincial, in Canada, have to be registered. The Socialist Party of Canada is not at present a registered party. It is not, and has not been alone. The law has affected other parties, including the Communist Party, which had been campaigning against registration since 1993, when registration was made more difficult for small political parties. Just prior to the federal election of 1993, the Canadian Parliament passed a number of amendments to sections of the Canada Elections Act, which severely undermined the electoral activities of small parties such as the Communist, Green, and Socialist parties, as well as limiting workers' rights to so-called free political expression and association. The amendments did not affect the main parties, such as the Conservative, Liberal, or New Democrats. The main amendment was that a political party to be registered had to field a minimum of 50 candidates in a federal election, otherwise it would be deregistered and have its assets sequestered. A party fielding fewer than 50 candidates would not have its name listed on the ballot. On the 27th September 1993, the Communist Party was prosecuted for not fielding 50 candidates, deregistered, forced to liquidate its assets and cash, and had its desks, typewriters and computers seized. Over a number of years, the Communists and others campaigned to reverse the amendments. One bone of contention to smaller, financially strapped parties, including the SPC, has been the $50,000 sum required to nominate the 50 candidates. After 10 years, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the sections of the Canada Elections Act, the sections imposing a 50-candidate threshold for political parties to gain and maintain federal registered party status, was in fact unconstitutional and violated Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and ordered Parliament to nullify the legislation accordingly within 12 months. The Supreme Court added that forcing political parties to field a minimum of 50 candidates in order to register did great harm to smaller, fringe parties and threatened democracy by putting them on an uneven playing field in fundraising and hence their ability to communicate their ideas. Registration has a number of benefits, such as party retaining its funds during an election campaign, while an independent non-party candidate must turn the money over to the federal treasury. So-called phony or bogus parties face criminal penalties of up to 5 years in jail and a $5,000 fine. Registered parties must file annual financial statements for each constituency contested and the party as a whole, as well as a statement attesting that its purpose is to participate in public affairs. The ailing Communist Party considered the Supreme Court's ruling to be a victory. A new parliamentary bill, however, proposed that for a party to be registered, it must have at least 250 members, whereas only 100 were previously required. Again, this seemed quite inconsequential for the larger establishment parties, but debars smaller parties, and particularly the Socialist Party of Canada, which has always restricted its membership to socialists. Another section of the proposed legislation to which the Communists objected was that a political party would be proscribed from giving qualified support to another party, or parties, if that party was not fielding candidates in a particular election or by-election, such as, for example, the Communist Party supporting the New Democrats. This would not concern the SPC, as it is opposed to all other parties in the country. Nevertheless, the contesting of elections, provincial or federal, has proved to be far more difficult for the Socialist Party in recent times than in the early decades of the 20th century. Consumerism gone mad. Meanwhile, American-style capitalism continues to dominate the Canadian landscape, literally. The West Edmonton Mall in Alberta is the self-styled eighth wonder of the world. It is currently the world's second largest shopping centre, after the one in Dubai, covering more than 5 million square feet, with over 800 stores, 110 eateries and restaurants, numerous bars and nightclubs, 20 cinemas and an indoor golf course. It has the world's largest car park, the world's largest indoor bungee jump, the world's largest indoor lake, replete with dolphins and 4 submarines, and the world's largest indoor amusement park. It has a full-size replica of Christopher Columbus's Santa Maria. And, yes, there is also a fully consecrated chapel. The mall cost about $1 billion to build and continues to expand. It uses the same amount of power as a town of 50,000, and it attracts 20 million people a year. Of the visitors, more than 60% come from outside the Edmonton area, and 5% are from abroad. They take a taxi direct to the mall from the local airport, only emerging to return to the airport a week later. Many stay at the 360-room Fantasy Hotel. The West Edmonton Mall was the brainchild of Jacob Gurmadzyan, a Persian immigrant and former rug salesman. He began building the mall in 1981 on the back of the Alberta oil boom, which created more millionaires than any other time in Canada's history. The oil boom bust, but not the West Edmonton Mall. Comments Mike Carter in The Guardian, 5 January 2005. Jacob's 4 sons now run the business, dreaming up new attractions for the mall. The recent acquisition of 3 sea lions from a safari park in Scotland has attracted condemnation. And he concludes, "What strikes me as I wander around the cavernous shopping areas is how deplorable an environment it is for human beings. The glassy-eyed hordes shuffle through the halls and ride the escalators with Sisyphean torpor, stopping occasionally to point and contemplate whether their lives could be enriched by new towels or a donut. Noise is everywhere. Color, movement, no space to think or be still. Every element of the real world extirpated. Choice and consumerism as a panacea for the existential void. The cure for life itself. Not surprisingly, the Canadian Socialists hope to see, and are striving for, a more rational and sane society and way of life in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and worldwide. They would also like to see a much less stressful society. According to Take Back Your Time, www.timeday.org, Overtime, Cleveland, OH, March 2005, Canadian workers, although they enjoy longer vacations and paid family leave than American workers, are also working more now than a generation ago and are feeling the pressure of time, stress, and hurried lifestyles, all in the interests of the employers. Canada also supplies the United States with vast quantities of illegal drugs, although this is not entirely a one-way traffic. Much of it emanates from British Columbia, which produces a particularly potent form of marijuana known as BC bud. More than 2 million pounds of BC bud reaches the US market every year from more than 50,000 grow-ops located across British Columbia. Indeed, 85% of cannabis grown in British Columbia is exported to the United States, where it can fetch more than $3,000 a pound, as much as cocaine, which is bartered, together with guns, for the cannabis, the cocaine and guns moving north and east throughout Canada. The industry, both ways, is probably worth $10 billion a year. Most of the dope cultivated in British Columbia finds its way first to Portland and Seattle, being transported by small planes, helicopters, or in backpacks across the mountain forests. All this business is, of course, not sanctioned by the Canadian or American governments. Far from it. But, to date, the Homeland Security patrols appear to be fighting a losing battle with the well-organized smugglers. It is a multi-billion-dollar drug war, but very profitable. Not all businesses are or remain profitable. Every so often, as with the oil boom mentioned above, some go bust. On Thursday, 10 March 2005, notes the monthly report newsletter, on the eve of the country's second busiest weekend for travel, Jetsco Airlines, the third largest in Canada, suddenly ceased operations at midnight. This stranded 17,000 passengers around North America, many waiting to board planes to travel to destinations for which they had prepaid. The company was taking bookings up to the last hour before the airline closed down. All the would-be passengers had to find alternative transportation and pay again or return home. But the real losers, says the report, were more than 1,300 employees who were shocked to find that they were now out of a job. Some were expected to move to Europe in the hope of finding similar work there. Coincidentally, the shares of Jetsco's main competitor, WestJet, soared. So quite a few capitalists were able to turn this fiasco into a winning hand. Suspiciously, WestJet's share trading activity was unusually high during the 2 days preceding the fall of Jetsco. Indeed, Wednesday, 9 March, saw 3 million WestJet shares traded, and on Thursday another million, compared with an average of 410,000. Scam. At the beginning of September 2000, Sergei Novikov of Kiev, Ukraine, writing on behalf of the International Young Workers, contacted the Socialist Party of Canada and other socialist parties in the World Socialist Movement via email, requesting information and hoping for fruitful cooperation. Novikov explained that he represented a Marxist group of workers and students in Kiev and other workers in Ukraine. He said that in 1994, when they called themselves the Marxist group of Ukraine, they had had contact for a short time with a Spartakist tendency, but broke with them and other Stalinist and Trotskyist groups. In 1996, he continued, their organization endured a deep crisis, but had survived. They had had illusions regarding Stalinist and Trotskyist parties and groups. Now, however, having discovered the Socialist Party of Canada, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, and the World Socialist Movement, the International Young Workers of Ukraine wanted close cooperation with them. Steve Salai, replying on behalf of the Socialist Party of Canada, stated that the party would like to send the IYW its introductory package, and after reading it, if the IYW required more information, the SPC would send a second package, but the SPC would need a postal address. He added that he hoped that the IYW would find themselves in complete agreement and would soon be members of the World Socialist Movement. There was a similar exchange between the IYW and the SPGB. Sergei Novikov then sent the Socialist Party of Canada a document entitled Analysis of Current Political Situation in Ukraine, which he had written in March 2000. Steve Salai's reply to Novikov was friendly, but also critical. He criticized Novikov for advocating a termless political strike, the unconditional dismissal of the chauvinistic government of Viktor Yushchenko, the formation of a worker government, the denouncement of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the nationalization of the means of production and the State Bank, and worker self-government. Not surprisingly, Salai, on behalf of the Socialist Party of Canada, replied by stating that such propositions were basically reformist and pro-Bolshevik. Nevertheless, he hoped that dialogue between the SPC and IYW would continue. Novikov replied in a conciliatory tone, and on the 11th of September, Salai replied yet again, in some detail, and included the object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Party of Canada. By 12 September, Novikov and the IYYW appeared to accept the SPC's object and principles and to reject a program of reforms. They were, said Novikov, preparing a leaflet to distribute to workers in Kiev. He also praised the Socialist Standard. An English-language translation of a leaflet was then sent to the Socialist Party of Canada. The January 2001 issue of the Socialist Standard published an English translation by the IYW of 2 leaflets said to have been distributed recently in Kiev, the first to coincide with anti-IMF demonstrations in Prague in September 2000, and the second in November on the 83rd anniversary of the Bolshevik seizure of power in Russia. In the main, both leaflets reflected the socialist viewpoint. By the beginning of 2001, the SPGB had largely taken over corresponding with Novikov. By early March 2001, Sergei Novikov had begun writing to the Socialist Party of Great Britain and other socialist parties on behalf of the World Socialist Party, Ukraine. The Executive Committee of the SPGB decided to look into the background of the group in Ukraine. Apparently, some members of the SPGB Executive Committee were wary, suspecting that Novikov may have been some kind of joker and not emailing from Kiev. Others felt that the person was certainly from Ukraine, and that the leaflets published in the Socialist Standard did show an understanding of socialism. A report was submitted to the Executive Committee of the SPGB by 2 members delegated to report, and they suggested that the Ukrainian group be included in the Socialist Standard as a contact. Shortly after, the Ukrainians were sent a questionnaire regarding the socialist case. The reply from Kiev was positive. Later in the year, 2 members of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, Danny Lambert and Vincent Otter, were delegated to visit Kiev and contact the members of the Ukrainian group. In December, they reported their findings to the companion parties of the World Socialist Movement, including the Socialist Party of Canada. They considered their visit to have been very successful. They stayed in a flat provided by the Kiev group, which appeared to have about 12 or more members. There was also said to be a member from Lvov in the west of the country and another from Sumy in the east. The group were very hospitable, and most of them could speak good English. After detailed discussion involving many questions and answers, the SPGB delegates considered that the Ukrainians had a good understanding of socialist ideas. They recommended that the Ukrainian organization be admitted to the World Socialist Movement as a companion party. It subsequently was. At the beginning of 2002, the Socialist Party of Great Britain invited the World Socialist Party to send 2 delegates to its annual conference to be held at Easter. $400 were sent towards the cost of the airfares from Kiev to London. Sergei Novikov said that he was unable to obtain a visa. One member, Semyon Shevchenko, came and addressed the conference as a fraternal delegate from the Ukrainian party. There was, however, some concern within the World Socialist Movement that the Ukrainians had not submitted a rule book, committee minutes, or a conference report by the middle of 2003. And then the bomb burst. On the 22nd of July 2003, both Adam Buick and the SPGB received an email from Vasya Petrov on behalf of a group of proletarian revolutionaries collectivists, a left communist Russian group, entitled Potemkin Villages in Kiev, in which Petrov alleged that a man called Oleg Vernik and a group in Kiev, Ukraine, had been conducting an ongoing scam against mainly leftist and socialist groups in the West since 2000. The objective apparently was to secure funds for Vernik and his associates. The accusations from Vasya Petrov were initially treated with caution. Nevertheless, the then General Secretary of the SPGB, Darren O'Neill, and the other recipient of the email from Petrov, Adam Buick, decided to investigate the matter. The truth was soon revealed. O'Neill attempted to contact Sergei Novikov twice, but his emails bounced back undelivered. But a search on Google found a photograph of Vernik, which described him as the leader of an organization calling itself Robotnikiv Sprotiv, Workers' Resistance, and the man who had passed himself off as Semyon Shevchenko at the SPGB's annual conference was, in fact, Oleg Vernik and Robotnikiv Sprotiv. Who were they? They were the official Ukrainian section of the Committee for a Workers' International, first set up in 1974 by a British Trotskyist group, led by Ted Grant, known as the Militant Tendency, which had, for many years, infiltrated the Labour Party until finally expelled in the early 1990s. The CWI was, and is, dominated and controlled by the man who ousted Grant from the organisation by the name of Peter Taffer. The Militant Tendency was one of scores of competing Trotskyist sects worldwide. Over the years, it has used a number of different names, confusingly including most recently the Socialist Party. Darren O'Neill contacted a number of individuals and groups, including John Thompson, the then General Secretary of Socialist Party of Canada, regarding the Ukrainian situation. Julian van der Missen, a leading militant Trotskyist in Belgium, embarrassingly admitted the scandal and promised to investigate further and keep the socialist parties informed. Members of an American organization, News and Letters, were contacted by a Ukrainian workers group, actually the same people who called themselves the International Young Workers, Workers' Resistance, and no doubt many more. The Americans gave the Ukrainians money for a computer, more than $800, gave one of them the money for a plane ticket to Warsaw and another to Amsterdam, before realizing that they had been conned. About the same time, a pro-Maoist group was said to have been turned over by the Ukrainian Security Service. The American News and Letters group said that at least 15, and probably more, leftist groups and socialist parties had been swindled by the Ukrainian militant Trotskyist group. These included the SPGB and the Socialist Labour Party of America. News and Letters were convinced that it was basically a British-run racket. Other groups and organisations held similar views of the scam. More than one group apparently paid the rent of the flat used by visitors to Kiev. Over a couple of years, the scam cost the SPGB and a number of its members a few £1,000s. The Socialist Party of Canada seems to have emerged from it largely unscathed, other than a few of its members having wasted their time corresponding with and sending literature to the Ukrainian gang. Commented the Socialist Standard of September 2003, "We know that vanguard groups resort to underhand tactics as a matter of principle, but this is a particularly scandalous example. For Leninists and Trotskyists it was par for the course, and the militant tendency in Britain had always been crooked and thoroughly dishonest. Indeed, this writer, in a letter to the Socialist Standard of April Conference and Constitution, on 18 and 19 April 1992, the Socialist Party of Canada held a conference in the Waters Building, Quadra Street, Victoria. All the delegates, which included George Jenkins, the General Secretary, Bill Johnson, Jim Lambie, Don Poirier, Steve Salai, and Larry Tickner, and two visitors, Julian Pryor and Brian Tocher, came from the SPC's traditional heartland of British Columbia. Nevertheless, the conference was seen as a limited success. Greetings were received from John Aarons, Marie and Sid Catt, Adam Buick in Luxembourg, and Samuel Late of the WSP in Tucson, Arizona. The Socialist Party decided that it was about time that it revised its constitution. Steve Shelley submitted a document which was partly amended by the conference delegates, suggesting the following changes to be voted on in a referendum of the entire membership. Change the name of the General Executive Committee to the General Administrative Committee. Create a national local to encompass all the members at large. Provide a mechanism to terminate membership if a member does not keep in contact with the party. Provide a clearer definition of the powers of the party conference and the membership generally. It was agreed that a referendum upon these lines would be submitted to the members nationally. There then followed a general discussion on the party, its finances and its image. It was felt that previous expenditure had not always produced satisfactory returns. Better planning was necessary. It was emphasized that the party should produce better quality pamphlets, something which had not been done for many years. The image of the party needed improving. Its message was fine, delegates felt, but its presentation and the presentation of the party was not good. However, the Socialist Party was attempting to contact people who were searching for alternatives. They included environmentalists, feminists, and other reformers. The delegates argued that there was no implication that the SPC should embrace reformist politics, but it seemed clear that those who had recognized one or two major problems with society should be nurtured to move beyond knee-jerk reform reaction. They should not be alienated. The last session of the conference discussed the object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Party of Canada. There was no suggestion of changing the object. The members discussed and asked themselves two main questions: leave the form and content of the principles basically the same, but change a few words here and there to modernize the language, or undertake a major rewrite with significant change of content, although not the intent. There was, however, no consensus and no decisions were taken. The referendum was held in November 1992. The General Executive Committee was renamed the General Administrative Committee. A number of changes were made to the Constitution. 2/3 majority of all the members of a local would henceforth be required to officially suspend or expel a member. A member who had been suspended or expelled from a local would have the right to appeal to the general membership by a referendum, which would have to be organised by the GEC within 3 months of the date requested, and a member suspended for withholding dues would be automatically lapsed from the party after 1 year's suspension. A party conference should be held annually, or a referendum may replace the conference at the discretion of the GEC, or by request of at least 10 members. Only party conferences or referenda would be authorised to amend the constitution of the SPC. There were a number of minor amendments to the constitution during the following 2 years. On 4th of July 1995, the Socialist Party of Canada published its amended and updated constitution, which has not, to date, been amended or altered again. It begins with the object and declaration of principles, and adds that these may only be amended in conjunction with its companion parties of socialism. It reiterates the long-established rule that an applicant for membership must express agreement with the object and principles, and answer a questionnaire to determine the applicant's suitability for membership. As previously, it states that a member of the SPC shall not belong to any other political party. Again, as in the past, the Constitution rules that a local must be the unit of organisation and that it must be formed with 5 or more members. Interestingly, the last rule, No. 26, states, in the event of the dissolution of the party, all assets shall become the property of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, 52 Clapham High Street, London, England, SW4 7UN. On the 1st of January 1993, Steve Salai replaced George Jenkins as General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Canada. He updated and increased the size of the party's introductory package and, importantly, set up a party website, the first of any of the companion parties. He also compiled a frequent in the news column. When a World Socialist Movement website was set up a few years later, the SPC website was transferred to it. Steve Salai was the General Secretary until December 2000, when Don Poirier was elected. The latter remained in the post, despite suffering from cancer, until his death in November 2001, aged 63. His death was a great loss to the Socialist Party. Don Poirier became a socialist while serving in the Royal Canadian Navy, contacting the SPC when on shore leave in Victoria in 1956. He read Volume 1 of Marx's Capital 3 times during his next naval tour in 1959. On leaving the Navy shortly after, he joined the SPC in Vancouver and soon became an active outdoor speaker and organizer. He pressurized the Winnipeg City Council to establish a speaker's corner in Beacon Hill Park, where he frequently spoke, as well as doing likewise in Vancouver for the Brockton Oval in Stanley Park. In the mid-1960s, Don Poirier was the paid organizer for both the SPC and the WSP, touring North America in a van with the socialist slogans "Production for Use, Not Profit," and "One World, One People" painted prominently on its sides. For a short time, he was a member of the breakaway World Socialist Party of Canada, but rejoined the Socialist Party of Canada in 1970. He worked much of his life in the forest industry as a logger and was a long-time active member of the 50,000-strong Industrial Workers of America Union, where he was instrumental in getting pension rights for loggers and other workers. In the 1970s, Poirier ran against Jack Monroe for the presidency of the IWA. Later, he managed or worked in a succession of bookshops in Duncan on Vancouver Island. A further loss was the death of George Jenkins, aged 83, in January 2003. He joined the SPC in the late 1950s, becoming an active speaker in Victoria and Vancouver, as well as a writer. Over much of the time he was a member of the party, he held various administrative posts, including General Secretary. His principal occupation was that of an artist, both abstract and realist, and he was recognized by the Canada Council of Artists. With the death of Don Poirier, John Thompson became first the acting General Secretary and, later, General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Canada. He had been a member, had resigned, and then rejoined recently. Almost immediately after, he became acting secretary. He did not, however, seem to be happy or in tune with the party. He asserted that 2 or 3 members had got religion and had resigned, but he was accused by the previous General Secretary, Steve Salai, of chasing away a number of members and potential members, of whom some have since joined the party. Thompson was critical of the Socialist Party's companion party in the United States, alleging that it had softened its views on religion and on its hostility clause. He claimed that the SPGB was reformist with idealistic leaders. Even members of the SPC made him cringe. In correspondence with this writer, he appeared to sympathize with and support 2 renegade socialist groups, one in England and the other in India. Not surprisingly, John Thompson soon resigned as General Secretary. In February 2004, John Ayres of Cobourg, Ontario, was elected General Secretary of the Socialist Party of Canada, the first time that post had been filled by someone from the east of the country. He soon began to produce a monthly report and newsletter. Following the invasion of Afghanistan and then of Iraq by the United States and Great Britain, the Socialist Party of Canada issued a statement which it also distributed as a leaflet. It states, "Stop all wars. Wars never solved any problems of the ordinary people, such as hunger, poverty, proper health care, access to education, housing, etc. In fact, they have brought the opposite: death, deprivation, and the necessity to rebuild war-torn lands. That's because wars are never about ordinary people. We have no quarrels with the common people of Iraq or Afghanistan or any other area. We actually have a lot in common. We all want peace and security for our families and a chance to participate and share the production of wealth. Nobody wants to see starving or homeless people. What war is about war is the natural and inevitable consequence of the economic system under which we live and toil. Its competitive nature, its greedy necessity to accumulate capital, to continually grow and expand wherever there is a chance to profit, leads to conflict over strategic territories, areas rich in resources, rights and trade routes. This has created a series of armed camps with boundaries of countries used as the line in the sand. It has also necessitated huge expenditures on armed forces and their equipment, close to $800 billion last year, to protect the interests of those who own the means of production but do not produce, the capitalists. When those interests are sufficiently threatened or perceived to be, war usually results. When we have a system that works for everyone, when the means of production and distribution of all wealth are owned and operated by and in the interests of all, we will be able to use the huge sums that are now wasted on war for human needs. The leaflets were distributed in Toronto and elsewhere during the anti-war demonstrations in 2003. After many years of little or no socialist activity in the Toronto area, a few members have been active since 2002, and this has resulted in the formation of a new Toronto local of the SPC in the summer of 2005. And for those who imagine that poverty no longer affects members of the working class, the Toronto Globe and Mail of 13 September 2005 states that the Ontario Non-Profit Housing Association and the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada report that between 1994 and 2004 rent increased in Ontario 75% relative to the rate of inflation, and that David Peters of the Onfiaus estimated that in 2005, 250,000 families in the province spend more than half their household income on rent. The Toronto Star of 13 January 2007, in its war on poverty, reports that there are 70,000 people in Toronto waiting for affordable housing and 14,150 living in homeless shelters. Almost 7 million Canadian workers earn less than $20,000 a year, just half the national average. As in much of the capitalist world, the rich in Canada are getting richer, while the poor are getting relatively poorer. Furthermore, the Toronto Star, 5 October 2000, of a population of just over 32 million, 5 million Canadian workers, again officially, survive on poverty incomes. In an article in the Toronto Star of 14 October, the plight of permatemps, the workers who never get a permanent job, is highlighted. The increasing number of temps, workers without benefits on contract, as seasonal, casual or agency workers, replacing permanent employees, increased in Canada in 2006 to 1.7 million or 13% of the workforce. In a related report, Handouts for the Rich, the Toronto Star of 5 October 2006 reveals that the Canadian oil and gas companies made a record $31 billion profit during the previous financial year, a 53% increase. Furthermore, Toronto, throughout 2005, witnessed a record surge in gun violence related to the illegal drugs trade noted previously, with more than 50 deaths, twice that of the previous year. The Prime Minister, Paul Martin, promised that if re-elected, he intended to ban handguns. He was, however, defeated in the January 2006 general election. Another increasing problem in Canada as elsewhere is prostitution, particularly involving under-18s and associated with drugs. This was highlighted in the Toronto Globe and Mail of 21 February 2007. In Alberta, since the Protection of Children Involved in Prostitution Act came into effect in 1999, 1,038 under-18s have been arrested and 744 detained or voluntarily sought to leave the so-called sex trade. Nevertheless, many teenage prostitutes in Calgary are driven to the profession through drugs. Detective Constable Eduardo Dizon of the Toronto Police Sex Crimes Unit says that there are hundreds of girls in the city under 18 working as prostitutes, of whom many are forced to work in strip joints or massage parlours. One girl started when she was only 11. Winnipeg Police Sergeant Kelly Dennison reports the provincial government as believing that 400 young people are victims of sexual exploitation, while other agencies put the numbers in the thousands. Much of the abuse occurs in the hidden sex trade rather than on the streets. Many teenagers work in crack houses and are addicted to drugs. In one instance, reports the Globe and Mail, police broke up 2 sex dens that had 30 teenage girls selling sex. The girls ranged in age from 12 to 17. In Vancouver, there are hundreds of girls and boys involved in the sex trade. One area in Vancouver is called Boys Town. None of this is new. Such problems were confronting social reformers and socialists at the beginning of the last century. Prostitution flourished in Calgary, Edmonton, Montreal, Port Arthur, Toronto, Winnipeg, and in the logging camps of British Columbia. The reformers generally concentrated their efforts on changing both men's and women's moral behaviour. The socialists, on the other hand, blamed capitalism for prostitution. Women were forced by economic necessity upon the streets and into brothels, and were hunted from place to place because they did not earn a living wage. Prostitutes were not fallen women who should be punished or reformed. Janice Newton notes that the SPC rejected social purity reforms as it did any other reforms that might be construed as immediate demands. Consistent with its platform, the party press emphasized that the cause was capitalism, and that unless the reformers were prepared to oppose it, they would never eliminate prostitution. The Socialist Party of Canada has never been moralistic regarding sex or prostitution. Neither did it blame the men, particularly in the logging camps, as evil beasts. Socialism, however, would give women sexual autonomy through economic independence, claims the SPC. A pro-Bolshevik critique. At a Marxism 2004 conference in Toronto in May 2004, Ian Angus gave a talk marking the 85th anniversary of the Winnipeg General Strike of 1919, entitled What Socialists Learned from the Winnipeg General Strike. He was particularly critical of the Socialist Party, arguing from a Leninist viewpoint. Angus commences by saying that Canadian mythology holds that it is a peaceful country, that there is no class struggle, that there is no violent crime, and that there has never been a revolution in the country. The Canadian way is discussion, compromise, and mutual respect. We have evolution, not revolution. We don't fight, we have royal commissions. Moreover, he says, the history of the Winnipeg General Strike has been rewritten by Social Democrats who describe the strike as just an attempt to win collective bargaining. But, claims Angus, the strikes in 1919 led a majority of Canadian socialists to recognize the need for a new kind of party. Revolutionaries must participate in the struggles of the workers, but it was not, he adds, the common view in the socialist movement in Canada or elsewhere a century ago. Comments Ian Angus, left-wing organizations typically treated political action and economic action as separate, unrelated activities. Socialists promoted socialism, which meant organizing educational programs and running elections, while unions and other organizations dealt with day-to-day issues. Angus argues that, in Canada, this was exemplified by the Socialist Party, a party before the First World War with about 3,000 members in the 4 western provinces, and in his criticism of the party, he continues, the SPC viewed itself as a revolutionary Marxist organization. It prided itself on its doctrinal purity. It was for socialism and nothing less. The SPC even refused to join the Second International, on the grounds that the British Labour Party was a member. The party's leading spokesman, E.T. Kingsley, argued that the conflicts between employers and workers were not part of the class struggle at all. They were mere commodity struggles, disputes over the division of wealth in capitalist society, and hence of no interest to socialists. Now, this was not a unanimous view in the SPC. Many of the party's leaders were also union activists, and even union leaders, and obviously believed that labour struggles were important. But even for them, there was a disconnect between their political views and their activity as militants. Angus admits, however, that in 1918 and in 1919, during the general strike, members of the Socialist Party of Canada won the leadership of the labour movement from Vancouver to Winnipeg. Furthermore, in March 1919, the Western Labour Conference, which voted to create the One Big Union, was dominated by Socialist Party members. But again, he criticises the SPC by stating that it played little or no role in the founding of the OBU as a party. The SPC refused to take a stand on the grounds that the comparative merits of various forms of industrial activity do not come within the field of SPC activity. Meanwhile, the SPC's weekly newspaper, the Western Clarion, devoted to the routine of the exposition of Marxist theory it had published before the strike. In Ian Angus's view, therefore, the Socialist Party of Canada had no political strategy. It failed to lead the workers, and that was a critical weakness. It did not prepare for a clash with the Canadian state or attempt to turn the strike into a Bolshevik-style insurrection, but restricted itself to the educational activities of making socialists. The assumption most socialists made, argues Angus, was that their movement would grow until it encompassed a majority of the population who would take power peacefully and through parliamentary means. The new kind of party was, according to Angus, a communist party affiliated to the Third International. He then asserts, in May 1921, the Canadian communist groups, including some that were working within the Socialist Party, united to form the Communist Party of Canada. By the end of 1921, a majority of the Socialist Party had been won over. The SPC itself went into rapid decline, eventually dissolving in 1925. He concludes by saying that the experience of 1919 taught Canadian revolutionaries two lessons: that workers' power is possible in the country, and already existed in Winnipeg in 1919, and that a new kind of party, a pro-Bolshevik communist party, was needed. Inevitably, some of what Ian Angus says is true, but it is obvious that he does not understand, or possibly want to understand, the role and function of the Socialist Party of Canada, or indeed of any democratic socialist party. He criticizes the SPC for adopting a non-interventionist attitude towards the strike, and he attacks socialists and social democrats who said that the Winnipeg strike was just an attempt to win collective bargaining. But despite the red scaremongering at the time, it was just that. A Bolshevik coup or uprising was really not on the agenda, and neither was socialism. Angus claims that the strikes in 1919 led a majority of socialists to recognize the need for a communist party, and that by the end of 1921, a majority of Socialist Party members had been won over, and that most of the leaders of the Winnipeg strike were in favor of forming a new revolutionary party. This was not so. None of the members of the strike committee who were jailed joined the Communist Party. They either became Labour politicians or remained socialists. As we have previously noted in this narrative, the Bolshevik coup d'etat seriously affected the SPC, and many of its members, at least for a while, were sympathetic towards the Russian Bolsheviks. And with the formation of the Communist Party, actually the so-called Workers' Party, some of the younger members of the Socialist Party joined that party. But most of them soon became disillusioned and either resigned or were expelled. They soon discovered that the new kind of party was, in reality, elitist, totalitarian, basically reformist, and above all, anti-working class. It was not a new kind of party at all. They, moreover, refused to accept the 21 conditions for affiliation to the Third International. The Socialist Party of Canada was also right to insist on the separation of itself from the trade union movement. It never fell into the trap that the DeLeonist Socialist Labour Party did. Its objective was, and still is, socialism. The unions, whether craft, general or industrial, exist as organizations within capitalism for the protection of workers' interests with regard to wages and working conditions on the job. The SPC existed and exists to propagate socialist ideas, to educate workers with the objective of conquering the reins of government as a means to establishing socialism. Unlike people such as Ian Angus, it has never confused the two. Moreover, it proved to be correct in not affiliating to the Second International. In fact, it did not refuse to affiliate merely because of the membership by the British Labour Party, but because the SPC considered that most, if not all, of the affiliated parties were reformist and anti-socialist. With the commencement of the First World War, the so-called Socialist International collapsed with almost all of its affiliated parties supporting their own governments. Angus says that the Socialist Party of Canada failed to lead the workers and that this was a weakness. Not so. Unlike the Bolsheviks and the Communist Party, but with Karl Marx, it held the view that the workers should emancipate themselves and not support self-appointed or even elected leaders. Writing in his Canadian Marxists and the Search for a Third Way, Peter Campbell sums up the views of socialists on the subject. The Soviet experience confirmed what Marxists of the Third Way had suspected all along, that socialism could only be constructed under favourable material conditions and the combined efforts of an educated, organised and politically mature proletariat. Not surprisingly, communists took this affirmation of the leading role of an educated rank and file as a reactionary rejection of the importance of leadership and the vanguard party. In fact, there was nothing reactionary about their emphasis on the absolute majority, because it had always been the very raison d'etre of Marxism of the Third Way. The real lesson of the Winnipeg General Strike of 1919 was well stated by one of the jailed socialists, Bill Pritchard, in an article on the strike's 50th anniversary in 1969. Strikes may result in changes and even so-called improvements, but this is but superficial. This will continue until the workers in sufficient numbers free themselves from the concepts of this society, from ideas that bind them to the notion that the present is the only social system, and recognize that under this system, the more things change, the more they remain the same. That even now in their struggle over wages and conditions, like the character in Alice in Wonderland, they have to keep running in order to stay in the same place. But the Winnipeg strike will go down in history as a magnificent example of working-class solidarity and courage. The May 2005 issue of Imagine features an article, Bolshevik Bullshit, criticizing Ian Angus's views of the Socialist Party of Canada and its role during the Winnipeg General Strike in further depth. Imagine, for quite some considerable time, the Socialist Party of Canada had not published its own journal, relying instead on such publications as the Socialist Standard from Britain and the World Socialist Review, published in Boston by its companion party in the United States. The impetus for the SPC to recommence publishing a journal first came from John Ayres, who, with encouragement and assistance of a friend, Tristan Miller, put the proposal to the General Administrative Committee in Victoria. After a number of titles were put to the whole membership, the party democratically decided to name the new paper Imagine, adding the phrase official journal of the Socialist Party of Canada. The first issue was put on sale in January 2002. It included, as with all SPC publications except some leaflets, the object and declaration of principles of the party, together with a question and answer article on socialism, an article on terrorism, and a number of other articles on Toronto and working class life in Windsor, Ontario. A second issue later that year exposed the fact that at least 2.5 million Canadians suffered from malnutrition and hunger, with other articles explaining the logo One World, One People of the Socialist Party of Canada and unofficially of the World Socialist Movement. Says the Imagine article, the logo of the World Socialist Movement embodies many of our beliefs and seeks to put our case before you. The phrase, One World, signifies that the socialist movement sees the world divided into competing sectors or countries. Socialists see a world without boundaries, where cooperation and mutual help will take place between autonomous and largely self-sufficient regions. The One People part of the logo refers to the fact that we are all members of one race, the human race, and share the planet along with multitudes of other species. And, continues Imagine, we all have similar needs: food, water, shelter, health, education, security, etc. Socialists hold that the planet's resources, if managed properly, can provide more than all the essential needs for a full and productive life for everyone. The July 2003 issue of Imagine featured a letter from a reader in India, Ashok Chakrabarti, who wondered why the SPC had adopted the title Imagine instead of a title featuring the word socialist, such as, for example, the Socialist Standard or the World Socialist Review. He was critical of various individuals, such as Bob Dylan, Herbert Marcuse, Regis Debray, Frantz Fanon, and John Lennon, whom he said were opportunists and not socialists. And, writes Chakrabarti, they never undertook the day-to-day strain of socialist organization, education and propaganda within the working class. They went on selling their wares in the market, like capitalist publishers who take advantage of Marx's writings, not from consideration of a socialist cause, but from profit motives. They never tried to come out of the ghetto of capitalism. The editors of Imagine reply by saying that they agree with much of the letter, the most salient point being that the emancipation from capitalism will be the work of the working class itself, without the need of leaders to show the way. They add, however, that although many protest singers did not profess to be socialists, it did not mean that we should not listen to them and even appropriate their words in that context. The title Imagine for the Socialist Party's official journal took its inspiration from the words of John Lennon's song, which it then reprinted in full. It is also at the start of this present work. The editors conclude, "We couldn't have said it better ourselves." At the time of writing, the Socialist Party of Canada continues to publish Imagine. Postscript summing up formed in 1905 by a disparate group of parties. The Socialist Party of Canada was, however, an anti-reformist, impossibilist party. Ross McCormick comments that by refusing to demand reforms or palliatives, it became unique in North America. Its objective was socialism and nothing else. Nevertheless, in its early days, it had reformers in its ranks, but over a period of years, almost all of them resigned or were expelled from the SPC. Considering the opposition by many Canadian workers, including trade unionists, to immigrant workers from Asian countries, most of the members of the party at the time of its foundation were anti-racist. Indeed, it considered itself to be an internationalist organization calling on the workers of the world to unite. Critics of the SPC, such as Janice Newton, have claimed that the party was hostile to women and opposed to women obtaining the vote. This was not true, although inevitably most of its members were men. In fact, in many areas where the party was active and influential, there were few women. Life was never easy for the Socialist Party. Even before the founding of the SPC, the police often broke up socialist street meetings, often quite brutally. Meetings were banned in Winnipeg and Vancouver, and in Toronto. Speakers were fined or were jailed. The Socialist Party of Canada, however, contested numerous provincial and federal elections for many years. In the early part of the last century, the SPC did not have a particular view on religion. After 1915, however, the party officially adopted a materialist and anti-religious policy. On 6th of August 1914, 2 days after Britain declared war on Germany, the Dominion executive of the SPC issued its manifesto to the workers of Canada, in which it stated that it opposed the war as not being in the interests of the workers of Canada, Britain, Germany, or any other country, and it called upon the workers of the world to unite. Few did. Almost alone, except for the Socialist Party of Great Britain and a few other groups, it steadfastly opposed the war to the end. The party suffered greatly for its anti-war stand. Its meetings were broken up, many of its members went on the run, some were imprisoned, and towards the end of the war, its publications were also banned. It was not actually suppressed or destroyed, but it never really recovered. As has previously been mentioned, the Bolshevik coup in Russia also adversely affected the Socialist Party of Canada, as did the formation of the Communist Party. With the post-war rise of mass unemployment and the emergence of reformist Labour and social democratic parties, the SPC rapidly declined. In 1925, it was officially dissolved by its Dominion Executive Committee. It was a bleak time for the Canadian Socialists. Nevertheless, socialist activities did not entirely cease, and in June 1931 the Socialist Party of Canada was reconstituted. Almost all the members had been members of the old party. It was, of course, a lot smaller than the party formed in 1905. After some discussion, the members decided to adopt the object and declaration of principles of the Socialist Party of Great Britain rather than the original platform, as most of them felt that, on balance, they were better statements of their views. The decision was not, however, without controversy, and the party was soon split over Clause 6 of the Principles, resulting in 2 parallel SPCs for a number of years. Unity was finally established prior to the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939. Again, as in 1914, the Socialist Party opposed the war, publishing an anti-war manifesto. The party was not suppressed or outlawed by the Canadian authorities, but as in the previous conflict, its publication, The Western Socialist, was banned. The SPC emerged from the war still quite small, but largely unscathed. Throughout the 1940s and 1950s, the Socialist Party of Canada made little headway, but during the early 1960s, it enjoyed a brief revival and was particularly active, for the first time in decades, in the Toronto area. During the latter 60s, as we have chronicled in some detail, the SPC almost destroyed itself, not over doctrine, but over organizational matters and, to some extent, personal animosities. And yet again, the party was split into 2 separate socialist organizations, both with the same object and principles. Normality did not return for almost 10 years, and by then the SPC had lost, mainly through death of older members and resignations, many of its members. In the words of Ronald Elbert, the Socialist Party struggled on in very low gear for the next 2 decades. At the time of writing this, the Socialist Party of Canada appears to have moved up a gear or 2. Only time will tell. Appendix 1, DeLeonism, was the Socialist Party of Canada, influenced by Daniel de Leon, DeLeonism, and the Socialist Labour Party of America. The subject does not seem to have been discussed in any great detail, within or without the SPC, although there have been claims that its companion party, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, at least in its early days, may have been influenced to some extent by de Leon, and the American SLP. A few of its members certainly were according to David A. Perrin. See the Socialist Party of Great Britain, pages 9, 14, 15, 31, 32, and 58. But DeLeonist influences have been denied by some former members of the SPGB associated with the journal Socialist Studies. No mention of the SPC has been reported, however. As has been noted in Chapter 1 of this work, the first political party in Canada to be formed in 1896. By 1875, the First International was defunct. In 1876, in the United States, various mainly German-speaking former groups of the International, of whom most were followers of Marx's rival Ferdinand Lassalle, met in Pittsburgh and issued a call for the founding of a Socialist Labour Party. In July of the same year, 4 groups, said to have 3,000 members, came together to found the Workingmen's Party of America. Although its program called for the abolition of class rule, the emancipation of the working classes, and the abolition of the wages system, it also included a platform of reforms amounting to, in the words of Paul Buell, municipal socialism. In December 1877, the name of the group was changed to the Socialistic Labour Party of America, later to become the Socialist Labour Party. The new party's support of and involvement in the Great Railway Strike of 1877 resulted in a rapid increase of membership. During the next couple of years, it also had a number of electoral successes. In fact, say Frank Girard and Ben Perry, SLP political success was sufficient to cause the Greenback Labour Party, a cheap currency reaction to the prolonged depression of the 70s, to look on the SLP as a possible junior partner. The SLP fusion with the Greenbacks was a disaster. Many members deserted the party. Yet after 1886, the SLP once again fused with various parties in different localities, including the Labour Party, the United Labour Party, the Union Labour Party, and the Industrial Labour Party. In the election in New York, the SLP supported the United Labour Party, which had the single tax advocate, Henry George, as its candidate for mayor. Buell notes that, despite these formidable efforts, the SLP itself did not prosper in the 1880s. Girard and Perry conclude, looking back as the pre-1899 SLP, party leaders spoke of the German beer drinking and singing society the SLP had been, a foreign transplant isolated from the American working class. In later years, they were even unwilling to admit that the pre-1890 SLP, with its history of fusion and confusion, was the same organization. For them, the Socialist Labour Party dated from the advent of Daniel de Leon in 1890 and the birth of the People in 1891. Socialist history before that was an embarrassment. Frederick Engels was particularly critical of the Socialist Labour Party. Here in England, one can see that it is impossible to drill a theory in an abstract, dogmatic way into a great nation, even if one has the best theories developed out of their conditions in life, and even if the tutors are relatively better than the Socialist Labour Party. The German party over there in America must be smashed up as such. It is the worst obstacle. Engels to H. Schluter, London, 11th January 1890. In my opinion, we hardly lose anything worth counting by the going over of the official socialists there to the nationalists. If the whole German Socialist Labour Party went to pieces as a result, it would be a gain, but we can hardly expect anything good. I consider the decay of the specifically German party, with its absurd theoretical confusion, its corresponding arrogance, and its Lassalleanism, a real piece of good fortune. Not until these separatists are out of the way will the fruits of your work come to light again. Daniel de Leon. Daniel Loeb de Leon was born in 1852 on the island of Curaçao in the Netherlands Antilles into a wealthy Sephardic Dutch Jewish family, although he later pretended that he was descended from a Spanish-American family of Venezuelan Roman Catholic grandees. He was taken to Europe, where he was formally educated, but not at the prestigious Leiden Academy from which he later claimed to have graduated. He did, however, become conversant in a number of languages, including English and German. De Leon emigrated to America from Europe during 1872. He first taught at a secondary school in Westchester County, New York, attended Columbia Law School, graduating with honors. He then opened law offices in Texas and New York, finally becoming a lecturer in international law at Columbia University, from which he was later dismissed as a radical. Some say that he resigned as he was denied a professorship. In 1886, De Leon became interested in Henry George's mayoralty campaign in New York. According to Patrick Renshaw, by 1889, he had begun campaigning for Henry George's single tax as an economic panacea. At that time, he had not read any of the writings of Marx, but was familiar with Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, first published in 1888. Indeed, he regarded Bellamy's nationalist movement as one of the most important of the forces of progress in the United States. As late as October 1890, he was still being introduced to audiences as a nationalist. In September or October 1890, according to Girard and Perry, he joined the Socialist Labour Party, although Buell, Encyclopedia of the American Left, says that De Leon joined the SLP the following year. In 1892, De Leon was appointed editor of The People, the SLP's English-language weekly paper, which became the official organ of the party. Although only the editor of the paper, he soon became the de facto leader of the Socialist Labour Party. His impact on the party was immediate. After Henry George and Edward Bellamy, De Leon was influenced by the evolutionary theories of Charles Darwin and the anthropological ideas of Lewis Henry Morgan. He also began to study some of the writings of Marx and Engels, a number of which he translated into English. Of Daniel De Leon, Patrick Renshaw, in his The Wobblies, writes that he was a dedicated doctrinaire who used his pen not merely for propaganda, but to heap vituperative abuse on political opponents and allies alike, who even excommunicated his own son, Solon, for daring to question his interpretation of Marx's theory of value. Not surprisingly, he was known as the Pope. He split every organization to which he belonged. He never saw the distinction between differences of opinion and political treason, and rarely knew when to make a compromise, argues Renshaw. Indeed, De Leon was a Leninist before Lenin. Although there were differences within the SLP, the party generally supported the trade unions and urged its members to join them, although many of its members were dissatisfied with the unions as pure and simple economic organizations. Nevertheless, the SLP considered that the unions could be shaped along revolutionary lines, while its members referred to their activities as boring from within. De Leon, however, attacked the leaders of the American Federation of Labor, AFL, as labor fakirs. The Knights of Labor, Trade and Labor Alliance, and the split. The Knights of Labor was founded in 1869. It was strongly supported by Catholic Irish-American workers. Unlike the AFL, the Knights of Labor accepted both African-American and female workers, and both skilled and unskilled into the organization. But like other trade union organizations of the time, it was anti-Asian and particularly anti-Chinese. Yet first under the leadership of Grand Master Workman, Uriah Stevens, and then the mystical Roman Catholic Irishman, Terence Fu Powderly, the Knights of Labor grew rapidly. By 1885, the organization had recruited more than 700. Moreover, the Knights helped found the Bellamyist nationalist clubs. The Knights of Labor, however, placed little, if any, emphasis on collective bargaining, union rules, or any other feature of labour organisations. Its main interests were general education, cooperation with the employers, temperance, and the land question. Both Stevens and Powderly opposed socialist influences, and in 1886 Powderly opposed the strike of May the 1st for an 8-hour day. Nevertheless, early in the 1890s, DeLeon and the Socialist Labour Party decided to infiltrate and hopefully take over the Knights of Labour. In 1893, the pro-SLP United Hebrew Trades joined the Knights of Labour, thus enabling the DeLeonists to control the New York District Assembly 49. And that year, DA 49 sent a number of pro-SLP delegates, including Daniel DeLeon, to the Knights of Labour annual convention. There, they joined anti-Powderly, pro-populist delegates who they actually opposed politically to oust Terence Powderly and install James R. Sovereign as Grand Master Workman. At the 1895 Fall General Assembly, the DA 49's credentials were challenged and its delegation refused admission. DeLeon's attempt to get control of the Knights of Labour came to nothing, much to his annoyance. But the organisation was already in deep decline and was soon to disappear from the scene. In February 1896, DeLeon gave a lecture in Boston in which he rejected a programme of reforms. He called for nothing less than the overthrow of the capitalist system. However, the workers are exhorted to support a revolutionary union whose primary task was to educate the workers and secondarily to play a defensive role in resisting the encroachments of capital. The ultimate goal continued to be a somewhat nebulously conceived commonwealth in which the means of production would be nationalized. Instead of infiltrating and attempting to control other organizations, DeLeon and the Socialist Labour Party of America decided, therefore, to found their own union. On 10th December 1895, former members of the DA 49 joined with the SLP-dominated Central Labour Federation of New York City, the Newark Central Labour Federation, and the Brooklyn Socialist Labour Federation in order to found the Socialist Trade and Labour Alliance, and NU. The United Hebrew Trades also agreed to join. The STLA was not an industrial union. Like the Knights of Labour before it, it was merely organised by trades or groups of trades. Of it, Girard and Perry note, the STLA was an active and militant labour organisation, but it suffered from a schizophrenia that was to affect the industrial workers of the world later. Officially, it did not believe that workers could gain any real benefits under capitalism and would do best by putting their energies into establishing socialism, but simultaneously the union had to fight for immediate gains with weapons at its disposal, such as the strike. Many workers who joined the STLA lacked the long view of the SLP members and concluded that the more established AFL, even with its evident shortcomings, gave more promise of immediate benefits. According to Renshaw, from the very beginning, Daniel DeLeon saw the Socialist Trade and Labour Alliance as merely the industrial wing of the Socialist Labour Party. Its purpose, he contends, was to serve as a supplement of the SLP in contacting those masses who cannot be reached by the party organisation. But the STLA never became an effective organisation. Its critics asserted that it was stillborn. Girard and Perry say that its membership between the beginning of January 1896 and 1898 was about 15,000. But Renshaw writes that at no time could the STLA claim more than 10,000 members, with many of them only on paper, and none outside the New York area. By 1905, it was, on its own admission, down to 1,500, and according to some estimates, fewer than 600, almost all of whom were SLP members. And that year it dissolved, its remaining members joining the IWW. By 1898, there was considerable dissension within the Socialist Labour Party of America. Many German-American members had become skilled workers, more sympathetic towards the AFL than the STLA, and a few had even become lawyers and the like. A number of members, including Maurice Hillquit, a one-time industrial worker who had become a lawyer, claimed that a small clique, including DeLeon, controlled the SLP and the STLA, and he began a campaign against them. On 10th of July, a group of dissidents attempted to take over the party headquarters just before midnight. Considerably outnumbered, according to DeLeon, the party loyalists fought off several attacks against their opponents, armed with iron bars and wooden clubs, before the police dispersed the raiders. Nevertheless, DeLeon and his supporters moved out, taking everything with them, the following day. Each side claimed to be the legitimate Socialist Labour Party, and each published its own version of the people. In February 1900, the dissident SLP held a national convention claiming 4,000 out of the original 50. He did not mention industrial unionism, but in one section describes the historic mission of unionism, which is to support the political victory of the working class. The following year, DeLeon proposed that workers elected to Parliament would represent industries and not regions. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, was founded by 200 delegates in Chicago on 27th of June. This transformation of society would stem from a process of non-political revolution and on-the-job actions that would wage effective war on the great combinations of capital. The objective was direct action and a general strike which claimed the IWW would overthrow capitalism. The Industrial Workers of the World, nicknamed the Wobblies, sought to recruit unskilled, immigrant, non-white and women workers who were largely excluded from craft unions of skilled workers organized by the AFL. Neither DeLeon nor the other IWW leaders envisaged or advocated a majority revolution, although DeLeon argued, in opposition to the anarchists who were vocal in the IWW, that the workers should have a political wing and use the vote. Girard and Perry, in their History of the Socialist Labour Party, outlined DeLeon's views thus. When the revolution had occurred, the SLP would disband, handing power over to the Industrial Union. This picture of future society was a syndicalist one. However, in combining the concept of industrial government with a political movement that would legitimize it, he launched the ideology that would become known as DeLeonism. The Socialist Labour Party was not formally represented at the founding convention of the Industrial Workers of the World, although Daniel DeLeon brought 12 delegates from the SLP's Trade and Labour Alliance. Although by 1905 DeLeon claimed to be a Marxist, he had also been increasingly influenced by anarcho-syndicalist ideas. Nevertheless, he did not completely accept syndicalism. As late as 1904, he dismissed the idea of a general strike as a trifle. At the convention, DeLeon was able to get the IWW to accept a pro-political amendment to the preamble. In return, he accepted the idea that the IW would be an industrial union. But the anarchists, who increasingly controlled the organization, merely bided their time. And, moreover, Daniel DeLeon, who was not considered to be a proletarian by the IW, was unable to run for office in the organization. The growing direct action wing of the IW, opposed to any political action, failed to defeat DeLeon at the 1907 convention. But a year later, the anarchists and direct actionists were well organized. Daniel DeLeon was denied a seat at the 1908 convention in Chicago on the pretext that he was not a wage worker. The SLPers promptly walked out. DeLeon took his supporters to Paterson, New Jersey, and founded his own Industrial Workers of the World, which later set up headquarters in Detroit. It had a few minor successes, but the Detroit IWW, or De Leon's IWW as it was scathingly referred to, was composed almost exclusively of SLP members. Surprisingly, De Leon lost interest in his own IWW, which became less of a genuine industrial union and, in the words of Girard and Perry, more of a propaganda organization, composed mostly of SLP members to espouse industrial unions. After Daniel De Leon died in 1914, it changed its name to the Workers' International Industrial Union, before expiring completely in 1920. De Leon argued that if reforms brought relief, and were not merely tactics, then they should be supported. The socialist view, the Socialist Labour Party, never really established itself in Canada. In 1896, when it was formed, it only had 4 sections and fewer than 100 members. By 1909, it had become an inconsequential sect. It had no publications of its own until the Second World War, when for a short time the Canadian SLP, with fewer than 50 members, published a monthly journal, the Socialist Press, which later became a mimeographed bulletin. By 1979, the party had largely faded away. A few of its early former members joined, first the Socialist Party of British Columbia and then the Socialist Party of Canada. Generally, they were hostile towards Daniel De Leon, although one-time member of the SPC, Charles Lestor, appeared to be sympathetic to old Dan De Leon, as he called him in 1920. The Socialist Party of Canada does not seem to have said or written a lot about De Leon or DeLeonism, which is not surprising, as the Socialist Labour Party of Canada never really got established in the country. It is true that between 1939 and 1965, the Western Socialist published 15 articles, news items or parts of articles on De Leon, DeLeonism, or the SLP of America. However, after 1940, the Western Socialist was the joint publication of the Socialist Party of Canada and the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States, the latter, of course, having more interest in the subject. The May 1940 issue of the Western Socialist published, under the title SLP Evades Issue, an acrimonious exchange between the Weekly People and the Western Socialist regarding the nature of Soviet Russian society, followed by a further and longer exchange as the SLP and Russia in the September-October issue. The Western Socialist writer argues that the Socialist Labour Party has always been completely confused regarding Russia since the beginning of 1918. The Western Socialist reminded the Socialist Labour Party writer that in November 1917 the SLP had contended that a socialist revolution was impossible in Russia, as the country was too backward economically, and the population, which was mainly composed of illiterate or semi-literate peasants, lacked socialist consciousness. But a few months later, the SLP had changed its position because it had been informed that Lenin was a great admirer of Daniel De Leon, and that it was Lenin's opinion that the industrial state as conceived by De Leon will ultimately be the form of government in Russia. The Bolshevik coup d'etat immediately became, for the SLP, a proletarian revolution, and Russia a proletarian republic, the first workers' republic. In the view of the Western Socialist, and indeed the SPC and WSP US, the DeLeonists had absolutely no idea as to what the social relationships were in the Soviet Union. At times they had been sympathetic, and at others somewhat critical of the Soviet government. Indeed, as the Western Socialist states, the SLP was particularly critical of the Russian attack on Finland in 1940. For the DeLeonists, the Soviet Union became a bureaucratic despotism, not a state capitalist dictatorship. Rather like the Trotskyists, but less vigorously, they blamed Stalin or Stalinism. The July-August 1940 issue of the Western Socialist states, "The Socialist Labour Party is caught in a great contradiction. It claims that Russia has the essentials of socialism, an absence of wage slavery and capitalist exploitation, and yet refuses to support it when it is fighting for its life. If Russia has abolished wage slavery and capitalist exploitation, as the SLP claims, then it is worth fighting for. It is worth defending at all costs. Not to do so would be a cowardly desertion of working class interests." The July-August 1948 issue of the Western Socialist features a long and critical analysis of the Socialist Labour Party, wherein it notes that since the beginning of the 20th century, the SLP has continually denounced the advocacy of reforms, yet seems to be forever petitioning Congress for the redress of wrongs against the working class, committed by that body in the interests of the class it represents. In other words, the SLP attacks reforms on the one hand, while on the other seeks to instruct the capitalist class on how to operate its legal apparatus. The Socialist Labour Party's policy on industrial unions also comes in for criticism. The Socialists became in 1905 a completely dualistic organisation, advocating a so-called revolutionary industrial union of the workers as the economic arm, and a political party which should arise from it and be supported in its seizure of the state by the industrial union. But, continues the Western Socialist writer, originally the accent was placed on the industrial union, with the political party relegated to a minor role. Today the procedure seems to be reversed, at least in practice. Although not mentioned by the Western Socialist writer, the so-called industrial unions supported, and or created, by the DeLeonists since the beginning of the last century, had little or nothing in common with the one big union, organized by members of the Socialist Party of Canada in 1919. They did not found a union which was subordinate to the SPC, or a union which would dominate the SPC. They created a predominantly industrial organization which they considered to be superior to the American-based craft unions which at that time dominated the Canadian labour movement. They saw the OBU as an organisation which would enable Canadian workers to more successfully carry on the everyday fight over wages, hours of work, etc., and at the same time prepare for the day when production for profit shall be replaced by production for use. The DeLeonists of the Socialist Labour Party, however, did not advocate a worldwide international system of production for use as did the SPC, but a national industrial republic based on a system of labour vouchers as proposed by Karl Marx in his critique of the Gotha programme of the German Social Democratic Labour Party in 1875, see the Gotha programme, translated by Daniel de Leon, and published on 7th of January 1900 in the Daily People, Section 1, Part 3. In an article entitled SLP Labour Checks versus Social Ownership in the Western Socialist, 1961-05, George Jenkins of the Socialist Party of Canada takes a Mr. J. Minal of the SLP, writing in the 29 May 1961 issue of the Weekly People, to task over labour vouchers. Jenkins notes that Minal, in reply to a Socialist Party critic of the SLP, quotes from the critique of the Gotha programme in which Marx seems to equate the cooperative society based on the common ownership of the means of production. And moreover, Minal states, "We have here Marx's own word for it that socialism can exist with a system of labour vouchers, but, says Jenkins, we must relate the above quotation to other parts of the same work and other parts of the science of socialism as a whole in order to discover what is meant by socialism as a system of society. In this regard, it does not seem to bother Mr. Minal that Marx qualified his own word in the paragraph following the one to which Minal refers. What we are dealing with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own basis, but, on the contrary, as it is just issuing out of capitalist society, hence a society that still retains, in every respect, economic, moral, and intellectual, the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it is issuing. Accordingly, the individual producer gets back, after the deductions, exactly as much as he gives to it. The Gotha Programme, the Leon translation. Jenkins writes that at an earlier period, Marx and Engels advocated a graduated income tax not as a socialist measure, but as one to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible. But unlike Mr. Minal and the SLP, Marx and Engels did not stand still and graduated from such tactics. Indeed, says Jenkins, Marx later points out in the Gotha Programme that after the enslaving subordination of the individual under the division of labour has disappeared, and therewith also the opposition between manual and intellectual labour has become not only a means of life. When, with the development of all the faculties of the individual, the productive forces have correspondingly increased, and all the springs of social wealth flow more abundantly, only then may the limited horizon of capitalist right be left behind entirely, and society inscribe on its banners, from everyone according to his faculties, to everyone according to his needs. Later, as the means of production developed to a stage where the needs of the population could be satisfied without such measures as labour vouchers, neither Marx and Engels nor the Socialist Party of Canada advocated them. Indeed, John Ayers, the present SPC General Secretary, writing in the November 2005 newsletter report, mentions that the latest topic on the World Socialist Movement Forum was the use of labour vouchers at the beginning of socialism. The idea being that free access at that stage would bring chaos to the supply chain, as greedy people would take too much and lazy people would not contribute enough. Thus, to each according to his work would be the maxim. In the view of John Ayers, this had many flaws. Ayers comments, "It's an idea developed by DeLeon and the Socialist Labour Party when perhaps it may have been difficult to implement free access. That does not apply to any great extent today. Secondly, it's not socialism. Thirdly, it ignores the World Socialist Movement view that socialism will not take place until the vast majority understand and want socialism. Why would they want it to fail? Fourthly, it uses the capitalist argument that people are inherently lazy or that they wouldn't know what to do. Workers will know exactly what to do because they do it all now. This doesn't preclude problems and possible rationing in the early stages of socialism of some items. If everyone wants a big screen TV right away, it may be a problem. But the basics of life, why the hell would I cart home 100 cans of beans and fill every cupboard with them when I know I couldn't possibly use them, and someone else could? The same reason I don't turn on the tap and drink from it for 24 hours, because I know it will work later when I need another drink. In the view of the SPC, the SLP was an organization holding ideas which seemed to be similar to its own, but with differences strong enough to preserve a separate existence. According to Socialist Party member Jim Milne, writing in the Western Socialist, 1965 no. 2. The SLP's views on Russia. The last war, the structure of socialist organization, and the nature of socialism, for example, are different from ours, and the proper groundwork for the ultimate existence of the united movement for socialism can only be laid by attacking differences such as these and effecting clarity needed for the job to be done. Wrong ideas are not less harmful by being advocated in the name of socialism. The Socialist Party of Canada and its companion party in the United States considered that the DeLeonists were not so much socialists as Confucianists. It should be mentioned, however, that beginning with its 30th National Convention in 1977, the SLP began to question and to some extent correct some of its errors regarding Soviet Russia, its dogmatism and extreme sectarianism. Nevertheless, even in 2004, the Socialist Labour Party's idea of socialism varied considerably from that of the Socialist Party of Canada. Under the heading "What is Socialism?", the SLP, The People, July-August 2004, states, "Socialism is the collective ownership by all the people of the factories, mills, mines, railroads, land, and all other instruments of production. Socialism means production to satisfy human needs, not, as under capitalism, for sale and profit. Socialism means direct control by the workers through a democratic government based on their nationwide organization. The Socialist Labour Party claims that under socialism, all authority will originate from workers integrally united in socialist industrial unions. There will be a socialist government." Whilst the Socialist Party of Canada also argues that under socialism production will be organised for the satisfaction of human needs, it states, with Marx and Engels, that government will be replaced by an administration of things, that states will have, to use Engels' words, been relegated to the Museum of Antiquities, that there will no longer be a need for unions, industrial or otherwise, that with the abolition of wage labour and capital, the category worker will no longer be relevant, that society will in fact be classless, and that, like capitalism, socialism will not be national but global, worldwide. The land, the means of production, communication and all transportation will be owned and administered by society as a whole. With the establishment of socialism, says the Socialist Party of Canada, it and all its companion parties worldwide will no longer be necessary and will disband. Appendix 2. Socialist Party of Canada Pamphlets. The Socialist Party of Canada has produced hundreds of different leaflets and probably more than 40 pamphlets over the last 100 years. A leaflet was generally of just one page, or sometimes a sheet folded into 2, 3 or 4 pages. A pamphlet was usually of at least 4 separate pages, and in 1 or 2 instances more than 60 pages. The exact number of pamphlets published by the SPC is not known. Some were dated, many were not. The authors of some are known or were printed on the pamphlets. Others were written anonymously, or even collectively, and published under the name of the Socialist Party of Canada. The following list of pamphlets known to the author includes those listed by Ian Mackay, those listed in the Canadian National Archives, a few in the catalogue of the University of Toronto, and the pamphlets discovered or located by Peter Campbell of Queen's University of Kingston. Ontario, Adam Buick, Keith Sholly, or this writer. Some are titled as leaflets, but in this writer's view are best described, due to their length, as pamphlets. Working Man Get Wise, Vancouver, 1901-10. Described as leaflet number 6. If first published in 1901, this was probably produced by the Socialist Party of British Columbia or the Revolutionary Socialist Party, as the SPC was not founded until 1905. The Statement of Principles at Vancouver, October 3, 1901, was probably published by the SPBC. What's the Matter with Canada, originally written for H. Sherman, apparently the SPC candidate for Calgary in the 1908 Alberta federal election. The Socialist History Project notes that across the top of this publication is written, "Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to gain." Marx. At the bottom of the second page is, "A vote for a socialist is a vote for yourself." And at the bottom of the third page is, "A vote for a liberal or a conservative is a vote for your master." The proletarian in politics, the socialist position as defined by C.M. O'Brien, MLA, in the Alberta legislature by F. Blake, Vancouver, For more on O'Brien, see earlier chapters. The Slave of the Farm by Alf Budden, 1910. There are two versions of this pamphlet. This earlier and shorter version may have been written and published as early as 1910, as apparently noted by Ian Mackay. It is largely theoretical, and there is no indication in the text as to when it was written or published. There is an undated microfilm copy in the National Library of Canada. A later, longer version was published in 1914. The Manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada, first published in 1910, with 5 editions, featuring slight alterations, issued to 1920. Altogether 25,000 were sold. The pamphlet was anonymous, although the writer is known to have been Donald G. Mackenzie. This was the Socialist Party's most popular and influential publication. The 6th edition, under a new title, was published in 1944. Socialism and Unionism by Donald G. Mackenzie, Struggle for Existence by Gerald Desmond, Vancouver, State and Government by Gerald Desmond, Vancouver, wage worker, and farmer, Vancouver, The Socialist and the Sword by George Ross Kirkpatrick, Vancouver. Kirkpatrick was a member of the Reformist Socialist Party of America rather than the Socialist Party of Canada. In 1916, he ran for Vice President of the United States when Eugene Theft Debs was in jail. The Socialist and the Sword is, in fact, an extract from Kirkpatrick's book War, What For?, published in 1910 and sold by the SPC in Vancouver. In 1936, Kirkpatrick resigned from the SPA and helped organize the Social Democratic Federation of America. He died a year later. Why Not Enjoy What You Produce by William Davenport, Vancouver. The Fallacy of Reform. This was probably only a leaflet by the editor of the Western Clarion. The Evolution of Human Society, Vancouver Religion. Thy Name is Superstition by J. H. Burrow. Religion. Thy Name is Superstition by J. H. Burrow, 1912. In the Western Clarion. What is Socialism? A short study of its aims and claims by W. E. Hardenberg, Vancouver. The Working Class and Master Class, Vancouver. The Brunswick Farmer. How the capitalist system levies tribute upon the product of his labor, Moncton, New Brunswick. Socialism and the Survival of the Fittest by J. Connell, Vancouver. This was originally a series of articles published in the Western Clarion of 8/15, 22, and 29 March, and 5, 19, and 26 April 1913. The pamphlet was written by Jim Connell, the famous author of The Red Flag, and had been previously published in London, England, by the 20th Century Press in 1908. The Way to Power by James B. Osborne, Vancouver, 1913. The Slave of the Farm by Alf Budden, Vancouver. Secondary title, Being Letters from Alf Budden to a Fellow Farm Slave and Comrade in Revolt. This is a different, longer version of an earlier pamphlet of around 1910. It was first published by the Dominion Executive Committee of the Socialist Party of Canada in 1914. A later edition of 1918 includes additional letters up to 1916 and a postscript by the DEC dated 1st January 1918. This version has 64 pages. The pamphlet was an important exhibit at the trial of Bill Pritchard in Winnipeg in January 1920. Gems of Socialism, Lindsay Unt, local of the SPC. Who Are the Dreamers, Winnipeg, Blood and Iron, Winnipeg, 1918, published in Flint, Michigan. Gulrich was, at that time, living in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Shall Socialism Triumph in Russia? Alberta Provincial EC, a pamphlet in the SPGB archives. Pro-Bolshevik. The Russian Situation, Alberta Provincial EC, another pamphlet in the SPGB archives. Economic Causes of War by Peter H. Leckie, Vancouver. This pamphlet was published by the SPC under the terms of the bequest of the late SPC member George Whitehead of Vancouver. An associated series of pamphlets with attractive covers featuring a poppy were published by the Whitehead estate in Vancouver for the Socialist Party of Canada. Although this is not always specifically stated, the back covers have the red flag emblem of the SPC, but without lettering. The first in the series had a note explaining that the pamphlets were published due to the Canadian government's ban on the publications of Charles H. Kerr of Chicago. The titles in the Whitehead Library were 1. Manifesto of the Communist Party, Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. 2. Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Frederick Engels. 3. Wage Labour and Capital. 4. Marxism and Darwinism. 5. Value, Price and Profit, Karl Marx. Although the Pannekoek title was certainly intended as the fourth in the series, it is uncertain as to whether this famous pamphlet was actually issued. The Criminal Court Judge and the Odd Trick by E. Belfort Bax, according to Adam Buick. The catalogue of the University of Toronto lists this pamphlet, which is a reprint of 2 articles by Bax. 2 essays on history, Stevenson and G. Delville. This is a pamphlet in the SPGB pamphlet collection. The Socialist Manifesto, Winnipeg, although updated and somewhat altered, and including an introduction by Jim Milne. This was effectively the 6th edition of the 1910 Manifesto. 5,000 copies were sold. The Meaning of Social Revolution by J. Milne, another pamphlet from the SPGB pamphlet collection. The Russian Revolution, Its Origin and Outcome, Winnipeg, The World of Abundance, Victoria, a reprint of articles from the Socialist Standard. Lenin Distorts Marx, Victoria, a reproduction of 23 articles from the Socialist Standard. Comment, Le capitalisme d'État est arrivé en Russie, Quebec, Victoria. This was a special Socialisme Mondial edition, published as a pamphlet. There were a number of other SM pamphlets in French, and put on sale in Quebec, but these were published in Luxembourg and Belgium some years later, when the journal had moved to Europe. Economics Exposed, Victoria, a reproduction of 8 essays by Clifford Slapper, originally published in the Socialist Standard. The front cover states that this pamphlet was issued by the World Socialist Movement, the collective name for the SPC-SPGB group of parties, but the back clearly indicates that this was a SPC endeavour.